Mira and Harper Audio present Second Chance Pass, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer. Prologue. Paul Haggerty was finally back in Grants Pass after almost 6 months in Virgin River, and there was an ache in his chest he just couldn't ease. The last 6 months had been hell. Paul had gone to Virgin River back in the autumn to help finish Jack Sheridan's new house. Much to his surprise, he discovered Vanessa Rutledge was living in Virgin River with her father and younger brother, while her husband Matt served in Iraq. She was pregnant with Matt's baby and looking more beautiful than ever. Seeing her had reminded Paul of the serious thing he'd had for Vanessa since first laying eyes on her all those years ago. But his best friend was the one she had married. Then, life went into fast forward. Just before the baby was born, they all had a video conference with Matt. The call was mostly for Matt and Vanni, as it was the first time in 6 months they'd seen one another. Then everyone else got to say a quick hi, and when it was Paul's turn, Matt had said to him, "If anything goes wrong over here, look after Vanni." It couldn't have gone more wrong. Matt was killed in an explosion in Baghdad the first week in December. It had been a terrible time, and Vanni had asked Paul to stay until the baby came, another 2 months. Of course he agreed, and all that time he held it together so Vanni could lean on him. But the strain of the situation, his secret love for Vanni, and his grief for his best friend ate him alive. He thought going home to Grants Pass would ease the pain or at least distract him from it. But instead, the pressure continued to build. A night out drinking with some of his construction crew and getting painfully loaded only added a miserable headache to his breaking heart. He felt like a dead man, slogging through the days, tossing through the sleepless nights. Without thinking too much about it, he called a woman he'd been out with a couple of times, Terry. He needed the distraction of someone who wasn't already caught up in his drama. What qualified Terry was that their friendship had been easy. There was no clinging, no expectations. Plus, she used to make him laugh. She was simply a nice young woman, 29 years to Paul's 36. Terry was the only woman he'd been out with in a couple of years, and he hadn't talked to her in 6 months. That, if anything, should have told him something. But he hadn't been paying attention. He started out the conversation with, "Hey, Terry, long time." He asked her to dinner, but first confirmed that she wasn't in a relationship. He didn't want to complicate her life. She laughed at that. "I wish," she said. "No boyfriend, Paul. In fact, I've hardly gone out in the past few months. Let's go someplace quiet and low-key. Just catch up." This was just the response he'd been hoping for, and he'd been so grateful. Paul rang her doorbell, and when she came to her apartment door, he realized he had forgotten how pretty she was. Small of stature, with shoulder-length dark brown hair and large eyes. She flashed him the bright, sexy smile that first got his attention a year ago. She laughed that wild laugh of hers and threw her arms around his neck. "God, it's great to see you. I can't wait to hear your excuse for disappearing for months. Hey, remember Rosa's? That hole-in-the-wall Mexican place? How about we go there?" "Love it," she said. Paul stared straight ahead as he drove them to the restaurant, his jaw locked. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and shifted in his seat. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, he thought. When they walked in the door, Terry pointed to a dark corner booth and said, "Back there." And when they sat down, she said, "You're not a real talkative guy, Paul, but it's obvious something's wrong." "I just got back to town from California. I'm a little behind on everything." She was shaking her head. "No, it's more than that. You're upset and nervous, and I wasn't going to say anything, but you have dark circles like you're not sleeping. Since I haven't seen or heard from you in a long time, I know it isn't anything I did. You act like you just got out of prison. Go ahead. I'm a good listener." That was all it took. He ordered himself a beer and a glass of wine for Terry and let it spill. Best friend dead. Best friend's wife pregnant. Him hanging around, trying his best to hold her up. "Good God," she said, shaking her head. "You could have called me, you know. I mean, going through something horrible and not having anyone to talk to can make things so much worse." "I feel like a real jerk dumping on you now," he said. "We'll save it. I'm a girl. Girls talk about their tragedies and heartaches. And if you don't get it out, it's going to eat a hole in you." "That's how it feels," Paul admitted. "Like I swallowed acid." Matt and I became best friends in junior high. I have 2 brothers, but Matt was an only child, so he spent more time at my house than his own. We served in the Marine Corps together. He stayed active while I went to the reserves. I think my mom and dad were hit as hard by his death as I was. But his wife... Terry. I've never seen anything so painful. Here she was, about to have their first child, and she would cry until she was weak and dry. All I could do was hold her. But it was worse at night, when the only sound in the house was Vanni sobbing in bed. Terry reached for his hand. "Paul." He held her hand while he talked. "When the baby came, she wanted me with her. Because Matt couldn't be, I guess. It was the worst and best thing I've ever done, seeing that baby being born. It made me so proud to hold Matt's baby." He looked away and blinked back emotion. On his headstone, they put Matt Rutledge, beloved husband, father, brother, son, friend. That brother part, that was for me, for us. The brothers in arms. It just doesn't feel like he's gone. But he's so gone, and I just can't seem to get over it. And if I'm feeling this way, then Vanni must be torn to pieces. Right then, the food was delivered, but they didn't eat much. Paul had another beer and told her stories of growing up with Matt, playing football, driving their parents' cars too fast, trying to hustle girls with little success, enlisting in the Corps after 2 years of college, and Matt's parents going absolutely, totally, cosmically nuts. My parents weren't happy, but Matt's were out of their minds. Matt's mother was convinced that I'd talked Matt into it. But the truth is, that's what he wanted. Period. I went along because I didn't want him going in alone. Or maybe I didn't want to stay behind without him. My mom used to say we were joined at the hip. Their plates were taken away, and they lingered over coffee while Paul continued to reminisce. Pretty soon, they'd been in that corner booth for a couple of hours. "I've never lost anyone that close," Terry said, her eyes liquid. "I can't imagine how hard it must be." "You should have called me, Paul. You shouldn't have shouldered that alone, without support." He squeezed her hand. "When I called you, I didn't have any intention of dumping all this on you, at least not consciously. I thought you'd take my mind off it for a while. But talking to someone who isn't in the middle of it helps," he said. "The whole bunch of them in Virgin River are so frickin' torn up. Vanni, her dad, her little brother. I couldn't let down my guard for a second. Even around my own family, my mom starts crying the second Matt's name comes up." "You must feel like you're gonna explode," she said. "You know what I wish?" Paul said. "I know this is nuts. I wish I'd been there with him. I wish it had been me instead of him." She was shaking her head. "No. Oh, Jesus. No. He's got a family. He should be with them. You just have no idea the kind of man he was. He took loyalty to the next level. I could always count on Matt. He counted on you, too. He asked you to look out for his wife. He wouldn't have had to ask. Paul, you did for Matt what he would have done for you." Paul was reflective for a few moments, realizing that this woman he'd been out with a few times, slept with a couple of times on a mutually agreed to friends with privileges status, could bring him this degree of comfort and understanding. "I owe you, Terry," he said. "I didn't realize how much I needed to talk to someone about this." She smiled. "Men," she said, shaking her head. "All that stoicism wrecks your stomach and usually causes migraines." He grinned at her, feeling almost human. "I've never had a migraine, but I think my headache's letting up. For the first time in a while." "Look around," she said. "There's only one other couple in here and they're eating. Let's get out of here before they start putting the chairs upside down on the tables and mopping the floor." "Yeah," he agreed. "I've put you through enough. And thanks for listening." When he walked her up the stairs to her second-floor apartment, she turned and asked, "Would you like to come in?" He shook his head immediately. Terry had done a lot for him tonight, just giving him a place to unload. He wasn't about to take advantage of that. "I don't think so. But thanks." She smiled up at him. She pulled on his hand, drawing him into the apartment. "I'd better not," he said again. But he said it more softly. And when the door closed, he found his hands were on her waist, his mouth seeking her mouth. And just like the last time he'd been with her, she was up on her toes to reach him, circling his neck with her arms, leaning into him. "No," he said against her mouth. "I'm all screwed up. Tell me no." She pressed against him, tonguing his lips apart. "I would hate doing that." And he was gone. Brain freeze took over. He had no judgment, no willpower. He was all raw need and pain and gratitude. This was as unburdened as he'd felt in months, and he was weak from having carried that grievous load for so long. Before a whole minute had passed, he had Terry down on the couch, kissing her, touching her, hearing her say, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." He had one moment of sanity before he slipped his hand under her knit shirt. "Terry, this isn't a good idea. I didn't call you for this. I didn't plan on this." "I didn't either," she whispered, letting her eyes fall closed. "God, I missed you." Paul's brain took a hike. He was all physical sensation. He was hard, she was soft. He was desperate, she was hot and willing. And beneath him, she seemed as needy as he felt. He ground against her, her bare breast in his hand, his tongue licking its way along her neck. Her hands were on his belt buckle, then his zipper. His hands were tugging at her clothes while she squirmed and moaned. His lips were on her nipple, her hand wrapped around him, and he almost lost it. He grabbed for his pocket, pulled an old condom from his wallet, and in a hoarse, desperate whisper, he asked, "You have your side covered?" "The pill, remember?" she answered breathlessly. "Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God." Paul felt his pulse slow just slightly. The gentleman in him had to be sure she wasn't left hanging, so he took a moment, slid a finger along that erogenous knot in her very center, while his lips tugged at her breast, and when her sighs turned into near cries, he entered her, pumped his hips, waited for pleasure to lock her hips against him and steal her breath away. And he let months of misery spill out of him. The first thing he felt, while he panted and tried to catch his breath, was overwhelming relief. Basic, primal, physical relief, as potent as a narcotic. The next thing he felt was regret. He shouldn't have done that. Even though they had an understanding, he could sense that she cared about him. Why else would she listen to him with such sensitivity? Draw him inside and welcome this encounter? But he loved someone else. "Haggerty, you are a brainless fool," he thought to himself. But he put a hand against the hair at her temple and brushed it back over her ear, while she drifted slowly back to earth and her eyes opened. Okay? He asked. She nodded and smiled. God, I missed you so much. He gently kissed her lips. I shouldn't have let that happen. I'm too messed up. But thank you. She put a palm against his cheek. My pleasure, she said, softly smiling. He held his weight off her, and even though he felt stupid and guilty, he managed to smile at her. When a respectable length of time had passed, he said, I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I'd better get going. I know. But maybe it won't be 6 months until you call me again. It won't be, he said. He would call her again, take her out for a drink, and try to explain that even though he didn't have any reason to be optimistic, his heart was tied up elsewhere. And as long as that was the case, it was wrong for him to be intimate with Terry. She was a good person. She deserved better. Chapter 1. Vanessa Rutledge stood in front of her husband's grave, her coat pulled tightly around her against the crisp March breeze, red hair billowing in the wind. I know this is going to seem like a strange request, but I just don't know who else to ask. Matt, you know I love you, that I'll always love you, that I see you in your son's eyes every day. But darling, I'm going to love again, and I need your blessing. If I have that, I'd like you to give the man who is to be my future a little nudge. Let him know it's all right. Please? Let him know he's so much more than... Vanessa! Her father was standing out on the deck behind the house, holding the baby away from himself, like he'd just pooped on his mess dress. It was past time to leave. Little Matt had been born 6 weeks ago, and this morning they were both seeing Mel Sheridan for their first checkup since his birth. Her father, retired General Walt Booth, was acting as chauffeur so that he could watch the baby while Vanessa had her exam. Coming, Dad, she called. She looked back at the grave. We'll have a real conversation about this later, she told the headstone. She blew a long kiss in that direction and hurried down the little hill, past the stable and up to the house. The last place Vanessa ever expected to find herself was in a tiny mountain town of 600. When her father chose this property a couple of years before his retirement from the Army, she and Matt had taken a look at it. Matt fell in love with it at once. When I go, he had said, plant me on that little hill under that tree. Stop it, she had laughed, slapping his arm, neither of them realizing how prophetic his words would be. There was a time, years before she met Matt, that Vanni had envisioned herself as a high-powered news anchor, using her degree in communications. She decided to take a year before pursuing an 80-hour-a-week career path and, on a whim, went to work as a flight attendant. 1 year turned into 5 because she loved the job, the travel, the people. She'd still been working for the airline when Matt left for Iraq. It was her loneliness and advancing pregnancy that had sent her packing to Virgin River. She had thought it would be temporary. She'd have the baby, wait for her husband's return from war, and move on to his next assignment with him. Instead, Matt was brought here, to that little hill with the tree on it. She didn't cry as much anymore, though she missed him, missed the laughter, the long late-night talks, missed having someone hold her, whisper to her. Walt had the diaper bag slung over his shoulder and was headed for the car. Vanessa, you spend too much time talking to that grave. We should have put him somewhere else, out of sight. Oh, dear, she said, lifting a curious eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitching. Matt hasn't been complaining that I'm bothering him, has he? Not funny, he said. You worry too much, she told her dad, taking the baby from him to put him in the car seat. I'm not brooding. There are some things no one but Matt should hear. And gee, he's so handy. Vanessa, for God's sake. He took a breath. You need girlfriends. She laughed at him. I have plenty of girlfriends. She had lots of girlfriends from flying days, and even though they didn't live nearby, they were great about visiting and staying in touch, giving her every opportunity to talk about Matt, about grief, then about the baby and recovery. You'll be happy to know Nikki's coming up for the weekend, she said. A girlfriend. Walt hefted himself into the driver's seat. We've been seeing a lot of Nikki lately. Either she can't stay away from the new baby, or things aren't going so well with her and that... Walt couldn't seem to finish. She can't stay away from the baby. And no, things aren't going well with Craig. I smell a split coming, Vanessa said. I never liked him, Walt said with a grunt. No one likes him. He's an ass, Vanni said. Her best friend, too sweet for her own good, wanted a husband and children, but instead was stuck with a live-in arrangement that had gone flat years ago, leaving her almost as alone as Vanni. Vanni had other friends besides fellow flight attendants. She'd begun to grow close to some of the women in town. Her midwife, Mel Sheridan. Paige, who worked alongside her husband in the only bar and grill in town. Bree, Mel's sister-in-law. Still, there were some things only Matt would understand. When you live in a place like Virgin River, where the doctor's office only makes appointments on Wednesdays, it's a pretty good bet there won't be any waiting around. Sure enough, Mel was standing in the reception area right inside the door waiting for them to arrive. Her face lit up in delight as they walked in, and she immediately reached for the baby. Oh, come here, she sang. Let me look at you. She lifted him as if weighing him. Then she cuddled him close. He's looking good, Vanni. Getting nice and fat on the breast. She looked at Walt. How's Grandpa doing? Grandpa could use more sleep, Walt grumbled. Vanessa made a face. There's no reason in the world he has to get up. He certainly can't help me nurse the baby. I wake up, that's all. And if I'm up and Vanni's up, I might as well see if she needs anything. Mel smiled at him. That's a good grandpa, she said. He'll be sleeping through the night before you know it. When did David sleep through the night? Vanni asked of Mel's 1-year-old. The first time or the last time? Mel asked. You might not want to ask that. We have sleeping issues at our house. And now, Jack lets him in the bed with us. Take my advice. Don't start that. Vanessa peered at Mel's growing tummy. David had just turned a year, and their second baby was due in May. I hope you have a really big bed, she said. There will be plenty of room when I kick Jack out of it. Come on, let's look at Maddie first and take care of his shots. Mel carried the baby back to the exam room with Vanessa following behind. Mel had delivered little Matt right in Vanessa's bedroom, and their bond had grown deep and strong. It didn't take long to determine the baby was at a good weight and in excellent health. I'll take him out to Walt while you get into a gown. How's that? Thanks, Vanni said. A few minutes later, Mel was back. Your dad took the baby over to Jack's for a cup of coffee. And some male bonding, I suppose. Vanni had taken her place on the exam table, and Mel checked her heart, blood pressure, and got her in position for a pelvic. Everything looks great. You had a wonderful delivery, Vanni. You're in excellent shape. And boy, did you lose weight quickly. Isn't breastfeeding a miracle? I'm not back in my old jeans yet. I bet you're close. Go ahead, sit up, Mel said, offering a hand. Anything we should talk about? Lots of things. Can I ask you something personal? You can always ask, Mel said, while writing in the chart. I know that before you married Jack, you were widowed. Mel stopped writing. She closed the chart and looked at Vanni with a sympathetic smile. I've been expecting this conversation, she said. How long was it? Vanni asked. and Mel knew exactly what she was referring to. I met Jack 9 months after my husband's death. I married him 6 months later. And if you confer with the town historian and gossips, you'll learn that I was at least 3 months pregnant at the time, closer to 4. We have a town historian? About 600 of them, Mel said with a laugh. If you have anything you'd like to keep secret, you should consider moving to another town. Matt's only been dead a few months, but he's been gone almost a year. Mel, he wasn't on a business trip. He was in combat, out of touch. I talked to him a total of 3 times. Saw his face once on live video cam. The letters were short and sparse. It's been a really long time since... Mel touched Vanny's knee. There's no rule of thumb on this, Vanessa. Everything I've read, and I've read a lot about widowhood, says that when people enter new relationships relatively soon after losing a spouse, it indicates they had happiness in their marriage. Being married was a good experience for them. She smiled. I didn't even know for sure I was pregnant when Matt left for Iraq last May. I'm not thinking about another marriage, of course, Vanny said. But I am thinking about... Well, what I'm thinking is that I don't want to be alone forever. Of course you shouldn't be alone forever. You have a lot of life to live. Vanny smiled. Should I be thinking about birth control? We can talk about that. You wouldn't want to be as unprepared as your midwife, especially with having a baby to take care of. Believe me. She took a breath and ran a hand over her big belly. I wouldn't let myself think ahead. I remember when my sister said, I know widows who have remarried and are happy. I almost took her head off. I was appalled. I wasn't at all hopeful life could go on. It sure went on for you, Vanny said. Boy, howdy. I came here absolutely determined to live out my days lonely and miserable. But that damn Jack, he ambushed me. I think I fell in love with him the minute I met him, but I fought it, as though I might somehow be unfaithful to my husband's memory by moving on, which was absurd. I had the kind of husband who would have wanted me to have love in my life. And I bet you did too. You don't send a man off to war without talking a few things through. My parents taught me that. One of the first ways Tom and I figured out the general was headed for a possible deployment was when the paperwork came out. Wills, trusts, etc. Not just in case something happened to him, but what if he was away in some jungle or desert war zone and something happened to Mom? She smiled a bit wistfully. Matt didn't dwell on the worst-case scenario, but he was quick and to the point. He said I wasn't the type to wallow, and he'd be disappointed in me if I did. He had a few requests: where he wanted to be buried, what to do with his favorite personal items, to make sure his parents got regular visits, especially if we had children. And if a good man showed his face, I was not to hesitate. She took a breath. My requests of him were almost identical. She straightened. If I'm lucky enough to run into another man half as wonderful as Matt, I should be ready. Absolutely. It's not at all impossible, even in little old Virgin River. Let's get you something reliable while you're considering all this. You want a pill you can take while breastfeeding? Can I hook you up with a diaphragm or IUD? Have you given the options any thought? Vanny smiled gratefully. Of course, she'd thought about it. Yes, IUD, please. Let's go over the models, Mel said. Then she smiled. By the way, you're all cleared for intercourse. Should you find... Vanny laughed. Thanks, she said. You have good judgment. Make sure there's a condom involved. We don't want the transmission of any... I have good judgment, Vanny repeated. And extremely good taste. There was a man on Vanessa's mind. He was the reason she'd found herself imploring Matt for help and blessings. Matt's best friend. Her best friend. Paul. He spent months in Virgin River, supporting and comforting her, spending Christmas away from his parents, brothers, and their families. They spent a lot of time talking about Matt, crying about Matt, lost in hours of sentimental remembering. Without Paul's strength, she'd never have gotten through the worst of it. He was her rock. Her relationship with Paul went back much further, of course. It wasn't as though they became friends because of Matt's death. In fact, that night long ago when she met Matt, it had been Paul across the room who'd first caught her eye. He was so tall, his legs so long, and hands so big, it was hard for him not to stand out in a crowd. There was that willful sandy hair that had to be kept short because it would defy any kind of styling. Not that Paul was the kind of man to fuss with his hair. It was obvious even from a distance that he stuck to basics. It was his masculinity, she noticed. He looked like a lumberjack who'd cleaned up to go into town. He had an engaging smile. One tooth in front was just a little crooked, and he had a dimple on the left cheek. Heavy brown brows, deep chocolate eyes. Details she discovered a bit later, of course. She hadn't even noticed Matt. But it was Matt who put the rush on her, swept her off her feet, made her laugh, made her blush. While Paul hung back, shy and silent, Matt charmed her to her very bones. And shortly after the charm, he made her desire him madly, love him deeply. He was hardly a consolation prize. He was one of the best men in the world. And a devoted husband, so in love with her. She loved Paul before Matt's death, grew to love him more deeply afterward. When little Maddie was born, she said to Paul, "I will never love anyone but Matt." But as the weeks passed, she realized that she didn't have to stop loving Matt any more than Paul should. Matt would be with them both forever. And it was like the natural order of things that Paul should step in now. But there was no indication from him that he felt anything more than a special friendship. She had no doubt that Paul loved her, loved little Matt, but it didn't appear to be the kind of love that could warm her on cold nights. She'd called him several times since he'd returned to Grants Pass. Polite and entertaining conversations about the baby, the town, and his friends here, about her dad and brother, even sometimes about Matt. "The baby's gained 1.5 pounds already," she told him. "He's already changed so much." "Who does he look like?" Paul asked. "Is his hair still dark, or does he have a patch of fire on his head like his mom?" "Still just a little Matt," she said. "I want you to see him. Hold him. Hold me." "I'll have to try to get down there." He hadn't visited yet, and he never betrayed any longing. Not a whiff of desire came through those phone lines. She felt like a fool for even wanting him, but there was no denying it. She missed him so much. And not the way a young widow misses having a man in her life. The way a woman longs for a man who stirs her, moves her. When Mel walked Vanni out to the clinic's waiting room, Vanni spied her younger brother's girlfriend waiting there. "Brenda," Vanni said, going to her, giving her a hug. "I guess if there are only appointments on Wednesdays, there's a good chance you'll run into all your friends here," she said with a laugh. "I guess," Brenda shrugged, blushing a little. "I have to rescue my dad before he runs into a messy diaper. He's got the baby at Jack's. I'll see you later. Probably tonight at dinner?" "Sure," Brenda said. "Later." Vanni blew out the door, and Brenda sank into her chair. The waiting room had been the old house's front room and was decorated exactly so. Heavy cream-colored velvet draperies covered the front windows. They were pulled back with sashes and always remained open. An ancient sofa and settee, upholstered in burgundy velvet, were flanked by 2 wing chairs with curved wooden legs. The fabric on the chairs was yellow brocade that had long ago lost its luster. A few Giselle chairs with cane seats were spotted around the room, which itself was rarely full. There was only Mel and Doc Mullins to see patients, so unless someone wandered in, the appointments were spaced comfortably apart. Brenda had an elbow on her knee, and her forehead rested in her hand. "Whew," she said weakly. "Of course I'd have to run into Vanessa. Crap." Mel grabbed Brenda's chart. She just chuckled and went to her, pulling her to her feet. "Don't worry about that. Come on, let's check you out." "But it's Tommy's sister. What if she asks me why I was here?" Brenda, that's not going to be a problem." Mel pulled her along to the exam room. While Brenda stood by the door, Mel stripped off the disposable paper from the exam table and refreshed it. Then she handed Brenda a gown. Mel flipped open the chart and said, "So, you're here about concern over heavy periods." "Yeah, but—" "I know," Mel said. "Except they're fine." "Fine," Brenda said shyly. "I need birth control pills." She looked down, and Mel just lifted her chin with one finger. "Sure, I know," Mel said. "But if Vanessa ever asks you why you were here, you just say you were concerned about your periods, and I checked you, told you everything was just fine. How's that?" "Really? I don't talk about patients' business," Mel said. "Put on the gown. We'll have a checkup. We'll talk about why you're really here. And Brenda, everything is going to be fine." "My mom doesn't know I'm doing this," she said. "She thinks it's my periods." "Okay," Mel said. But she knew Sue Carpenter was pretty sharp. Chances were good she knew exactly what was going on. After all, Tommy and Brenda had been steady since the start of school, and there was no question they were real serious. "I'll be back in 5, Mel said, leaving the room. Few 17-year-old girls felt comfortable discussing birth control with even the closest of mothers. When Mel returned and Brenda was gowned and ready, she said, "I'll need to update your PAP, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do a check on you for STDs to be sure there's nothing we should treat. Should we talk about emergency birth control?" "Huh? Have you recently had unprotected intercourse?" "No," she said. "Thing is, Tommy won't come near me without my own birth control. Even though he has, condoms," Mel supplied. "Yeah. He says that's not good enough." "Well, God bless him," Mel said. This darling girl, a gifted student who would very likely get lots of offers for full-ride scholarships, had been the victim of a sexual assault less than a year ago, before Tom had moved here. She'd gone to a beer party in the woods with a bunch of teenagers, intending to have one sneaky beer, and 3 months later, discovered she was pregnant without having the first idea how that could have happened. If that wasn't bad enough, Brenda had had a raging case of chlamydia, which may have contributed to a spontaneous miscarriage. Mel performed her examination, did some tests, gave her a 3-month supply of contraceptives and a prescription, and said, "I want to commend you for taking care of your health, Brenda. I know it can be scary to ask for this kind of help when you're young, but you're wise to take precautions. What if my mom asks you about this? She probably won't, but if she does, I'll tell her that you're doing just fine." "You think that'll do it?" "Oh, honey, I've gotten very, very good at not telling things. Ask Jack," she added with a laugh. "You can start taking these right now, but they won't be effective for 2 weeks. Try to remember to take them at the same time every day, like right before bed or as soon as you get up in the morning. That will increase the reliability." "He's going away, Brenda said a little emotionally. "Right after graduation, he goes into basic, then West Point." Mel put a hand against the girl's soft, pretty hair. "First of all, you wouldn't want any other kind of boyfriend. He's an overachiever and will be a huge success. Cream of the crop. Second, Just because you have pills doesn't mean you have to do anything that you're not ready for. With me?" She nodded. "He'll be back for leave and vacations. There will be lots of letters between you, wonderful letters." She nodded again, but said, "Emails. Just as good." "These pills are for your health and safety, Brenda. You don't have to send him off with something to remember. Don't be pressured." "Oh, I'm not. I understand what you're saying," she said softly. "Tom would never pressure me. Besides, I love him." Mel smiled. "How nice for you. He's a very special young man, and you, my dear, are a very special young woman. You're completely in charge of your body. Always remember that." Nikki Jorgensen pulled up in front of the Booth Ranch and gave the horn a toot before getting out. When she let herself into the house, Vanni was sitting on the floor beside the baby. Little Matt was lying on a small baby quilt with toys he was entirely too young to enjoy spread around him. "Hurry up," Vanni said. "He's smiling." Nikki threw her purse in a chair and knelt on the floor opposite Vanni. They were so unalike, Vanni being a statuesque redhead and Nikki small and dark, her black hair falling down her back almost to her waist in a straight silky sheath. Vanni was bold. Nikki was quiet and hated confrontation. Nikki liked to say that while she was studying the latest hairstyles in high school, Vanni, the military brat, was learning to pack a house in 6 hours and navigate customs in foreign countries. They spent a few minutes making faces at the baby until Vanni finally said, "I can't wait to tell Paul he's smiling for real." And that alone plunged them into silence. "Have you heard from Paul?" Nikki finally asked in a gentle voice. Vanni shook her head, looking away. "Well, I call him a couple of times every week, but he's only called here once." "Oh, Vanni," Nikki said, sympathetic. "Never mind. He's probably relieved he doesn't have any obligation to the widow Rutledge anymore." "I'm sure that's not it," Nikki said, giving Vanni's thick red mane a stroke. "A couple of months ago, it never occurred to me I'd have feelings for him. I mean, these kind of feelings. I thought of him as my ballast, my rock. And then slowly, he started to mean more to me than that. Since he left, I miss him so much. And not just because he was a supportive friend. Who more likely for you to be attracted to than someone who misses Matt as much as you do? Who loves little Maddie as much as Matt would himself? Besides, it's not like you just met him. He's been around since the day you met Matt. You know him better than anyone. You certainly don't have to wonder what kind of man he is. I'm just afraid. I'm not sure I'm ready to really let go of Matt." Nikki laughed. "Vanni, you don't have to let go of Matt any more than Paul does. He'll be part of you and Paul forever." Vanni gave her a thankful smile, lifting a tawny brow. "That's what I've been thinking lately. It's not like it has to be a choice, does it?" "No way, babe." "So, how are things with you and Craig?" Nikki's smile vanished. "The same. Not good. I gave him an ultimatum. Commitment, or we're over. He just keeps saying he needs time. But how much time? It's been 5 years. He knows I want a family and my clock isn't standing still." Vanni shook her head, doubtful. "He'll never give you up," Vanni said. But truthfully, she feared Nikki would never leave him, even if he didn't give her a tenth of what she needed. Nikki lifted her chin. "Oh, yeah? You a betting woman?" "Nikki, do you mean it this time? Really?" Nikki touched the baby's foot. "I'm not going through life without at least a shot at this," she said. "I'm selfish. I want it all. and things have been non-negotiable with Craig on all of it. Paul had been back in Grants Pass for just over 6 weeks. He'd had that evening with Terry and had promised her he'd be in touch. When she came to him at work and asked if he could sneak away for a conversation, he figured it was about the fact that he hadn't called as he'd promised. But no. He folded his long legs up into her little Toyota parked in front of his office and said, "What's up?" Through some nervous tears, she explained that she was pregnant and hadn't been with anyone but him. "Pregnant?" he repeated, stunned. "Pregnant?" "Yeah," she said. "It happened that night after you got back to town. You remember. It was a pretty intense night. You can't have forgotten." "How in the world did that happen? You said you were on the pill. I wore a condom." "I don't know," she said, sniffing. "It's probably my fault. I'm sorry." "Your fault?" he asked. "How?" "I haven't had a boyfriend in so long. I got a little sloppy with the pills, missing them sometimes. Your call, it came as a surprise. I hadn't heard from you in such a long time, and I couldn't pass up seeing you. But you had the condom, and I was sure we'd be okay. I don't know what went wrong. It must have been me missing pills. You having a faulty condom. I can't think of any other explanation." "Oh, man," he said. He took a deep breath. "Okay," he said, getting a grip on his panic. "Okay, tell me what you need," he said, taking her hand and holding it in both of his. "Any possibility marriage might come to mind?" He didn't even have to think about it. There was someone else. There'd been someone else for a long, long time. "God, Terry, we can't get married. What did you call us? Friends with benefits? We're consenting adults who like and respect each other, and that's a lot, but at the same time, not enough. You're important to me, but we don't have the kind of relationship that would get us married, keep us married." "That's a little beside the point right now," she said. "We don't really know each other." "Not really." "We know each other well enough that I'm pregnant." "I take this to mean you've decided you want to have the baby." "I'm almost 30, she said, bristling. "I'm not getting rid of it." Okay, good, Paul said, relieved in spite of common sense telling him this could be taken care of. It could disappear. He did not want to be in this position, but he didn't want this baby erased either. "I can help financially. I can do my best to support you emotionally. I swear I'll stand by you. But Terry, anything more than that would be a mistake for both of us." "Why?" she asked, tears springing to her eyes. He put an arm around her and held her against his shoulder as much as he could, given the tight space in the car. "Lots of reasons. Starting with, before anything happened between us, we had a conversation about us. Neither of us was looking for anything serious. We've been together, 3 times in a year? 4? God, I'm sorry, Terry. But the night this happened, that's the closest we've ever been. And that happened because I was messed up and you were sweet enough to give me an ear. Honey, we're just not in love." "How do you know I'm not?" she asked. "We've spoken once in the last 6 months. If you had those kind of feelings, I never suspected." He tightened his arm around her. "Terry, you're so special and wonderful. But here we are, 2 people who can go 6 months without talking, without seeing each other." He shook his head. "I knew that night was a mistake. I went too deep into my feelings and you got too attached. But it's just not the real thing. It was my crisis, your compassion, that got us where we are today. Marrying you now would only get in the way of you finding what you really need. And believe me, you don't need me." "What am I gonna do?" Selfishly, he thought, what am I going to do? Whatever you want to do. I'll help in every way I can. I'm sorry, but you deserve a husband who loves you as much as you love him. But I'm having your baby, she said, desperately. I'll do whatever I can, Terry. Except marriage. It wouldn't last. It could make us enemies, and we have to do better than that. Would I be such a terrible choice for a wife? She asked, pitifully. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Terry. Nothing. The problem was with him. He found Terry attractive, desirable, funny, and sweet, which was how he'd ended up with her at the time Vanni was married to his best friend. He'd have given anything to fall in love. When he thought of Vanni, his blood pressure shot up and his heart pounded. When he thought of Terry, a smile came to his lips because she was so cute, because she made him laugh, and because she was just plain good people. When he thought of Vanni, he was filled with fear and lust and ridiculous hope. He liked Terry. He was totally crazy for Vanni and had been for years. He didn't know why. He suspected an evil curse made him want something he could never have. It wasn't fair to Terry. It wasn't right, nor was it the easy way. But it was what it was. His testosterone kicked up when he was with Terry because she was seductive, pretty, available. And he was alone. He was just a man. Sometimes it was nice to have a woman in his life. Calling Terry after Matt's death when the only woman in the world he wanted to be with was Vanni had been a critical mistake. But he'd been so desperate for understanding, for friendship. I think you'll make someone a wonderful wife when you find the right man, he said. I'm not the guy, but I'll do whatever I have to be a part of this, Terry. I won't run. I won't hide. And God, Terry, I'm sorry. I sure didn't mean for this to happen. Joe Benson had been designing houses for Haggerty Construction for about 10 years, and he was a little worried about his friend Paul. He'd seen Paul on a couple of job sites, and they talked about getting together for a beer. But Paul had been evasive, distracted, morose, and probably depressed. Small wonder. Paul had been through a lot with Matt's death. Joe suspected a pressure cooker. So he did what a good friend does. He pushed. It was time for Paul to let it out, so he could move on. Joe went to a small, dark, quiet bar and waited for Paul to meet him. Joe had picked the place, somewhere a man could talk privately about the stuff that was eating his gut. He looked at his watch several times, wondering if Paul would be a no-show. Joe had a beer and was thinking about either trying the cell phone or just leaving when Paul finally lumbered in, head down, looking like he'd looked for too long now. The man was hurting all over. Beer, he said to the bartender before he even said hello. Heineken. So, Joe said, picking up his almost empty beer. You're in lousy shape. Paul was quiet for a moment, waiting for his beer. When it came, he took a long drink before he said, Lousy. Listen, I thought maybe if we had a beer together, talked about it. Believe me, you don't want to talk about this, Joe. Business okay? Joe asked, nibbling around the edges of this situation. Paul's family business was a good little company that did quality construction. While Matt might have been Paul's best friend since they were kids, Joe had been closest to him since Desert Storm when they joined the same Marine Reserve unit. They'd worked together since then and had gone back to Iraq together. Business is fine, Paul said. That's not the problem. Joe clamped a strong hand on Paul's shoulder. You're not yourself lately, bud. You're having trouble moving on after Matt. He wouldn't want this, you know. I know. Maybe it's more than Matt, Joe said. I get the feeling something's really eating you. Yeah? He asked with a somber laugh. Jesus, you're psychic. He took another long drink of his beer. Any chance you could just go ahead and get it out where we can look at it? Because if you're gonna drink that fast, you'll leave me in your dust pretty quick." Paul shook his head. "I fucked things up pretty bad, Joe. I got myself in a mess I'm not gonna get out of." Joe stared at him a long moment. Then he banged his glass on the bar, and when the bartender came over, he said, "Give me another one of these, huh?" While he was waiting for a new brew, he turned to Paul and asked, "You have any idea how confusing you are right now?" "Yeah, you should find more stable people to drink with." "Well, until I do." It was a moment before Paul finally said, "I got someone pregnant." "No," Joe said, stunned. "No, you're too smart for that." Paul laughed. "I guess I'm not. Maybe I should sue Trojan, huh?" "Ah, Jesus," Joe said. "Oh, God. Someone special, I hope." "Nice girl," Paul said with a shrug. "But it wasn't... Oh, man. It was... We aren't... Oh, shit. It was just one of those things, you know? I've known her about a year, but I've only been out with her a few times. We really didn't have anything going on except..." "Ah, Jesus," Joe said again. Paul turned toward Joe. "Well, I was in Virgin River last fall. I didn't talk to her once during that time. That's how casual. I came back here all the time to check on the company, my dad and brothers, but I never even called her. And she didn't call me. But I came home with my gut in a knot after everything that had happened in Virgin River, and I called her. On instinct, probably. And guess what happened?" "Ah, damn," Joe said. "What are you gonna do?" "What are my choices?" Paul asked, hanging his head. "I'll take care of her, of my kid. What else do you do?" He shook his head sadly. "I want it," he said. "I know, it's stupid. I should probably try something, like buying her off or something. Get her to make it go away. But if I have a kid coming, I want a part of that. I'm nuts, right?" Joe smiled patiently. "I don't know. Maybe you're not nuts about that, but what about the mother? Is she someone you're going to be able to work with on that?" "No telling," he said. "She wants to get married." "I can't do that. I'm only planning to do this marrying thing once, and then it's going to be to a girl I love so much I can't stop myself. If I married this woman, it would really fuck her up. Worse than she already is. I can't fake it. Not something like this. I'd be the worst husband. You don't marry someone that fast." "It's a big, permanent step," Joe said. "Only you know if you can make something like that work. If you can't, you do the next best thing," Joe said. "Man up. Take care of her." "It's just that I slept with her when I loved someone else. Why the hell did I do that? What kind of sorry bastard does that? What was I thinking?" At this point in the conversation, Joe was completely lost. Paul loved someone? It wasn't as though men got together and talked about women they had crushes on. They just didn't. They rarely said how they felt, period. He'd known Paul a long time, and there'd been very few women. He was the quiet one. He kept back. Even when they were abroad together, at war, with a lot of tension to unload, Paul never hustled the women. The bartender delivered Paul another beer, from which he took a deep drink. "Love someone else?" Joe repeated. "I'm such a screw-up." "You love someone? It's wrong. That's all. I had no business." "Paul, you love someone." "Yeah. I was a real horseshit best friend for years. Vanni, I just couldn't help it. I didn't want it to be that way, but..." Joe drank a big gulp. He was prepared to help Paul through just about anything, but he never saw this coming. And why hadn't he? Probably because he'd have done for Paul what Paul did for Matt. Stay with the widow through everything. Whoa, he finally said. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, Paul echoed. Vanni? Paul nodded grimly. You want to try to imagine how guilty I feel about that? I tried like hell to talk myself out of it. Sometimes I got damn close. I stayed away from them, you know? Because I could talk to Matt just fine, but if I saw Vanni, my heart wanted to explode. Oh, God. He put his head in his hand. And now I've got someone else pregnant. Think I could have messed things up any worse? Joe shook his head, but he was thinking, yeah, you could have been the dead guy. You sure this baby is yours? Joe asked. Maybe it's not yours. I thought about that, he said. Then I decided that was probably wishful thinking on my part. She said there hadn't been a guy in a long time, which is why she got lazy on the pills. And what did I have? Some poor old condom in the wallet that thought it was never going to get out of that package. I probably wore a damn hole in it just getting in and out of the truck. Nah, it's mine. But you're going to find out for sure before you set up the college fund, right? Yeah, sure. Right now, though, I don't want to push on her too hard. She's a wreck, a crying, miserable wreck. If she gets the idea I'm not going to step up, who knows what she might do. I don't want her to get an abortion just out of fear that I won't be responsible. I'm just going with the assumption it's mine, since it most likely is. We'll sort out the details later. What are you going to do about Vanni? Hell, what can I do? Vanni's in a lot of pain right now. You think I could help that pain go away by telling her I've loved her since the first second I saw her, but I went ahead and got some other woman I barely know knocked up? Joe smiled in spite of himself. We might have to work on your delivery a little bit there, bud. Paul, keep your head here. It's not like you cheated on Vanni, huh? Why do I feel like I did? You've got your feelings all mixed up in guilt and regret, that's all. You have to let yourself off the hook about Matt, for one thing. The way you feel about Vanni, it never messed with their marriage or your friendship. He slowly turned his eyes toward Joe. Even though I don't stand a chance with Vanni, I have to come clean about how I feel. It's still too soon after Matt. You gotta believe me, I never wanted anything bad to happen to Matt. Joe gripped Paul's biceps. Of course you didn't. But this business with Vanni, you owe it to yourself to know where you stand before you borrow all this trouble. Yeah, he said, hanging his head. I'm sure she'll just try to let me down as easy as she can. Then again, you never know, Joe said with a shrug. Maybe it'll go your way for once. In which case, right after she says, I love you too, you're gonna have to say, I'm gonna be a father pretty soon. Whew! Joe gave a short, unhappy laugh. That's gonna bite. I think, my friend, your ass is grass. Either way. Paul leveled his gaze at Joe. Then he said, We're gonna need a lot more beer. Chapter 2. Mike Valenzuela was the Virgin River Town Constable, and, as such, he spent a great deal of time driving the back mountain roads surrounding the town, taking in the lay of the land. It was important to know the people, the structures, the vehicles. There was no better way to identify something unusual. He got out of his Jeep and walked among trees and shrubs for a while, staying mostly out of sight. He came upon a half-buried semi-trailer and metal storage unit that he'd seen before and had been keeping an eye on. There was a generator between the buildings, and the trailer and camouflage netting stretched over the tops, strung between the trees, which identified it as a cannabis operation. But he'd never seen any activity around it. Mike kept his distance. They were sometimes booby-trapped. This time he happened to see a vehicle departing, and he recognized it. A Ford truck, dark-tinted windows. The driver was known around these parts as an illegal grower. This guy had been seen around here a few times in the past couple of years. The bills in his pocket were large and carried the stink of freshly cut marijuana. When Mel had barely arrived in Virgin River, he had hijacked her out to a trailer to an illegal grow like this one to deliver a woman in childbirth, in trouble. Not so long after, Jack's cook, preacher's wife, Paige, had been abducted by her abusive ex-husband, and this guy had stepped in, whopped him over the head, and facilitated Paige's rescue. But most significant? Mike had seen him just a few months ago meeting a sheriff's department detective in an isolated location. It had been a sheer accident that Mike had seen them, but the two men had probably handpicked the place. Virgin River had a reputation as dope-free. There weren't any illegal growers nearby that Mike or anyone else knew about. It was a good place for a secret meeting. Mike decided to check out the trailer. The guy had a relationship of some kind with a cop, and Mike wanted to see what he had going on in there. From 20 feet away, he could see that the padlock on the semi's door was left unhitched. Sloppy was his very first thought. He stepped slowly, carefully, listening for a click, a tripwire. One rule of thumb: growers want to protect their crop from other growers, but really do not want to hurt or kill anyone from law enforcement, not even lowly, non-officially recognized town constables like Mike. It brings a barrage of cops down on the area, busting up everything that might have otherwise been missed or ignored. But Mike saw nothing. No tripwires. So he slipped off the padlock and slowly opened the door. The place was almost empty. There were a few medium-sized plants right inside the door, so few he could grow that number legally with a prescription and permit. But all the equipment was there for a large grow: pots, irrigation tubing, lights, fertilizer. The guy obviously bought what a grower would need for a large operation, but there was no real crop. So he looked like a grower, but he wasn't growing. Jesus, Mike thought. The guy was a narc. He was either undercover police or a confidential informant. He'd set up something to look like an illegal grow, but it was a ruse. There was only one reason to establish oneself as a grower when you weren't: to search for other growers. It took a long time to form even a nodding acquaintance with other growers, and even when they got friendly, they kept a safe distance unless they were doing business together, and they never showed each other their hidden grows. They spotted each other at the hardware store, the nursery, buying supplies, carrying around bags of chicken shit in the back of pickups, but they didn't have dinner parties with each other at their grow sites. The other reality was that local law enforcement couldn't keep up with the illegal crops. Their resources and manpower were limited. They let a lot of cases slide when they were too small to make an impact or to get a conviction. When a call came in about a hairdresser who was driving a Hummer and had a generator behind the house and a couple of windows blacked out, it was pretty obvious what she was doing. But the cops had bigger fish to fry. They were looking for over 1,000 plants to press for a conviction or 10,000 plants to drive it into a federal crime. Otherwise, it was a waste of their precious time. So, this guy, planting himself in the area, making himself known as an illegal grower, he must be looking for something. Mike slowly exited the trailer and, once outside, looked around cautiously. Then he looked at the padlock. It had obviously been an oversight on the part of his buddy, the guy in the truck. If he didn't think it would compromise his operation, he'd find him, tell him he understood what was going on, and to be more careful. Instead, he removed the lock and pocketed it. He'd think about all this for a while before taking any action. Paul sat in a small Italian restaurant in Grants Pass, staring into a cup of coffee, waiting. He looked up to see Terry enter the restaurant, and he frowned slightly. There was no reason not to be attracted to her. She was a beautiful, tender-hearted girl. She had a very attractive figure that would soon blossom with motherhood. When they connected eyes, he smiled and began to rise. Yes, she was a lovely girl, but she just didn't do to his blood pressure what Vanni did to him. The chemistry between them was nice, but it wasn't explosive. He held a chair out for her to sit down. "Everything all right, Paul?" she asked a bit nervously. "Sure," he said. "Fine. We haven't talked since last week. I apologize for that. I meant to get in touch sooner." "That's all right. What's up?" "I thought we should have a conversation. I think the shock and tears kept us from getting anything resolved the last time we saw each other." He reached across the table and gave her hand a pat. "I don't know how we could have avoided that." "Resolved?" she echoed. "You haven't really explained what you think I can do for you right now." "Well," she said, "I just found out myself, so I haven't given it much thought either. I mean, the best-case scenario didn't work out for me." He held his tongue, not willing to go there again. But he looked down uncomfortably. Even if things never worked out with Vanni, which was what he feared, he didn't have the kind of passion for Terry that was required to take on marriage. It would rob them both. Yet, he was going to end up committing most of a lifetime to her because of the child. "How about insurance benefits? Financial obligations?" "I have a good job, Paul. My benefits will see me through the pregnancy, though I haven't told my boss yet. I don't think that's the kind of help I'm going to need." "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Good," she said. "Excellent." A waiter came to their table, offered menus, took drink orders, disappeared again. "Go ahead," Paul said. "Take a look. See what you feel like for lunch." "I'm, not real hungry right now," she said. "Well, you have to eat, Terry. You're supporting more than one body. One of them's growing." And then he smiled kindly. "I know. I'm a little nervous, too. I think we're going to have to try to get past the jitters if we're going to make this work." "Sure," she said, looking into her menu. She lifted it up so he couldn't see her face, and he noticed a movement behind the menu that suggested she wiped her eyes before lowering it again. "I'll just have a salad," she said. And then the waiter was beside them with water and iced tea. "I'll have lasagna," Paul said, "and bread, and bring the lady a minestrone soup with her salad." When the waiter had gone, he said, "Don't worry, Terry. This will get easier." "I don't know about that." "Have you told your parents yet?" She looked down. "I told my mom. She and my dad are divorced, and I haven't had that much contact with him." She looked up shyly. "She'd like to meet you sometime." "Sure," he said, sitting back in his chair. "When we've had some time to sort things out a little, huh?" And she nodded. This woman was a far cry from the little pistol he'd met a year ago. She was subdued, self-conscious, and submissive today. He didn't know her well, but at the moment, it was as if he didn't know her at all. As much as he wished this wasn't happening, he couldn't help but see it was harder for her than him. She'd been so good to him. He hated that he'd hurt her. "Have you told your parents?" He laughed a little. "No," he said. "I think I might hold off on that a while." "Will they freak out?" He chuckled again. "Oh, I think it'll surprise them. In fact, maybe I should brush up on my CPR." "Ew," she said, a hand going to her tummy. Paul immediately reached for her other hand and held it supportively. "Terry, you don't have to worry that they'd be a problem for you. My parents are real decent people. Even if they were thoroughly disappointed in me, they'd treat you and your child with kindness. Respect." "Our child," she said softly after a moment of silence. He was quiet, not responding to that. He might get there eventually, but he wasn't there yet. He kept thinking of this as her baby or his baby, but not their baby. You've seen the doctor? Just once, to confirm what I already knew. I'm not very far along, you know. He knew exactly how far along, almost to the minute. And you're due November, the 20th. Are you happy with the doctor? She's nice, Terry shrugged. She was recommended. To Paul's great relief, the food arrived. He waited for Terry to take a couple of bites before he started on his. He found himself watching her to be sure she was eating. They sat in uncomfortable silence. After a few minutes, he pulled a card out of his shirt pocket, turned it over to be sure it was the right one, and slid it across the table. My home, work, and cell phone numbers, he said. I have your home phone, but I don't know where you work. Secretary, isn't it? She nodded. Legal secretary. I'm thinking about applying for a paralegal course. Hey, that's great, he said. Well, I was thinking about that before. He liked that she had goals for herself, something to look forward to, since he wasn't giving her much in that department. And she would improve her earning potential, he thought, because she was going to be a working mother. Or maybe she shouldn't have to work. His head started to spin. Listen, it's hard to make long-term plans when you have short-term complications. But if that's something you really want to do, don't give up on the idea. Not yet. Things always seem to work out the way they're supposed to. You'd be surprised. Right now, it's a little hard to figure things out. Things like that. What other things have you concerned? He asked. Well, I live in a one-bedroom upstairs apartment. It's a nice apartment. You've been there. Single women like the upstairs. It's safer. Fewer means of entry, for one thing. But single mothers probably have a hard time with things like that. Babies come with a lot of gear, you know? Stroller, diaper bag, car seat, swing, porta-crib, etc. He'd spent years watching his brothers tromp into their parents' house hauling all the baby stuff. The stairs to her apartment were steep. She should live in a house, he thought, in a safe neighborhood. He thought he felt a migraine coming on, the first one of his life. I don't have any savings, she said. I make a decent living, not a great one. My office has paid leave for 6 weeks and optional time off without pay up to 6 months. I already feel like 6 weeks isn't enough. Not for a new baby. And then, what about childcare? I haven't even felt this baby move, and I'm already worried about leaving him with some stranger. Or her. Him or her. Paul smiled kindly. Try not to worry about things like that yet, Terry. You're not going to have to make those decisions alone. Don't let it keep you up nights. I'll be pitching in. Pitching in? How? Well, financially and hopefully with childcare. Helping me pay for childcare? Is that it? And with actual childcare, he said, smiling. You thinking of sticking your mother with a baby? I'm pretty good with babies, he said. I was thinking of having my time with him, or her. Oh, she said. Thanks. That's nice of you. Nice of me, he thought shamefully. She was talking like she expected to go it alone if he wouldn't marry her, and that almost made his cheeks flame. He had at least as much responsibility here as she did. She might have been lazy about those pills, but he'd used a condom he'd been carrying around for months, rubbing it thinner every time he slid into a chair. I told you, you're not in this all alone. Can you think of anything I can do to help right now? To tell the truth, just having you show a little interest helps a lot. Moral support, you know? And then, for the first time since they sat down, she smiled. Ah, he said. There it is. I know you don't think you have that much to smile about right now, especially where I'm concerned. I'll do whatever I can. It'll help if you tell me what you need. Right now, I want my baby to have a father, a good father. I just need someone to care. I care about what's happening with you and the baby. I'm kind of clumsy with words, Terry. I might have been a little too shocked to give you the kind of comfort you needed when I first found out. I'm sorry about that. Here's how I feel. I think it would be a mistake for us to try to make a marriage out of a very nice friendship. But if I'm having a child, I'm committed to the child. For life. I'll do my part because I want to. You can rest easy about that. How will your parents feel about that? She asked. They'll feel the same way, he said. Terry, I'm 36. I'm past asking my parents for approval. What we're going to have to do here is find a way to work together. He swallowed. We have to put the needs of the child first. She sighed. God, she said, tears sparkling in her eyes. I never expected you to act like this. I thought you'd take off or deny it. But you're a good man, Paul. A real good man. If I was worth a damn, you wouldn't be unmarried and pregnant, he thought. I'm sure I'll fall short a lot, but I'm going to do my best. Thanks, she said. You have no idea how much that means to me. When their lunch was over, he walked her to her car and she hugged him. Just having you nearby, that's very reassuring, she said. I thought I'd never hear from you again. Sometimes this feels so lonely. Then she looked up at him and said, Although I might not have a husband, I feel like I have a partner. Thank you, Paul. Yeah. We'll work together on this. Make sure everything is covered. Her arms still around his waist, looking up at him with those large, sad eyes, she said, Maybe I could make you dinner this weekend. He was shaking his head before she even finished. We have to keep this in perspective, Terry. We're going to be parents together, I guess, but that relationship we had, such as it was, we're not going to have that relationship anymore. We can't. It'll only complicate a situation that's already complicated. Her face fell. She looked down. I see, she said. He put a finger under her chin, lifting her face so their eyes met. We're in this together, but we're not a couple. We never were. She took a breath. If I'm going to carry the baby, it would be nice if I also had some affection. He put a small kiss on her brow. You have that, as the mother of my child. You're absolutely sure nothing could grow between us? As we have this baby together? Terry, my intention is to be good to you and be a good father. But if there was something more between us, we both would have known before this, before now. I think what we can be is good friends, good parents. Let's shoot for that, huh? Sure, she said with a sad smile. Sure. That's something, I guess. I'm sorry, Terry. That's all I have. And until that night I called, I think that's all you had. Think about it. We never even had phone calls. We just weren't that connected. Let's move ahead. Let's see if we can make this work for the child. Then I guess it'll have to be enough, she said, pulling her arms from around him. For the first time, he thought, what if she takes this child away from me? What if she finds someone else, some guy willing to be that husband and father? And it puts me in the way. I have to know more about this kind of thing, he thought. I have to know what I can do about this. That's all I can ask. He gave her shoulders a brief, friendly squeeze. I'll be in touch. Vanessa had almost every piece of clothing she owned spread out across the bed. She was trying to pack for a trip to Grants Pass to visit Matt's parents, and she wanted to look her best. She had asked her mother-in-law, Carol, if she would please invite Paul to dinner. She hadn't seen him since the baby was born, and she'd so liked to get his attention. But when Vanessa looked in the mirror, she saw a waist that was still too thick, breasts too heavy for her tops, and thighs that felt like tree trunks. She couldn't get into any of her old clothes, and she'd be damned if she'd wear maternity clothes. The baby was almost 2 months old. Vanessa had always been sure of herself. Her mother had called her feisty, her father proclaimed her a handful, her best friends from the airline told her she was a fearless extrovert and counted on her to handle difficult situations with pilots or passengers. Matt had called her his fiery-haired vixen. Around Carol, however, she lacked confidence. Carol was chic, perfect, successful, and took self-assurance to the next level. Vanessa and Carol seemed to disagree on everything, and Carol managed to get her way at all times by wearing the most engaging smile. Carol Rutledge was possibly the only woman alive Vanessa had trouble standing up to. On top of that, Vanni felt she looked fat. Frustrated, she pulled on a pair of jeans with an elastic waistband and her riding boots. She found her father in the great room. "Hey, Dad. Matt's asleep and should be down for another hour or 2. Can you listen for him while I take a short ride? I won't be long."
"Take your time,"
he said, barely looking up from his book. "Thanks." At least she was finally cleared to ride again. The exercise in glorious spring weather was good for her spirits. When she got to the stable, she noticed the door to the tack room was ajar. She heard something, hopefully not a mouse. She pushed the door open a bit further and saw her younger brother Tom sitting on the bench, paging through a book. "What you doing?" she asked. He jumped in surprise, slammed the book shut, and hid it behind his back. His cheeks brightened, and he looked like he wanted to die. She walked into the room and reached behind him, grabbing onto the book. She withdrew The Joy of Sex. "Is this mine?" she asked. He shrugged. "This is mine," she said. "Come on, Vanni. Be a sport, huh? Where did you find this?" "Had to clean out the garage for Dad," he said. "But this must have been packed up in my stuff," she said. "You're not, using this to... What?" he asked, brows drawn together in confusion. Then he caught her meaning. She thought he was using the pictures to beat off. "No! Jesus, no!" "Well, then what?" He shrugged. "I was just a little curious, that's all." She flipped through the pages. It was an old book, but quite graphic. "You and Brenda aren't having enough joy?" He frowned. Sometimes he hated his sister, and this was one of them. "No, if you must know." "She suggests a little homework?" "Vanni, we haven't done it, all right?" Her head snapped up in surprise. She smiled wryly and lifted a brow. "Really?" she said, grinning. He hated her. "Really?" he said. "You're a virgin?" "Vanni, so help me." He was. He'd made it all the way to 18 with his virginity intact. Whew, she thought. Either he wasn't as motivated as most boys his age, or he was awfully well-mannered. She said. And then it hit her. She and Dad were going to Grants Pass with the baby for the weekend. Uh-oh. "Don't start," he warned her. "You have a date this weekend, Tommy?" she asked him. He put his head in his hands. "God, why couldn't I have had a big brother?" "I presume you're totally covered," she asked him. "I swear, if you say anything to anyone, especially..." "Are you?" she asked, a little hotly. He looked up at her, almost bored. "Ask yourself, does the general's boy have the facts about sexual responsibility? Does he have a drawer full of rubbers and all the birth control information available to the entire U.S. Army? Does the kid know anything about STDs? You want to give me a frickin' break here? Who is your father, huh? Yeah, okay, she said. Dad probably started talking to him about this stuff when he was 3. I'll give you that one. She flipped through the pages. She held the book open, turned it around toward him, and gave it back to him. Read this page. Memorize this page. I'm going for a short ride. She saddled up and took one of the horses out on the trail along the river, thinking about how long it had been since she'd even anticipated making love. Matt left almost a year ago and didn't come back. She envied Tom, and she was frankly very surprised he was still untouched. Well, if they were going to do it, she hoped her little brother would do a decent job of it. Vanessa's first time had been a waste of time. But hopefully, Brenda would fare better. The page she had shown Tom was all about the clitoris. Carol and Lance Rutledge had been down to Virgin River twice in the past few months. First, last December to bury their son on the General's land, an event that was understandably painful. If it wasn't bad enough that they'd lost their only son, they had nothing to say about where he'd be laid to rest, and Carol had been stiff and angry about the decision she felt Vanessa had made alone. The Rutledges came back right after the baby was born to see their first and what would be their only grandchild. Those visits had been tense until Carol softened toward the baby. Lance, however, was very like his son had been. Laid back, cuddly, humorous. Carol was cool, a well-decked and still sexy grandmother who said, "Oh," when the baby spit up on her blouse. Now that the baby was almost 2 months, Vanni and Walt were going to them for the first time. Vanessa had always hated these visits, even when Matt was alive. Lance Rutledge was so easy to get along with, so unflappable. And, as men will do, Matt and his dad had hung together during visits and either ignored or were oblivious to any discord between the women. Vanni wasn't the only one who had trouble getting along with Carol. She and Matt had laughed about how Carol blamed Paul for talking Matt into quitting college to join the Marine Corps. Paul had gone back to college and received his degree in engineering while Matt stayed with the Corps. The Rutledge home was very large for only 2 people, up on a hill with a long driveway. Lance was an endodontist, and Carol had been in real estate for many years and was a real mover and shaker in the business world of Grants Pass. They were certainly successful enough to retire, but they both enjoyed their work, social lives, and vacations. Carol Rutledge didn't look her age. She was fit and trim with thick auburn hair that she kept short, manicured nails, a drop-dead wardrobe, and, though this was supposed to be a secret, a woman who had benefited from a facelift that made her look more a youthful 50 than 60. Before pregnancy and childbirth, Vanni felt equal by comparison. But at the moment, breasts straining at her shirts, hips too wide and waistless, nails trimmed down short, she felt dowdy and insecure. When they arrived, Lance grabbed the baby immediately, thrilled to be nuzzling him, while Carol stood beside him, giving the baby a few pats. Vanni wandered into the house, so large and richly decorated. Eventually, she moved down the hall to peek into the room Matt had used as a teenager, looking at all the memorabilia. It was everywhere. Pictures, letters from high school teams, trophies, posters, airplane models. It hadn't been preserved, but restored, like a shrine. A small framed picture of the baby now rested on the bureau, as though Matt would be back directly. It almost made Vanni cry. That evening, as Lance turned steaks on the grill with Walt and the women keeping him company on the deck, Vanni learned that Carol had at least one surprise in store for her. "I've invited another guest to dinner tomorrow night, Vanessa," Carol told her. "A friend of ours, a young doctor I met through work. His name is Cameron, and he's just darling." Carol, you're not fixing me up, are you? Of course not. But I didn't think it was too soon for you to meet someone. If you two get along, maybe sometime in the future.
She's fixing you up,
Lance said.
That's what it sounds like,
Walt agreed. Oh, God, Vanni said miserably. Stop it, all of you. We've had Cameron to dinner before, and he's charming. I happen to like him. But Carol, Paul will be here too. I know, honey, she said brightly. I'm sure they'll hit it off. I know if Matt were with us, he'd like Cameron. How could she do that so well? Make Vanni feel guilty as though Matt would want her to meet this Cameron. Vanni's pants immediately began to feel more snug, her belly rounder, her breasts bulkier, and nails choppier. Not only would she look plump and awkward to Paul, but to two men. She tried to be ready for anything with Carol, but hadn't counted on something like this. A new widow with a baby just 2 months old and 2 bachelors at dinner, one of whom she'd been missing. Missing so much.
We should talk about what you're going to do next, Vanessa,
Carol said smoothly.
With just the smallest interest in real estate, I could take you into our firm. Your hours would be flexible for the baby.
The market is good right now, and it would set you up for a successful career. She beamed.
I could work alongside you until you get your sea legs.
Vanni wanted to die. She'd rather have an axe firmly planted in her skull than work with Carol every day. I'm afraid real estate doesn't appeal to me much.
You can't be thinking of flying again,
Carol said.
Really? I could help. At least give it a fair chance.
Thank you, she said. It's too soon for me to think about that now. I'll let you know.
Good girl,
Carol said, patting her knee and smiling.
Vanni was a long way from having Carol figured out. She seemed to be trying to be helpful, but
she plowed through every polite, no thank you, and did as she pleased. She'd made Vanni's wedding a nightmare with her interference. Vanni's mother had been deceased only a short time, and Carol had wanted to step in and help in that role. But she took over. Carol had not liked the colors of the bridesmaids' dresses. She preferred coral to pale green. She thought that by getting a consensus from the bridesmaids and paying for the ones she liked, the problem was solved. But Vanni had hated them. When she had appealed to Matt, he had said,
"What's wrong with orange, or whatever that is? They look nice and the girls like them."
"They clash with my hair," Vanni had tearfully argued. "There will be pictures."
"Look,"
said Matt, the peacekeeper.
"She doesn't have a daughter. Why not let her have her way about some small things?"
So Vanni let it go, and Carol changed the flowers from Vanni's favorites of calla lilies to white roses and baby's breath. She added 100 names to her guest list and presided over the parties and wedding reception as though it was her wedding, cracking the whip over caterers and florists like an Egyptian pharaoh.
"Try not to worry about little things," Matt had said.
"Really, she's only trying to help. She just wants everything to be beautiful for us." It left Vanni in the uncomfortable position of fighting it out with her future husband or future mother-in-law. As for Saturday night's dinner, Cameron arrived a good half hour before Paul for drinks. Vanni suspected Carol had told Cameron 6 and Paul 6:30, and because of that, Vanni didn't give Carol any credit at all for coming up with a perfectly nice man in her attempted setup. But the man who stood before Vanessa had absolutely no excuse for being 35 and single. He was so good-looking, he could make a woman pee her pants. He was 6 feet with dark hair, heavy, expressive brows, sexy dimples in his cheeks when he smiled, and teeth so white that they almost made you gasp when he grinned. And he grinned hugely when he met Vanessa. "You're a doctor, I'm told," Vanni said.
"Uh-huh. Pediatrician,"
he answered, and she thought, Carol has outdone herself.
What is sexier than that? Gorgeous, hot, and loves kids. And yet you don't have children? I couldn't work that in. But now that I can, all the good women seem to be taken. But hey, I still have time to father children, don't you think? Grin. Oh, yeah, she thought. He could probably father them like mad. Carol directed them to a pair of chairs in the living room. Soft, comfortable chairs that faced each other at angles, separated by a side table where they could sit and get to know each other. Walt and Lance resumed their positions on the deck after initial introductions, so the couple that was not being fixed up, could have this intimate little session to themselves. Carol delivered them drinks and then pleaded business in the kitchen, leaving them alone. So Vanni had what turned out to be a very pleasant conversation with Cameron Michaels. She would have taken him for a doctor at once. Though he was broad-shouldered and nicely muscled, he was dressed like an ad for GQ. But a children's doctor? He should have some spit-up on his shoulder or poop on his shoe to be convincing. He worked with a group of pediatricians in town and had just bought his first real house. Through Carol, of course. It was much too big for just him, but he couldn't resist it. And he didn't think it was too late to fill it with family, if the right woman came along. He asked about Virgin River and the baby, and was fascinated by her home birth with a midwife. She relented to herself that there was nothing about him not to like, when the doorbell rang and she began to rise. Carol flew out of the kitchen like a rocket, aimed at the door. "Stay put, I've got it. That will be Paul. Cameron, you're going to love Paul," she said on the fly. Vanni looked around. This pair of chairs was isolated from the rest of the room, a cozy little corner. There was no place for Paul to sit and join them. And again, she thought, I always underestimate my mother-in-law. She has everything worked out. She must plan to shuffle Paul out onto the deck with Walt and Lance right after introductions. But that's not what Vanni had in mind. She stood. "Excuse me," she said to Cameron. She walked toward the door just as Paul was coming in. The minute she saw him, she felt more alive. Paul was not as pretty as Cameron, nor even Matt for that matter. Paul had rougher good looks. He was probably 6'2", his arms so strong thanks to years of physical labor and home construction, thick, sandy-colored hair still cut short in that military fashion. He was tan, had big, gentle hands, a strong jaw, and when he saw her, his dark eyes sparkled. She nearly ran to him, hugging him close. He lifted her off the ground. "God," he said, "it's so good to see you." He put her on her feet. "Let me look at you. Aw, Vanni, you look fantastic. It's like you never had a baby." "You're such a liar," she laughed. "Can I see him?" "You bet," she said, grabbing his hand and dragging him right down the hall, leaving Carol standing at the door, her greeting ignored. Although little Matt was asleep, she picked him up and presented him to Paul. "Here you go," she whispered. Paul didn't hesitate. He took the baby into his arms, holding him close. "He's so big." Then he met Vanni's eyes. "He looks just like him, doesn't he?" "He does," she smiled. "I've compared their baby pictures, and it's just a little Matt all over again." Carol's head popped in the room. "Come on, you two," she said cheerily. "We have company." Then she quickly withdrew, clearly expecting them to follow as ordered. Paul questioned with his eyes, and Vanni sighed. "Carol's trying to fix me up," she whispered. "Really?" Paul said. "How do you feel about that?" "Not thrilled. But it's not the guy's fault, and he seems like a perfectly nice guy. Still..." "Just not ready?" he asked. "Not for him," she said, frowning. "Come on, we'd better be social or we'll be punished." "Paul," she said, touching his arm. I've missed you so much. Tommy misses you too. You have to come to Virgin River soon. Will you?"
"Sure," he said with a smile.
She took the baby from him and put him back in the crib. Then, pulling him by the hand, took him to the living room. When they got there, Cameron stood. Carol intercepted Paul, taking his hand out of Vanni's to pull him forward. "Cameron, this is Paul Haggerty. He was my son's best friend. He and Vanni are like brother and sister." The men shook hands, but there was obvious and instant reticence in the postures of both. Carol wasn't fooling either one of them. Vanni took it upon herself to drag a chair across the room so that Paul could join them, catching her mother-in-law's frown out of the corner of her eye. And when they were all called to dinner, Carol seated them according to her plan. She and Lance occupied the heads of the table. Paul sat beside Walt, Vanni beside Cameron. And that's how they remained. Another of Carol's talents was to grease the conversation, and she got people talking quickly so that there was no tension at her table. She might as well have had a notebook beside her with specific questions and topics for each person at her table, so that each one had his turn to talk. She did drop into the conversation several times that Paul was Matt's best man. Paul and Vanessa had been friends for years. Paul worked construction and, oh yes, Cameron was a doctor. One topic Carol couldn't control was Virgin River. And at her table were 3 people who loved it there and extolled all its virtues, from redwoods, mountains, valleys, and rivers, to the little bar and grill run by Jack and frequented by friends and neighbors, reuniting Marines, playing host to hunters and fishermen. After dessert and coffee, Paul was the first to leave, which Vanni thought must thrill Carol. But that was all right, because Vanni walked him outside. They hugged. "I don't think of you as a brother," she said. He laughed. "And I don't think of you as a sister." I wish she hadn't done that. "Carol does as she pleases. She always has. We understand that," Paul said. "I wanted to spend more time with you. How are you, really?" "I'm doing okay. And you?" "Really. How are you doing with missing him?" "I'll always miss him. I miss him as much as you do, Paul." "Yeah," he said, hanging his head for a moment. "Can't really help that, can we?" "But I don't cry about him so much anymore. Matt wouldn't want that, and he said so. He made me promise. Plus, Matty takes a lot of energy and gives me so much joy. I'm riding again, which is a wonderful diversion. Come down, Paul, for a weekend. Soon. Ride with me. Play with the baby." Carol stuck her head out the front door. "Vanessa, I think I hear the baby." Vanni took a breath. "Well, Carol, you can pick him up if he's crying, or you can tell my dad. He knows what to do." "Oh," Carol said. "Sure. But you'll be in soon?" "Soon," Vanni said, an irritated edge to her voice. The door softly closed and Paul chuckled. "God," Vanni said, rubbing her temples with her fingertips. "That woman, it's just Carol. No one takes her seriously." "To their peril," Vanni said. Then she looked up at Paul. "Please, come to Virgin River soon. We all miss you. Especially me." "Yeah, I should do that. So, what do you think of that guy? At least she found you a doctor." She laughed. She should get credit for that, huh? She shrugged. "He seems pretty nice. And it's not his fault he got fixed up with someone who isn't interested. You'll be ready one of these days." "I'm ready now," she wanted to say. He kissed her forehead. "I'll give you a call. We'll set something up. Get together soon." "Please," she said. very conscious of the fact that she had been the one calling him since the baby's birth. And then she watched him go. So, I may not think of him as a brother, but he still thinks of me as his best friend's wife. She feared that might never change. Tommy and Brenda had gone to a lot of trouble to arrange a whole night alone at the booth house while the General and Vanni were both away in Grants Pass. But all that pre-planning backfired. Brenda was edgy, maybe scared, not ready for it. Tom could tell after 15 minutes that this wasn't going the way he thought it would. The way she had said she wanted it to. So, he throttled back. "Relax," he said. "We'll just watch a movie. We don't have to do anything." "You'll be disappointed," Brenda said. "No, I won't," he lied. "I told you 100 times, we're not going all the way until you're ready. We'll just watch a movie, curl up. We'll sleep in our clothes. I'm not gonna push you." "I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me like this. I thought I'd made up my mind." "You don't have to apologize, Bren. Not to me. I like that you're giving it a lot of thought. I want you to be sure because afterward, you have to be happy about it, not all screwed up and guilty. There's no other way it can be, not for us. Since we're in for the night, should we pilfer a couple of the General's beers and put on a movie?" "Yeah," she laughed. "You pick the movie, I'll pick the beer." Of course, it had to be a chick flick, a real groaner at that. But what the hell? If it made Brenda happy, it made him happy. Halfway through the movie and the beer, the kissing started, and he thought, God bless chick flicks. They might be boring, but they sure did warm up the girls. They reclined on the sofa and pressed their bodies tightly against each other, kissing wildly, open-mouthed, tongues going nuts. He got hard, of course. By now she was used to that, and she liked it, grinding against him very nicely, getting some good feelings of her own. This sort of thing had been happening between them for a while now, and it was extremely satisfying. And while Tom didn't want her to do anything she'd regret, he definitely wanted to try out what he'd learned on page 97. Shoo, the magic button. He just wanted to touch the magic button one time, just for a second, just to see what happened. He lifted her shirt, unhooked her bra, and felt her soft breasts. She loved it when he did that. It caused her to moan and wiggle. She was getting so hot that he wondered, "Bren?" he said breathlessly. He put a hand over her crotch on the outside of her clothes. "Can I just touch you here? Just with my hand. Nothing else. Just my hand?" "Uh-huh," she said against his lips. "If you want to." He thought he might die, he was so excited. He opened the snap on her jeans and slipped his hand down and down, slowly and gently, over her flat tummy, over her soft mound, just a little further into a place that was dark, secret, hot, and damp, looking for a spot described on page 97 as the tripwire for the female orgasm. He felt a small, hard knot, and when he made contact, she gasped and pushed against his hand. The very second he made contact, it electrified her. "Tommy," she said in a weak whisper. "Yeah, baby," he whispered against her lips. "That feels nice, doesn't it?" "Oh," she moaned, moving back and forth, up and down. "God." Go for it, Brenda, he thought. Just go for it. He rubbed a little harder, reached a little further, making contact with her opening with one finger just as his other fingers stayed with the magic button. He gave it a great deal of personal attention, teasing her, softly touching, roughly rubbing, all according to the suggestions in the book. The whimpering sounds she made were almost as if she was crying, panting, squirming, writhing. And then, kabam! She froze, Her breath caught, and against his hand he felt the most amazing, clenching sensation. "Oh, God," he whispered. "Oh, my God." "Tom," she said in a breath, an exhausted, happy breath. She collapsed in his embrace. "How did you know to do that? That wonderful thing you just did?" He was not about to say his sister tipped him off. "Everyone knows," he lied. He wondered if half the male population was as dismally uninformed as he had been. "Come on," he said, getting off the couch. "We're going to get more comfortable and do that some more." "I'm not sure I can even stand up," she said, limp and satisfied. "Come on," he laughed, pulling her up. He took her to his room, the chick flick still playing in the background. They fell onto his bed, kissing. He pulled off his sweater and then hers, holding her close with her breasts against his chest, and thought, "I have waited forever to feel this." It didn't take him long to coax her out of her jeans, because she wanted his hand on her again. His pants coming off was another story. When he started to remove them, she said, "I'm not sure." "Let me know when you're sure, because I'm pretty much past sure." "Maybe you could just put it close. Touch me there a little bit. I mean, don't put it in yet, but touch it there a little bit. Let me get used to the idea." "I can do that," he said. But he was positive what she was asking for was beyond the realm of possibility. Whatever. It got him out of his pants, and he was desperate. They'd never gotten this far before, but she had always said she wanted the first time to be special, and if what she had out on the couch wasn't special, he just couldn't imagine how much more special it could get. He got a condom out of the drawer and ripped it out of the package. "Brenda, we're going to play it real safe, honey. We don't want to get too close and not be double safe, huh?" "Okay," she said, laying back, eyes closed, ready to be pleasured again. He laughed in spite of himself. "You like that, don't you?" "I like that." Sheathed and ready, feeling as if he didn't unload this gun, he'd be walking on 3 legs for the rest of his life, he lowered himself to touch her in the place where he might enter her if he ever got permission. And then he put his fingers on the magic button and went to work. This thing was like a miracle, he thought. Response was instant, faster than instant. She was moaning, writhing, panting, and he was dying, barely touching her, holding out, holding back. The strain was starting to make his head pound. He was in complete misery while she clearly neared ecstasy once again. Finally, he just lost his mind. "Let me," he begged. "God, Brenda, let me in." She tilted her pelvis up a little and he slid forward. He put a hand under her bum while he massaged with his fingers. "Okay," she said. "Okay." "You're sure?" "I'm sure," she said. He slid into her slowly and discovered it was everything he dreamed it would be. He was surrounded by this tight, hot, wonderful body, cinching down on him. But he wasn't crazy. He wasn't letting go of that miracle button. He worked it, and beneath him, she went crazy. It didn't take long before she rose against him, froze, gasped, and the spasms he had felt against his hand before were nothing compared to what he felt when she tightened around him while he was right there inside. She went off like a missile, and although she might have been totally unaware, so did he. It was the most amazing experience of his young male life. It shook him up so bad his whole body trembled. He pulsed until his brain was emptied. "Oh," she said. That was how much more special, he thought. And he croaked, "Good God." "Oh, Tom," she said, not unhappily. "We did it." "We did," he said, breathless. "That was... Holy cow, Tommy. That was awesome." Awesome, he agreed, almost faint. Let's do it again, she said. And that's when he learned that for women, all things are possible, and for men, time is required. There was recovery involved. Women apparently could just hop back on that bus while the men were left to deal with a flat tire. He committed that to memory. These gorgeous creatures needed no time to get ready again. You might have to give me a couple of minutes. How long? She asked impatiently. Oh, Brenda, we could always time it, she giggled. Did you know it was going to be that wonderful? If I had known, I don't think I could have waited as long as I did. I love you, she whispered. I love you too, he said, kissing her softly. And what he thought was, who knew? This girl who had been saving it, waiting for that special moment, so nervous about the whole thing, well, once she was a little stimulated, she was hot as a pistol. On fire. Completely and totally into it, giving and giving, trusting, wild and wonderful. And people said the first time wasn't that great for a girl. Huh. She snuggled closer to him and giggled. What's so funny? He asked. In the end, you begged. He sighed. I did. I begged. I'm sorry. I swore to you I'd never beg. I'm okay with it now, she laughed. I don't think you'll have to beg again. That's a relief. He kissed her again. I want to tell you something. He brushed her hair back from her face. When I go into the army, I'm planning to be faithful to you while I'm away. Until you tell me you want to be free of commitment or have somebody else or something. I'm going to be thinking that you're my girl. Aw, Tom, are you sure you want to do that? Baby, I'm totally sure. I was sure a long time ago. I didn't just say that to get into you, Brenda. I think you know I'm not the kind of guy who wants to screw around. This means something to me. I love you a lot. I want to be your girl, she said. I love being your girl. Maybe someday when we're older, when we finish school, maybe it'll be more than that. Maybe I'd like that, she smiled. I was gonna save this for a surprise, but what the heck? I've been applying for scholarships and university admissions. I'm applying mostly in New York. Near the academy? Uh-huh. I don't want to be away from you, Tom. Not any more than I have to. Brenda, he said, pulling her close. That's such good news. He slipped his hand down and put his fingers on her. Were you timing it? No. Why? I think enough time has passed. Good, she said. That's good. Oh, that's very, very good. The General, Vanni, and the baby returned home on Sunday night. Tom had washed all his linens, cleaned the house, taken care of the horses, and was doing homework when they arrived. Vanni appeared to be extremely tired and irritated, so he went straight to her and took Maddie out of her arms. Was it fun? He asked. Depends on your definition of fun, she said, walking down the hall to her bedroom. Tom followed her. What's up? I asked Carol if she'd invite Paul. I haven't seen him since the baby was born, and she said sure, but she also invited another guy. She was fixing me up. It was very uncomfortable. I didn't really get a chance to talk to Paul. What kind of guy? He asked, holding the baby against him. A nice guy. Under any other circumstances, I would have enjoyed meeting him. A doctor, a pediatrician from Grants Pass. Tom laughed. Well, I guess if you'd just fall for him, you could marry a guy who's really somebody. Move to Grants Pass, be close to Granny, and make her look good. A stricken look came over Vanni's face. God, that's it. She's trying to hook me up with a local guy to get us under her thumb again. But then she stopped for a minute, thinking. Why doesn't she try to hook me up with Paul? Paul is a construction worker. He was an enlisted Marine, Vanny. This new guy is a doctor. Besides, he shrugged, Paul wouldn't put up with Carol's shit. I know him. He wouldn't. Not for long, anyway. Carol had never approved of the fact that her son hadn't finished his degree and spent his career in the Fighting Marines. She was pretty snobby about things like money, credentials, prestige. She had always intimated that Vanny's decision to be a flight attendant, even though she had a degree, was copping out. She had always asked Vanny what she planned to do next. You know Carol, Tom laughed. The sooner she can get you fixed up to her satisfaction, the less she has to worry you'll fall for someone who makes his home in Florida. She always covers her bases. She's on top of everything. He put the baby in the crib. How'd he do on the trip? Great. He's a good little traveler. How's my man Paul? Good. I keep begging him to come back here, but he won't commit. Hey, how was your weekend? He ducked his head. Nice, he said. We watched a movie. You seem pretty relaxed, she said, smiling. I'm not telling you anything, he said. That's okay, buddy. But everything around here was all right while we were gone? Yeah. He left her bedroom. Then he stuck his head back into the doorway and said, Know what I said about wishing I'd had a big brother? I take it back. Then he disappeared. Chapter 3. Less than a week after visiting Grants Pass, Vanessa opened the front door of her father's house to find Cameron Michaels standing on the stoop. Well, hey, she said, surprised. Hey, he said, showing her that sexy dimpled grin. I decided to have a look at this little town, see what all the fuss is about. No kidding. You should have called. We could have made some plans together. Is it too late for that? Because all I was going to do is drive around the area. Maybe drop into that bar you and Paul were raving about. If you're not too busy, kind of far to come for just a look around. He shrugged. I have a couple of days off in a row, which I pay for by being on call all weekend. And I thought, what the heck? It's worth a shot. It was a very last-minute idea. She lifted one brow and folded her arms over her chest. You didn't have any trouble finding the house? He had the grace to laugh a little and avert his eyes, caught. Carol, he said. Look, you should understand something. I respect my mother-in-law, but she can be a little pushy, and he put a hand on her arm to stop her. Hey, Vanny, I asked her. And I didn't call on purpose. I didn't want to give you time to think of an excuse. I thought if I popped in unannounced, you might just cave in, spend a couple of hours with me. You can punish me for bad manners later. She smiled at him. I look forward to it. So, do you have a little time? He asked. It's not as though I'm busy, but I have a baby who still nurses a lot. He tilted his head and grinned. I'm pretty comfortable around babies. Yeah, you would be, huh? Well, come on in. He stepped inside and looked around. Wow, he said. What a great place. From the outside, it looks like just an ordinary house. My dad had the inside completely gutted and remodeled while he was serving his last tour in the Army. Last summer, he and my brother Tommy came out, and I joined them in the fall. She walked into the great room and found her boots sitting by the chair. She sat down to pull them on while Cameron went to the window and looked out at the stable, corral, and pasture. Do you ride? She asked. I did years ago. I haven't been on a horse since I was a teenager. Do you like horses? I have great respect for horses. The last time I was near one, he He stepped on my foot. Broke it. Yeah, they should beep when they back up. You have to be alert. She stood and smoothed her jeans. Maddie is due to wake up any second. I can feed him, change him, beg him to behave, and we could take a little run around Virgin River. How's that sound? Like just what I was hoping for. You're very presumptuous, you know, she said, but she smiled. He smiled right back, confident. You're very beautiful, you know. She felt her cheeks grow instantly warm. Help yourself to something to drink from the kitchen. I'll see about the baby. Take your time. Put him in a good mood. 45 minutes later, they were underway in Walt's big Tahoe. Cameron had come to Virgin River in a Porsche, and there was no room in it for a car seat. She drove him out Highway 299, through the redwoods, then out to sit at the Virgin River, where there were only a couple of anglers, it not being the best time of year for fishing. She explained the seasonal sports. Fly fishing in the summer, salmon in fall and winter was best. Bear and deer hunting season from September through October. Waterfowl hunting season October to January. Forest fire season from June through October. In summer, the hikers and campers were all over the place. While they were looking at the sights, she learned that Cameron hailed from Portland, went to undergrad and medical school at Stanford, and had parents, one brother and one sister in Portland, both married with kids. He did his residency in family medicine, then decided pediatrics was his first love. I've disappointed my parents in the area of grandchildren, but I don't think they should be so quick to write me off. Certainly not, she said. Mel, my midwife, and her husband Jack didn't marry until he was 40, and they're expecting their second now. Jack says each one makes him feel younger. Mel frowns at him when he says that. I think the babies are a little closer together than she likes. Medical school and residency is consuming. I was 30 by the time I was ready to go into practice, and that wasn't simple. I had big-time bills to pay off, and it wasn't easy to find an existing pediatric practice in Oregon that needed me. And it had to be Oregon, huh? She asked. At the time, I thought it had to be. I've become a lot more flexible since then. But you like your practice? Yeah, good docs. 1 woman and 2 men, outstanding physicians. Vanni continued the tour by driving him up into the foothills where sheep and cattle grazed, down through the valley where vineyards were just beginning to come to life, and finally, as the afternoon had aged, they ended up at Jack's. By the time they got there, Matt was fussing and demanding dinner. Before she could get to him, Cam had him out of the car seat and was jiggling him against his chest. Cameron had the diaper bag slung over his shoulder as well, taking charge. It was nice, having a man do that. Not just any man could. It would take someone special to be so confident with a baby. At that moment, Vanni realized she'd been feeling so alone, even with her dad's continual support. She missed her man. She would like to have a partner. She would like Maddie to have a dad. When they walked into Jack's, she was pleased to see the dinner crowd included her people, her friends. The first order of business was to introduce Cam to Jack. This is Cameron Michaels, Dr. Michaels, a friend of Matt's parents. And Cameron, this is Jack. Cameron deftly held the baby against his chest while he shook hands. Pleasure, he said. I've heard a lot about this place. I thought I'd drive down and look it over. Welcome, Jack said. What can I get you? How about a beer? You got it. Cameron, meet Paige, he said, just as Paige came from the back. She's married to the guy who really runs this place, our cook, preacher. Nice to meet you, he said. Looks like the stork is on the way. Pretty soon now, this summer, she said, smiling sweetly. Jack put a beer on the bar and Vanni said, Paige, can I impose on your hospitality for a few minutes? I should nurse Maddie. We've been out driving around all afternoon and he's hungry. Sure, you know the way. Vanni reached for Maddie and said, Jack, can you introduce Cameron to the crowd? I'll be back in a little while. She went into Preacher and Page's apartment behind the bar, settled herself into the soft leather chair, and nursed her baby. In spite of her determination to be strong about the events that shaped her days, she felt the sting of tears. This guy had driven all the way from Grants Pass on the chance he might see her. She'd had a lovely time with him. But where was Paul? She'd give anything to see him, but he didn't even call. Because, she reminded herself, I'm not a woman to him. I'm his best friend's wife. He loves me like a sister, whether he'll admit it or not. Hadn't it always been like that? Cameron was introduced to Preacher, who was very welcoming, if a little distracted by the dinner he was working on. With him in the kitchen was Christopher, who he introduced as his son, except the boy called him John. Then there was Mike Valenzuela and Jack's sister, Bree. Cameron sat down with them for a little while and learned that Mike was a former police detective and sergeant, and Bree a former prosecutor. He hadn't imagined he'd be meeting professionals with such sophisticated educations and experience in a little place like this. He was offered dinner of pork loin, garlic mashed potatoes, and green beans. But he chose to wait for Vanessa to finish with the baby. And while he waited, a beautiful young pregnant woman came in, followed by an old man carrying a young child. The woman leaned across the bar to kiss Jack, and then Jack took immediate charge of the child. Cameron was soon introduced to Doc Mullins and Mel Sheridan. A couple more tables were pushed together, and they joined the group, while Jack, with his son on his hip, fetched the high chair from the kitchen. Mel, I'm fascinated by your work. You deliver most of the town, I'm told, Cameron said. I don't know about that. I do for the women who don't have a lot of insurance, or for special cases like Vanni. She doesn't look it, but she's kind of granola natural. She wanted to give birth at her father's house, and she did a fantastic job. Textbook. In fact, we had a wonderful birthing party. A birthing party? Cameron asked. It kind of fell into place. When I was called out, Jack let it slip that she was in labor. So Preacher and Page packed up dinner from the kitchen and closed the bar. Mike and Bree came out in case any of the children needed tending. With the General and Tommy, Jack and Davy, and of course, Paul helping with the delivery, we were a full and happy house. It was great fun. Wasn't it a little melancholy? It being Vanni's late husband's child? That's the thing about babies, Cameron. They give you such hope, such joy. That's why I love this business. He laughed and said, You obviously take it personally. She rubbed her swollen middle. Not much longer. Jack promises we're going to take a break after this one, and I've promised that if he doesn't keep his word, I'm going to shoot him in his sleep. While Doc had his whiskey, Cameron grilled him with questions about small-town doctoring, asked Mel about some of her other cases, and quizzed Mike about local policing. He asked Bree what kind of law she was practicing and learned that while she'd been a prosecutor in Sacramento, she was now occupied with small cases that included divorces, property closures, water rights disputes, and such. The county DA used her as a consultant on some cases as well. He was completely fascinated, completely enchanted. Before long, Vanni joined them, Maddie full and content against her shoulder. Cameron reached for the baby across the table and said, Get yourself a beer. Lucky for you, it's good for nursing mothers. When Jack joined them, they were ready for dinner together. Cameron enjoyed this excursion far more than he expected to. He had hoped for an opportunity to be with Vanni on the excuse of checking out Virgin River, but it had happened that he was delighted by the town, the people, and the families that gathered at Jack's. Are you staying at the General's? Jack asked him. No, there's a motel in Fortuna that has plenty of room. You're welcome to stay with us, Vanessa said. Or I can give you another option, Jack offered. The cabin Mel and I just moved out of is empty and furnished, and right here in Virgin River. Clean sheets on the bed, towels in the bathroom, but no food in the fridge. If you want it, it's yours. I can even fix you up with food and drink to take with you. I'm tight with the cook. Are you sure? Cameron asked. Absolutely. Let me draw you a map. The door is never locked. Hey, that's fantastic of you. Since it's already kind of late, I really appreciate it. I'll write my number at home and at the bar on this map, he said, drawing on the back of a napkin. Give me a call any time. If my family isn't visiting and using the cabin, you're welcome to it. What can I pay you for it? Cameron asked. Don't be ridiculous. It's there for friends and family. He finished with the map and turned it around to Cameron. Any friend of Vanni's is a friend of ours. The night was still young when Mike and Bree said goodnight. Not long after, Jack fetched his son out of the high chair and swept his family away. Doc Mullins said goodbye. Cameron had enjoyed his dinner while holding Maddie against his chest. He had loved looking across the table at the beautiful and sexy Vanessa. Julia Roberts, that was what she was. Leggy, full-breasted, her hair a reddish hue shot through with blonde, her smile wild and spontaneous, her laugh loud and free. He didn't think he'd ever run into a woman like this in his life. What do you think? Time for you and the baby to go home? Yeah, she said, and she smiled as though she'd had a good time. Let's get going. If you're not too busy tomorrow, maybe you could introduce me to the horses before I head back to Grants Pass. Sure, she said. We should go for a ride. The bear are just coming out of hibernation with their cubs, and the deer have fawns now. I would love that. But is it dangerous? Any worry about the bear? Not for you, she said with a big laugh. I carry a rifle. I'll take care of you. Then she laughed some more. As they stepped out onto the porch of the bar, Cameron stopped and listened. He looked up at the sky. The magnificent, clear, black sky studded with a billion stars, and heard in the background the gentle strumming and picking of a Spanish guitar. He held the baby against him with one arm, put the other around Vanessa. Do you hear that? That's Mike. Miguel, actually. Isn't it beautiful? He leaned closer to her. I love this place. When Jack had settled Mel and Davy into bed, he crept into the kitchen and placed a long-distance call. Paul Haggerty answered, and Jack said, Hey, it's me. Hey, Jack, what's up? What's up is that doctor, Cameron what's-his-name, down here putting the moves on Vanessa. Paul, I'm not going to tell you twice. You better not let this happen. Jack, listen, she's not ready. You sure it's not you who's not ready? I was there when she met him, at Matt's parents' house. She told me. She's not ready. But the problem is, he's ready. Buddy, don't be stupid. Yeah, Paul said. Okay, thanks. When they hung up and Jack went back to Mel, crawling into bed and slipping his hands under the t-shirt to feel her belly, she said, You're doing it again, aren't you? He sighed. I thought you were asleep. You're getting in the middle of stuff. Mel, I wasn't going to tell you anything, but I'll tell you because you're so goddamn nosy. Paul loves her. I know. Well, then why are you all over me? He asked. Because this is for them to work out, not you. But Paul loves her, and this Cameron, he's nice. He's a good guy. He's slick. It's for them to work out. Well, what the hell do you expect me to do? Stay out of it. But what if stay out of it? You're such a mother hen. We owe Paul, Jack. If Paul isn't smart enough or aggressive enough or in love enough to handle this, maybe Vanni is better off with the pediatrician. How can you say that? Because I'm the wise one in this marriage, she said. And you're too emotional. Ah. Why did you give Cameron the cabin if you don't like seeing him with Vanni? She asked. Because he wouldn't be under the general's roof tonight. She laughed. Jack Sheridan, you are such a sneak. I never give you enough credit. The next morning, Cameron was invited to breakfast with Vanni and the General, then out for a ride. It was a weekday, and Tommy had school, so the General was needed to babysit. Vanni took him out alone, just the two of them. Vanni rode Tommy's horse, a gelding named Chico, who was pretty frisky, while she put Cameron on their gentlest mare, Plenty, short for Plenty of Trouble. There were 4 horses in the stable, all of them good riding mounts, with the General's stallion Liberty being the most difficult to manage. As promised, she had a rifle strapped to her saddle. You ride, shoot, have babies at home. I thought you grew up in the city. When you grow up with the General, you learn lots of interesting things. And my mom was a farm girl. When did you lose your mom? He asked. A few years ago. She was a real, amazing, strong, beautiful woman. She did so many things. Besides riding and hunting with my dad, she was also a licensed pilot and followed Dad all over the world. When both my brother and I were born, Dad was off in one conflict or another. For some of the most important times in our family, he was missing, and she never once complained or ragged on him. She admired him, respected the work he did. They were true partners. She was the strongest woman I've ever known. She took a breath. She was killed in a traffic accident in D.C. Such a waste. Such a loss. I'm sorry, Cameron said. You take after her, don't you? I hope I do. That would be the highest compliment you could give me. They rode along the river for a while, enjoying the crisp air, the spring foliage. Ponderosa, fir, and pine spattered with sequoia rose high above them, covering the foothills. You're doing pretty well, she observed. If this old girl doesn't make any fast moves, I can hang in there. The river trail opened up into a field, and Vanni stopped. Look, she whispered. On the other side of the field was a small herd of deer, 2 bucks, several doe, and their babies. It's not even the best time of day to see them. A gentle breeze caressed her. She removed her hat and lifted her hair off her neck to take advantage of the cooling. What's not to love about this place, huh? Fantastic, he agreed. Can we take a break? Get off and walk around? Sure, she said, dismounting. She led Chico toward the river edge, and he lowered his head to drink. Cameron did the same with Plenty. Vanni gazed off at the deer. She could feel Cameron move up behind her. The warmth of his body was right there, though he didn't touch her. Then one hand caressed her upper arm while the other pulled her hair away from her ear. This is the first time I've ever driven 200 miles to see a woman I've barely met, Vanessa, he whispered. Vanni bit on her lower lip. She'd been sleepless last night, thinking. She knew Cameron was interested in her, but that wasn't enough. Her mind was on Paul. She turned around. I'm very vulnerable, Cameron, she said by way of warning. I know. I'll treat you carefully. You're going to have to treat me patiently, she said. I'm not prepared to be any more than friends right now. He laughed and shook his head. I'd sure like to see where this could go. Friends, she said, or nothing at all. He cocked his head and smiled. Do friends kiss? Just to see if there's chemistry? She shook her head. They do not. Not yet. Yet is a much more encouraging response than nothing at all. I guess friends kiss when they've gotten to know each other, and there's trust. Do I have that right? She sighed deeply. If not for Paul, she might be attracted to Cameron. He was handsome, sexy, sweet. It's too soon. My mother-in-law jumped the gun, introducing us, and nah, it's not Carol's fault. I'm jumping the gun because, he shrugged, because you're beautiful and fun. So shoot me." She smiled at him. "I don't think your life is in danger for calling me beautiful and fun. That's very nice. But I'm not getting involved with you right now." "You said we'd be friends," he argued, and he reached out to stroke her hair. "Behave like a friend, Cameron, like a Boy Scout." He laughed at her. "You're asking way too much. I'll behave, but let's keep this in perspective. I'm a man. You're a damn sexy woman." "Do I have to worry you won't mind your manners?" she asked, lifting a brow. "Absolutely not," he promised. "You're in charge." "Then no touching until—" "No touching." He put his hands in his pockets. "Whatever you want, Vanessa. I'm just going to—" At that very moment, Plenty whinnied, backed away from the stream, and bolted. "Shoot," Vanni said. "That little troublemaker." She pushed Cameron away, grabbed the reins of the gelding, leaped into the saddle, and said, "I'll be back." She directed her horse after Plenty. "Don't go away," she yelled, laughing as if he could go anywhere, stranded as he was. She whipped at Chico's rear flank with the end of the rein. Vanni took off at a gallop and burst into a dead run, leaning low in the saddle and urging the horse with her heels, going after the mare. The deer lifted their heads and headed for the trees, while Plenty ran across the meadow, clearly enjoying her freedom. But Plenty was no match for Chico, who was the second fastest horse in their stable. On the other side of the meadow, Vanni caught up with her, leaned out of her saddle to grab a trailing rein, pulled back on the runaway, and slowed her down. She trotted back toward Cameron, delivering his horse, laughing in spite of herself. "I forgot to mention, she's a runner. She sneaks off." "That was no sneak. That was bold-faced." "Yeah," she laughed. "You gotta love a woman with nerve." Vanni had known for a long time that her best friend Nikki was in a troubled relationship and that it wasn't going to last. Cameron had barely departed, headed back for Grants Pass, when the phone rang and Nikki said, "It's over." "Oh, honey," Vanni commiserated. "Something major must have happened. Big fight?" Through her tears, Nikki said, "It started out as the usual fight. Me saying I needed a relationship with a future, and him saying he wasn't ready because of his short, terrible marriage years before we met. Then he dropped the big bomb. A couple of years ago, without telling me, without talking to me about it, he had a vasectomy." "What?" Vanni asked. "But how could he do that without you knowing?" "I was gone on a couple of trips for a little over a week. He only needed a few days to recover completely. I never suspected." She sniffed into the phone. "Craig was afraid I'd stop taking my birth control pills and try to sneak a baby out of him. He said he was sorry, but he didn't want a family and was tired of fighting about it." Vanni sank into the chair by the phone. "This is just unbelievable." "He said that if what we have isn't good enough, just like it is, then it would probably be better for both of us if I just made good on my threat." "Vanni," she said with a whimper, "when did he become that kind of man?" Vanni grimaced. It was tempting to say he'd always been like that. Selfish, insensitive, and egotistical bore who took a lot more than he gave. But Nikki's heart was breaking, so all she said was, "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. The creep. My dad helped me move out. All my things are in my parents' garage. I'm staying with them while I look for something to rent. I'm calling from the car. I don't have to work for a few days. Can I come up?" "Of course," Vanni said. Nikki and Vanni had been best friends since they both started at the airline. They'd gotten each other through a dozen rotten boyfriends, but nothing like this. Nikki had been with Craig for 5 years. Nikki had been Vanny's maid of honor when she married Matt. Vanny would have been lost without Nikki to talk to lean on when Matt was deployed to Iraq. When he was killed, she spent hours on the phone with her best friend. Of course, she would try to comfort Nikki now. "I feel so stupid," Nikki said. "Why'd I let myself fall in love with him?" "Can we really help who we love?" Vanny asked with a sigh. "Just get up here. We'll eat fattening food, play with the baby, tease Tom, ride the horses and stick pins in a Craig doll. Nikki, you know it's time to move on. He wasn't good enough for you. And what he did, that was so deceptive you could never count on him again." "Vanny, what's wrong with us?" Nikki asked. "Why are we stuck loving men who don't love us?" With a shock of clarity, Vanny gulped. "Why indeed?" she asked herself. "And then we feel so stupid, like such failures. It was wrong, all wrong. We're going to work on that, my friend. Both of us." Joe Benson got a call from his old friend, Preacher, explaining that he and Paige had done a lot of talking about their growing family. Right now, they were housed in Jack's old apartment behind the bar, a small L-shaped bedroom-living room built for a single man, while Paige's son, 4-year-old Chris, was sleeping in the bedroom above the kitchen that had once been Preacher's. With a baby coming, and maybe more in their future, they had to do something. They thought about buying a larger house, but in point of fact, Paige and Preacher loved living right where they worked. As far as either of them could foresee, Preacher would always be the cook and manager at Jack's bar, with Paige as his right hand. Preacher had talked to Jack about allowing him to enlarge their quarters. Jack thought it was a fine idea. It would at least double the value of the property. He made Preacher a deal. If Preacher would build on, Jack would get together a contract to make him a full partner and half-owner. If the bar and grill and attached home was ever sold, the proceeds would be split. Before any further discussion could occur, an architect would have to be consulted to see if building on was feasible. There was room. The property on which the bar sat was comfortably large. Preacher wanted to find a plan that would give them plenty of space and wouldn't disrupt business too much during renovation. That's where Joe came in. If Joe thought it was a good idea and could draw up some plans, Preacher could begin to look for a builder. Joe loved an excuse to spend a day or two with Jack and Preacher, and it made him feel good when his buddies asked him for help. He always gave them a deal on the designs. So Joe said, "I'll have to see the space and the structure, do some measuring. It's not raw land, Preach. An add-on is a little complicated. The basic structure has to support additional square footage. Tell you what, I'll drive down tomorrow, stay overnight." "Tomorrow? Oh, man, that's great of you. For you and Paige, Preach, it's an honor." And that's what he had done. When you're an architect with your own small firm, you make your own hours. Design at 3 a.m. sometimes, if that's when the inspiration hits. So he made it to the bar before noon on Thursday, had a nice long lunch with Mel and Jack, Preacher and Paige, and they talked about the expansion. To Joe's surprise, Preacher was the one with the most elaborate ideas. He wanted a large great room and dining room, a play area for the kids, a small office for himself, plus a total of 4 bedrooms. And he wanted the family connected, not separated the way it was. Right now, they had to go through the kitchen and up the back stairs to get to Christopher's room. Preacher wanted it to become a house like any other house, with a clear path to all the rooms, and maybe a fireplace. The only thing he didn't need was a kitchen. Joe got busy right after lunch, sketching, measuring, tromping through their quarters and around the yard behind the house. There were some beautiful big trees back there he'd rather not disturb, and a huge brick barbecue he'd prefer not to move. He could see the potential for a nice, spacious house connected to the bar by one door through the kitchen, and with 2 separate entrances independent of the bar. The downstairs could be enlarged enough to hold a great room, master bedroom and bath, dining room and serving station with storage for their personal dishes and dining accessories, with a breakfast bar separating the serving station from the dining room. He could install a food warming tray, dishwasher, trash compactor, and sink in their serving station for convenience. He left the laundry room right where it was, just inside the door to the bar. The addition of a small office would square out the first floor and support additional bedrooms and a loft on the second floor. They could entertain friends and have family meals there. The stairs to the second floor could be removed to enlarge their ground space, and they could put an open staircase to the second floor in the great room. There was room upstairs for 2 additional bedrooms and an open loft. The bedrooms would be large enough for more than one child, with walk-in closets. Their total living space now was 1,200 square feet, and he could turn it into 3,000 without even breathing hard. The only inconvenience would be that Preacher and his family would have to move out for most of the construction. Joe knew they had some options, one of which was Jack and Mel's cabin. Small, but serviceable for 4 to 6 months. It was almost 5 by the time Joe was ready to discuss these possibilities with Preacher, Jack, and Paige. Since Jack was busy serving and Preacher and Paige were busy cooking and clearing, he would enjoy a beer while waiting out the dinner crowd. He had a large sketch pad and notebook full of measurements that he flipped closed for the time being. That's when he saw her. The profile of a small brunette with long, silky dark hair that went halfway down her back. Right beside her, leaning toward her and talking in her ear, was Vanni. For a moment, Joe was struck dumb. Then, gathering his wits, he said, "Vanni?" Vanni looked up, past the back of her friend's head, and said, "Joe?" "Yeah," he laughed. She immediately left her beer and her friend and came over to him. Of course, they'd met more than once, the last time being at her husband's funeral. Joe knew Matt. He'd met him in Grants Pass when he'd been home on leave. They'd been introduced by Paul. "What are you doing here?" she asked, embracing him. "A little design work for Preacher and Paige," he said. "They want to enlarge their home. You know, to accommodate the baby and then some." The thought that immediately came to mind was the conversation he and Paul had had a couple of weeks ago. Paul was in love with this woman, and had messed it up so bad he probably didn't stand a chance. Joe peered around Vanni at the woman with her, but he saw only her profile. She was exquisite, beautiful beyond words. "Nikki," Vanni called. "Come here." When Nikki approached, her smile very small and maybe shy. Vanni made introductions. "Meet Joe, a friend of Matt's and Paul's. Joe, meet my best friend, Nikki." He put out a hand and she laid hers in his. "Nice to meet you," he said. "A pleasure," she said, but then she glanced down. "Gee, this is terrible," Vanni said. "If I'd known you were coming, I'd have made plans to do something special for you. I would have cooked dinner or something." "I'd be glad to buy you a little of Preacher's dinner if you'll stay," he offered. "I'd really enjoy that." "Thanks, that's sweet, but I've left my dad babysitting for a while, and I had Preacher pack us up something to go. I'm still nursing. My escapes are very brief. I could get Preacher to add to it if you'll come out to the house." "I wish I could, but I have to discuss building plans with these folks tonight." "Doggone it, Joe. Next time, please let me know you're coming. I'd like to spend some time with you, too." "It's a promise," he said. "And I'll be back, guaranteed." But will she be back? Joe wondered. Nikki. He wouldn't forget that name. Right at that moment, Paige came out with a big sack holding their dinner. Vanni fished for her wallet and Joe said, "On me, sweetheart. Amends for not calling you ahead. A mistake I'll never make again." He pulled a couple of 20s out of his pocket, peeled them off, laid them on the bar, and reached for the takeout sack to pass to her. "Enjoy the best food you'll ever eat," he said to Nikki. Nikki gave her head a small nod while Vanni said, "Gee, thanks. I sure didn't expect that." Then she leaned toward Joe and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "That's very sweet." "Enjoy," he said. "Nice meeting you, Nikki," he said, wishing that he'd had a little cheek press from her. But what he got instead was another small nod. They left, and he went back to his beer. It was quite a while before Jack was freed up enough to walk down to his end of the bar, wiping his hands on a dish towel. "How'd you do there?" he asked, glancing at the sketch pad. "I think I have some good ideas here," Joe said. "With the right builder, this could work out nicely." "The right builder is the problem. When I was finishing my house, I couldn't find squat around here. That's why I called Paul." "Well, I know some people," Joe said. "I might be able to help you with that. First, we have to see if you three like my ideas. And, by the way, who was that woman with Vanni?" "Girlfriend from the flight attendant days. I gather they're best friends who flew together for years and she's up here to visit." "Jesus," Joe said. "She's incredible." "Based in San Francisco," Jack said with a smile. "She's going home tomorrow." "Well, so am I." He lifted his beer. "Here's to another close call." Jack laughed. Joe took a long drink. Jack wandered away, and Joe thought, "I've been to San Francisco 5 times in the past year, and I never saw anyone like that. Why not? This is a town of 600. I shouldn't see anyone that amazing here. I should see 10 or 20 so gorgeous in the city." Jack came back with his coffee cup. Joe merely looked up at him and said, "This place, it's kind of scary." "Tell me about it," Jack said, taking a sip of his coffee. "I found Mel here. That stuff isn't supposed to happen." Chapter 4. Paul knew that Jack was right. He'd have to make his presence felt in Virgin River soon. He couldn't let the doctor be the only one there when Vanni came out of mourning and was ready to get on with her life. So he called the general and asked if it would be all right to come down for a weekend visit, to see the family and the baby. He got up early on Saturday morning and made the drive in record time. He pulled up in front of the house, and what he saw from the driveway gave him pause. Vanni was dressed in well-worn jeans, chambray shirt with the sleeves rolled up, boots, and a Stetson, standing out in front of Matt's grave. She pulled the hat off her head and shook her hair down her back. Then she wiped at her eyes. "Damn it," he thought. "I told Jack she was still in that dark place." He left the truck and, rather than going to the front door, he went out to the grave. As he came up behind her, she heard him and turned. And she quickly turned back and wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. He walked up behind her and put his arms around her waist. "Having one of those days?" he asked gently. "Yeah," she said. "Every once in a while, I get so lonely." "I know, Vanni. It's gonna be okay." "Dad's worried about me coming out here to tell Matt about it." She laughed uncomfortably. "He wishes I wouldn't do this." "It's okay to do this," he said. "I'm not brooding. Really. Sometimes I can't think of anyone else to complain to." "You can always complain to me," he said. She turned around and looked at him. For a moment, her eyes flashed. "And how am I supposed to do that? I hardly ever talk to you. I almost never see you." "I'm sorry. I meant to do better. I know I went missing for a while after leaving here. It's complicated, Vanni. I can explain. Any more complicated than losing a husband?" she snapped. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me just now. My God, you lost your best friend. I'm sorry. Paul, you don't have to explain." "Yeah, I think I do. After we buried him and I stayed on for Maddie, I was kind of like a grenade with the pin out. I hadn't unloaded, and man, I really needed to. I was a little out of my head, Vanni. I didn't use the best judgment. I had to take a time out, some space, a few weeks. I had to get a grip on things, you know? and I didn't want everything between us to be about grieving over Matt. There's a lot more between us than that."
"There is?"
she asked hopefully. "Well, Jesus, we delivered a baby together." He rubbed a thumb along her cheek under her eye. "Sorry. My hands are so rough."
"No," she said. "No, your hands are fine. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you?"
"Not half as much as I missed you. You've been through a lot together, you and me."
He reached for her hand. He couldn't tell her now, here in front of Matt's grave with the general waiting right inside the house.
"Go get cleaned up. Tom's probably got a big date tonight, but I'm going to take you and your dad out to dinner."
She smiled. "Anywhere special?" she asked.
"Your favorite bar and grill. I made a reservation."
By the time Paul got the general, Vanni, and baby to the bar, the few customers were finishing up their early meals and leaving. Tables were pushed together and the usual crowd gathered around. The April nights were still cold, so the fire was lit in the hearth. Jack divided his time between the tables and his favorite spot behind the bar. Paul drifted back there and said,
"Look at your wife, my man. She's almost more baby than woman. And she's got a kind of wild look about her. Her cheeks are awful pink." "I know," Jack said. "We just had a doctor's visit. John Stone said if we turn her upside down, we might see the color of Emma's eyes. Stand back. She's gonna go early. I've been driving myself crazy trying to keep her still. I'd like to keep this one inside at least a couple more weeks. She's real animated, kind of like Vanni was that day she made me watch the childbirth movie. Yeah, I'm not experienced enough to know how early is too early. I thought about calling John." Then he smiled at Paul and said, "I see you made it right down here. Good thinking. You make any progress with Vanni?"
That changed Paul's expression.
"When I drove up to the house today, I caught her out at the grave, crying. I told you. She's still on real shaky ground. My advice, which, by the way, Mel says I am not, under pain of death, allowed to give, is be sure you're around when the ground stops shaking. Jack, I should talk to you about a couple of things. This whole business with Vanni, it just keeps getting more complicated. Yeah? For one thing, I have some pretty stiff competition." "Oh, yeah? Join the club, my brother." "Yeah, that's right. Mel's husband was a doctor." "Yeah," he said, "an ER doctor, a saver of lives who, by all accounts, was also perfect in every other aspect of his life." He swallowed. "He was neat, smart, humorous, and probably great in bed. A fucking god." "You didn't stand a chance, intellectually speaking," Paul said. "I know it," Jack said. "And yet—" "I need to talk to you about a couple of things," Paul said. "Maybe you'll point me in the right direction. Paul, you don't need my input. You just have to tell her how you feel." He hung his head briefly. "I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think I might come by in the morning, so we can talk." "Come by the house, then," he said. "I try not to get too far away these days. I haven't been coming into the bar until a little later in the morning."
When Paul sat beside Vanessa again, she looked at him with sparkling aquamarine eyes, and he almost melted. His very next thought was how he'd probably see those eyes flash in pure rage when he unburdened himself. She had a fire in her, and he'd seen a hint of that earlier today, out by the grave. It caused a shudder to pass through him. Then he noticed her hand was resting on her thigh right next to him, and he reached for it, holding it under the table. It was still early when they got back to the general's house. Vanni took a little time alone with the baby, nursing him and settling him for the night. While she was busy, Walt built a fire. Then he went down the hall, leaving Paul alone in the great room. Paul wanted a drink, but he didn't dare.
He was afraid it would loosen him up, make him either talk too much or do too much. Then Vanni joined him. She'd brushed out her hair and it fell in silky curves onto her shoulders, glistening in the firelight, making him want to scrunch it up in his hands. "Where's Dad?" she asked, curling up in the big leather chair beside his. "He fixed up the fire and left the room," Paul said. "It's kind of early for him to turn in, isn't it?" "Maybe he'll be right back. Can I get you anything? A nightcap?" "No, thanks," he said, a little nervously. "So, rumor has it the doctor was here last week." She smiled. Mel was right. If there's anything you want to keep secret, get out of this town. "Did you want that to be a secret?" he asked, lifting his brows. "No reason for that," she said with a shrug. "I didn't invite him. Yes, he came to town. I showed him around, had dinner at Jack's, took him for a ride. He's not great on a horse." She grinned. "How was he off the horse?" Paul heard himself ask. She laughed at him, then said, "Cameron seems to be a very nice man." But then we knew that. "A woman in your position, you'd probably be very interested in someone like him," he said. "Well, Paul, I have to admit it's nice to finally have a man pay a little romantic attention to me. It's been a very long time. I know I haven't been widowed all that long, but it's been almost a year since—" Her voice trailed off and she looked away. "Since," he said, talking like a man who had had that drink. She let her gaze drift back with a mysterious half-smile on her lips. Vanni almost laughed, wondering how poor Paul would react if she said, "Since someone melted my bones with an orgasm." A secret chuckle escaped her. Paul was sweet and affectionate, but far too taciturn. She reminded herself to treat him gently. He was very cautious with women. If he weren't, he'd have been married years ago with a flock of children by now. "Since anything, Paul," she said. "Anything at all." "Sorry," he said, dropping his chin. "I didn't mean to get so personal." She laughed at him. "Paul, you weren't this shy with me when I was delivering Maddie. What's going on?" He took a breath. Vanni, I have things to explain. Difficult things. I know I don't seem like the kind of guy who'd have complications in his life. I seem more like the kind of guy who has no life at all. But before I came down here to finish Jack's house, I went out sometimes, you know?" She laughed a little. "Paul, even though you never said anything, and I know you're kind of shy around women, I assumed—" "Stupid," he said, interrupting. "I'm mostly stupid around women." "Uncertain, maybe, but under the right circumstances—" "Exactly," he said, almost relieved. "Under the right circumstances, things can happen that you just don't expect." She frowned slightly. "Paul, I understand you went out with women. Why wouldn't you? You're a handsome single man." "It's about me being a little absent since Maddie was born. I have a situation to work out." "A situation in Grants Pass?" she asked. "Yeah," he said, rubbing a hand across the back of his sweaty neck. He took a breath. "Before I came down here last fall, I went out with a woman a couple of times. Just a casual thing. Nothing serious. But then the whole goddamn world shifted. Matt was killed, Maddie was due. I stayed here with you. We got a lot closer during that time. It might have been all about Matt and the baby at first, but that's irrelevant. We got real close, you and me." "As close as brother and sister?" she asked him softly, hopeful about what could be coming. "A lot closer than that, Vanni. at least in my mind. Then I went back to Grants Pass, and not that much had changed there. I had changed. Boy, had I changed. But things back home were the same, she asked. And she thought, there's a woman in Grants Pass. Someone who had perhaps become important to him. That woman you went out with a couple of times, when did you meet her? Why? He asked.
Feeling tired? Let's take 60 seconds to unwind with a song. This free audiobook is here for your relaxation. Thank you for being here with us.
Aunque tiemble mi camino y me hiera la razón, tu manto me da refugio, tu rosa, redención. El manto y la rosa, dos promesas de tu amor, guían mis pasos cansados hasta el trono del Señor. Oh María, flor del cielo, guía firme y maternal, en tu manto y en tu rosa, mi alma.
Perplexed. When? God, he said, rubbing his sweaty palms on his jeans. I don't know. About a year ago, I guess. A year ago? Jesus, Paul. Why didn't you just tell me? Tell you what? There's a woman. All this time, there's been a woman. No. There was just this woman I saw a couple of times, and she stood up abruptly. That wouldn't be complicated. He stood as well. I had a few things to figure out, Vanni. That's why I wasn't in touch for a while. And now I have an unexpected situation at home I have to work out. But I'm gonna get that under control, and I'll be here a lot more. I promise. Oh, for God's sake, she spat out. Just say it. You're involved with someone, and it doesn't work into your plans to spend time in Virgin River. That's not it, he said nervously. You know everything about me, yet you couldn't even casually mention you were seeing someone at home? It's not like that. Listen, I just need some time on this. Some patience, because I really intend to do better by you than I have. I know I haven't been here for you like I meant to be, and stop, she said. I haven't asked you for anything except to stay in touch. Stop whimpering. He scowled. His neck got red. I'm not whimpering. Well, you sure as hell aren't talking. Man up. I'm trying, but you're doing all the talking for me. She had a few more hot retorts, but bit her tongue against them. She pursed her lips. He had been in Virgin River for months, but he went back to Grants Pass almost every week for a day or two. He had said it was to check on the construction company he'd left in the hands of his father and brothers. And to check on her? It must have been pretty hard on her to be asked to understand he had to be away so much, tending to his best friend's widow. Imagine now, being told he'd have to make frequent trips to Virgin River to make sure the widow and baby were doing all right. Talk about complicated. Well, she wasn't interested in that kind of relationship. I think you're trying to tell me there's a woman back in Grants Pass who's counting on you. You have obligations there. Yeah, he said weakly. But Vanni, I have obligations here as well. You and Maddie, you're awful important to me. Being referred to as an obligation should have made her want to cry. But instead, it made her furious. Well, don't worry your little head. We're getting along just fine. Better every day. You have a life in Grants Pass. I wouldn't want to get in the way of that. You're not listening, he said, his voice raising to match hers. I want to be here with you as often as possible, he said. I'm doing my damn best. It sounds like you have other things, other people you'd better pay attention to. Listen, things can happen that you don't plan, don't expect. Oh, really? She asked, sarcastically. Tell me about it, she said. She hadn't expected her husband to die, or to fall in love with Paul. If there was one thing she knew about the men in her life, her father, her late husband, Paul, and all the guys who seemed to gather around him, they didn't make commitments lightly. And once a promise was made, they never broke an oath. I'm sure you'll get everything straightened out, she said. She tried to keep the angry edge out of her voice, but she was thoroughly unsuccessful. Please, you have no obligations here. We'll be fine. I don't know why you didn't just tell me. A long time ago. Did you think I wouldn't understand you had to get home because there was someone there? Someone who was counting on you? It isn't like that. You could have just told me. Vanessa, for God's sake, Paul attempted. Walt walked into the room. He looked stricken, startled. Are you having an argument about something? No, they both said. Oh, Walt said. Poetry, I guess. Some new kind of poetry? Vanessa hissed, and Paul just shook his head. I hear the baby, she said, whirling out of the room. I hear something too, Paul said, leaving in the opposite direction, charging out the front door and letting it slam behind him. Walt was left alone in the great room in front of a blazing hearth. Well, he said to himself, glad to know that wasn't an argument. Vanni cursed herself. She'd lost it. She hadn't given him much of a chance to explain, but then the time involved in him actually getting to the point might have taken a lifetime. She lay on her back on her bed, fully clothed, the back of her hand on her forehead. She kicked her feet furiously and groaned. She had a short fuse sometimes. She knew that. It rarely reared its ugly head like that. But Paul had frustrated her so much. How could you love and hate the same thing about a person? She adored that he was kind of shy and reluctant, that a woman had to mean everything in the world to him for him to speak at all, for him to embrace, smile, kiss. But she hated that he couldn't take charge, stake his claim. He should have told her long before Maddie was born that there was a special woman in Grants Pass, and that he had to get back to her. Vanni was not going to be like Nikki, hoping to change a man's mind, or his feelings. More to the point, she wanted nothing to do with another woman's man. Then, despite the fact that her cheeks were still hot with anger, she cried. Then damned herself for crying. Paul had a hard time sleeping through the night. He'd made a half-assed and totally unrehearsed attempt to explain things to Vanni, and, in his bungling, left it undone, maybe worse. Of course, having the general right down the hall, maybe ready to walk into the room right at the moment Paul announced, "She's pregnant," didn't help. But that was no excuse. He had to get this done, and the very thought curdled his stomach. If he was going to be a father, he would be an involved father. He was more than committed to taking on little Matt, and he hoped, no, he prayed, Vanni could accept his child as part of the package. But he had no idea how to go about telling her. Vanni scared him to death. She had a hell of a temper. It was just after dawn, and the household was quiet. Paul dressed, made a pot of coffee, and took a cup with him down to the stable, thinking of having a little morning chat with the horses. Maybe he could get some advice about the embarrassing fact that he was 36 years old and was still trying to figure out how to get close to a woman he'd been in love with for years. Not to mention the fact that he had this little complication of another woman having his baby. He was leaning against a stall when he heard a sound. He turned around and saw that the tack room door was ajar. His first thought was that the general might be up, so he pushed open the door. There, seated on the bench, elbows on his knees and head down, was Tom. His jacket was tossed over the bench beside him, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up. "Hey," Paul said. Tom lifted his head. His expression was troubled. "Hey," he said. "You been out all night?" Paul asked. "I was out late, yeah. Been at Brenda's. I got home a couple of hours ago." "Have fun?" Tom shuddered. It was unmistakable. "Yeah," he said in a breath. "Yeah." "What's the matter, bud?" Paul asked. "Nothing," he said. "Just thinking." "Yeah? Maybe if you think a little louder, I can help." Tom studied him for a long moment. "I sincerely doubt it, Paul. Try me. I'm older. Maybe I've been down this road." "If you have, and you're still single at 36, I really don't want your advice," he said glumly. "Whoa," Paul said. "What the hell's this? Thinking about marriage at 18? Nah, not quite that. It's just that Brenda, man. Jesus. I love that girl. I didn't think I could love a person this much." "Doesn't sound exactly like a bad thing so far. Unless she doesn't feel the same way." "Whew," Tom said. His cheeks got a little pink and he shook his head. "She feels the same way. Whew. So, you crossed that line, did you?" "Whew," he said again. He stood up, turned around, and ran sweaty palms down his pants. When he turned back to Paul, he said, "It should come with a warning, you know?" Paul put a foot up on the bench and forced himself to take a leisurely sip of his steaming coffee, trying to get mentally ready for just anything. He hoped to God he and Tommy didn't share the same problem. "Oh, yeah? Can I talk about this? Does it make me a real jerk to talk about this? Because I was always taught men don't talk about the women they... My dad always said a real man never talks about private things that happen with his girl. It won't go any further. We're a long way from the locker room, Tom. I think I can be trusted. It's just that, well, damn. She took her sweet time, you know? And I was real patient, even when I thought I was going out of my mind. But I just wouldn't have felt right if she wasn't sure. We had all the ground rules in place, double protection. We did a lot of talking first. We're totally sure how we felt about each other. I promised I would be totally faithful to her, only her, unless she changed her mind. But I'm not changing mine. And she said the same thing to me. We love each other, Paul. Yeah? I figured it would take a little time, you know? Getting used to. I figured it would go real slow, maybe be a little clumsy, at first. Yeah? Paul asked, wondering what the hell this kid was getting at. He ducked his head, then made eye contact. It wasn't. Wasn't what? It didn't take any time at all. It isn't clumsy. It's freaking incredible. She's freaking incredible. Paul shook his head in confusion. Is there a problem in here somewhere? I'm leaving pretty soon, he said. Right after graduation, I go to basic, then West Point. For years. Then he hung his head. Ah, Paul said. So, the boy had tapped the honeypot and found it sweeter than life. He wanted that to be a part of every day for the rest of his life. And West Point was going to lock him up for 4 years. You couldn't live away from the academy, couldn't graduate if you got married. It won't be gone forever, Paul said. It's going to seem like it. I bet it will. But if she feels the same way you do, you have something very nice to look forward to. When the time's right. Paul took a sip of coffee. Hey, man, even if you didn't have West Point, 18's just too young to do the forever thing. Does it ever happen? Do people like me and Brenda fall in love as kids and stay together? Happens more than you might think, he said with a shrug. My buddy Zeke, firefighter from Fresno, married his high school sweetheart, and so far they have 4 kids. They managed to do that even with being separated by the Marine Corps for at least 2 years. Phillips and Stevens were married pretty young, have nice little families, and they're still so crazy about their women it's almost ridiculous. You'd think they just met them. I never expected this, Tom said. I didn't expect it to be so natural, so awesome. Makes me feel like I can't live without her. Makes me feel sick to my stomach to even think about her ever being with another guy. I can't imagine ever being with another girl. It just has me torn up inside. Paul chuckled in spite of himself. Tommy, he said, putting a strong hand on his shoulder. You're talking about the thing that makes the bucks lock horns, makes bulls tear down barn doors to get to the cow. Men go into battle for less. Makes you think you'd risk anything, give up anything. Lay awake at night in a cold sweat. Shoo, he said. I guess that's what they mean when they say love hurts, Tom said. No, buddy, it doesn't. You just said so yourself. It feels wonderful to love someone and to make love. Keep your focus. Separation hurts. Breaking up hurts. Infidelity hurts. But love, man, that's what we live for. Because it feels good. Sounds like you know what you're talking about, Tom said. But it doesn't look like you do. Paul frowned and gave that shoulder a squeeze. I know. I just haven't worked out all the details yet. At 9, Paul threw his duffel in the back of his truck. He shook Tom's hand and told him to hang in there. Shook the general's hand and thanked him for his hospitality. And after checking Vanny's eyes and seeing that she had softened and wasn't going to bite him or kick him, he slipped an arm around her waist, kissed her forehead, and said, I'm going to call you when I get back to Grants Pass tonight. We have some things to talk about. Maybe without the yelling part. She turned her sparkling turquoise eyes up to his face and said, I'll be here. Before heading up the highway to Oregon, Paul took a swing by Mel and Jack's. He knocked softly on the door, and Jack answered. David, still in his pajamas, balanced on his hip. Mornin', Jack said. Heading out of town? Yeah, but if you have a few minutes, I need to talk. Sure. We can sit out here so we don't wake Mel. She was up half the night with her back hurting and she's sleeping in. I have coffee. Want a cup? That would be great, he said, though he'd already had enough coffee to screw up his nerves pretty good. Jack handed off David to Paul while he went for coffee and a bowl of dried Cheerios for his son. They settled in the Adirondack chairs, looking out over the valley below. David sat on the porch floor with his bowl of cereal between his legs. You don't look too good, Jack said. I'm not too good. I've really messed things up. After little Matt was born, after I went home, I was pretty shook up. All those months of hanging in there with Vanny and not really taking any time to grieve my best friend took a toll, I guess. Might have vented a little bit. There's this girl back in Grants Pass. You vent on this girl? Jack asked. I vented in her. She's pregnant. Well, holy shit. That was brilliant. What were you thinking? I was thinking we were protected. I've been with her a couple of times before. You know, before Matt was killed. How impressed are you with my timing, huh? What are you gonna do? Jack asked. I'm going to support her, naturally. She's having the baby, so I'm going to do my part. I'm not going to marry her because I don't... hell. I wouldn't be doing her any favors. I met her in a bar a while back. little over a year ago. I wasn't seeing her regularly. I feel terrible about this. Man, Jack said. What's your best advice, bud? How pregnant is she? It happened after I got back to Grants Pass. A couple of months now. I'm gonna have to tell Vanni pretty soon. I tried last night, but I screwed up. And even without knowing the details, she flipped out, tore my head off, just thinking I had a girl back home I hadn't mentioned. Man, that woman has a real short fuse. She's gonna kill me. No figure of speech here. She's good with a gun. Hold on there, Jack said. One thing at a time. You should probably get yourself tested for STDs. Do that tomorrow. If you use protection, I don't know. Maybe there's a chance this baby isn't yours. I thought of that. Thing is, she says she hadn't been with a guy for so long she got a little lazy with the pills. And I used a condom I'd been carrying around for months. She suggest marriage? Yeah, that was the first thing. Listen, Einstein, what if she's not even pregnant, huh? Outside chance, but possible. Before you make a lifetime commitment to support someone you don't know very well, you better get all the facts. Just don't move too fast here, pal. I gotta call Vanni tonight and tell her. I've got her all confused and totally furious. Paul, you can't tell her on the phone, Jack said. But, Paul, she's gonna hang up on you. And then the next time you show your face, she's gonna put a bullet in your head. And Walt will help her line up her shot. Well, what am I gonna do, huh? She thinks I have a woman back home. She wouldn't even give me a chance to explain any... Mel appeared in the doorway, her robe covering her huge pregnant tummy. Her face was freshly scrubbed, but her hair was mussed from sleep. She gave Paul a smile, then went to Jack, sitting on his lap. Morning, she said to Paul. I heard that. I can't wait to hear why you're going to be shot. Oh, man. Relax, Jack said. Really, this is the person you should talk to. And she never tells. It's infuriating. Paul went through the facts slowly, embarrassingly. It made his neck red. He was not able to make much eye contact with Mel while he spoke, but at the end of the story, he was amazed to look into her crystal blue eyes and find they weren't wide with shock. I guess you've heard it all, huh? Paul asked. Pretty much. This must be very difficult for you, Paul, Mel said. You're worried. You have no idea, he said. Of course I do. I guess your first concern is whether you're actually the father of this baby? I figure I am, but you should probably verify that as soon as possible. Remember, Paul, the lady knows who the mother is. You're entitled to the same assurance. Ask her to offer that to you. Mel, he said pleadingly, how in God's name do you suggest I do that? In an honest and straightforward manner, she said. You might be able to learn something from an ultrasound. It will at least show exactly how pregnant she is. And if you can narrow down the times you were in contact, time, he said. Just one time. Then you know exactly how pregnant she is, and an ultrasound will either verify or dispute the gestation. But if there was another partner involved at approximately the same time, it will require a paternity test. Blood types, DNA, etc. I don't want to upset her, offend her. Mel smiled patiently. Let's see. The two of you didn't have a conversation for 6 months, and when you did, it escalated to intimacy rather quickly. Do I have that right? Paul, if she's offended by your desire to be sure you're the father of this baby before you commit yourself personally and financially, you're not going to have an easy time with this. It's a very reasonable request. If she's absolutely certain, I'm sure she'll cooperate with you. And if she doesn't? He asked. Tell her you'll hire a lawyer to assert your paternal rights. She can be prevented from aborting or having the baby adopted, and you will be obligated to support your child, which I assume you're prepared to do anyway. If she's having my baby, I'll take care of her, of course. Mel smiled. Of course you will. And Vanni? Paul asked. Oh, Mel said. She's not taking it well? She doesn't know. I tried to tell her last night, and I got as far as telling her I dated a woman in Grants Pass when she came unhinged because I hadn't told her sooner. Mel made a face. Take care of that, Paul. If you have feelings for Vanessa, it isn't fair to leave her confused and wondering. She deserves the truth. She's going to shoot me in the head, he said miserably. I doubt that. She might need time to consider the facts, however. Then she smiled patiently. Paul, you've played around with this long enough. If you care about her, assert yourself. Explain. You didn't betray her. You didn't break the law. You have to behave responsibly toward both women. That's all there is to it. Yeah, he said. This will work out. Babies are miracles of life, no matter the extenuating circumstances. Don't lose sight of that. Yeah, he said again. He leaned toward her, kissed her brow as she sat on her husband's lap. Thanks, Mel. Sure, she said. Best of luck. He shook Jack's hand, ruffled David's floppy golden hair, and headed for his truck. Once he'd turned around and was headed off the Sheridan property, Mel looked at Jack to find him grinning hugely. Melinda, he said, did you just get involved in someone's relationship? She lifted a brow. Do you really want to mess with a woman who's about 17 months pregnant? I'm just saying. Try shutting up, she advised. I believe I was asked. You did, he laughed. You got right in there, got your hands dirty in someone's relationship. Just admit it. It's irresistible. You're just as nosy as I am. She glared at him. Jack, no one is as nosy as you are. Right after Paul left, the phone rang at Jack's house. He knew who it was. It was a regular Sunday morning call. He lifted Mel off his lap and dashed for the phone, grinning from ear to ear. There had been a boy in Virgin River who was like a son to Jack, Ricky. He'd taken him under his wing when he was only 13 because it was just Rick and his grandmother. Jack taught him to hunt and fish, did what he could to teach him the ways of the world. He'd pridefully watched as he grew tall and strong, a young man of impeccable character who could take the toughest stuff life could serve up and hold his head up, stand straight and do a man's job. The boy had gotten close to Preacher, to Mel, to the Marines from Jack's old squad who still gathered there. At 18, Ricky had signed up. What was the young protege of a bunch of tough old Marines going to do but sign up? And Semper Fi suited him. Ricky had excelled. He'd gone from basic to airborne, to sniper training, to reconnaissance training, to SEER. Survival, evasion, resistance, escape training. In every program, he'd been the best. He was 19 years old and at least 6 feet of proud, muscled, skilled Marine. He just phoned to say he had 10 days of leave coming up in a couple of months. And then, he had orders for Iraq. No sniveling, Jack, Rick said. I want you to remember when you were going. You didn't want your parents and your sisters acting like you were walking into a grave, right? So we'll have a drink. Maybe smoke one of those nasty cigars you and Preach like so much. Tell some dirty jokes. I might even let you cheat me out of some money at poker. You got it, kid. It'll be great. I'll even call some of the boys. They don't have to come. They're your boys, not mine. And there's no hunting now anyway. We'll see. Virgin River's gonna want to celebrate you a little bit. We only send our best. Thanks. I can't wait to see ya. Jack straightened his spine, took a deep breath, and told himself they were going to have to make his leave in Virgin River memorable and positive. There'd be no whining and worrying. After all, Jack had gone into war 5 times, and the only real bad injury he'd sustained was a pretty miserable shot in the ass. Not everyone who went to war came out crippled or dead. Rick was sharp, And this was what Rick wanted. Ricky had grown up too fast. He lost his parents in an accident when he was so young. He didn't even remember them. At 16, he'd fallen ass over tea kettle in love with a girl 2 years younger than him, and they'd had a baby together. A baby that hadn't lived. Mel came into the kitchen to find Jack leaning on the counter, looking down. He lifted his gaze. "Ricky's coming home in a couple of months," he said. "He's got 10 days. "Uh-oh," she said, knowing something was bad about this. "And he's going to Iraq." She was quiet for a moment. Her eyes misted over. She pursed her lips and then said, "Damn it." Chapter 5. Paul stopped off for dinner on his way into Grants Pass, took a run by his office to check messages and any paperwork that might be left on his desk. There were a couple of messages from Terry asking him to call. When he finally got home, it was after 7, and he found a few messages from Terry on his home phone, left over the weekend, asking him to call her. Then the last one, all upset, full of tears and little gasping breaths, saying she couldn't stand feeling so ignored, so alone. She mumbled something about maybe it just wasn't worth it. The time of the last call on the caller ID showed the call came in only an hour ago. He dialed her number and there was no answer, so he flew out the door and drove to her apartment. "Ah, Jesus, don't do this," he was thinking all the way there. "Don't go crazy on me." She opened the door to his knock. Her eyes and nose were red, her cheeks chapped, like maybe she'd been crying all day. She took one look at him and turned, walking back into her apartment, leaving the door open with him standing there. He followed her and stood in her small living room as she whirled around, flopped on the couch, drew her feet up, and cried into a tissue. "Terry, what's going on? Why didn't you answer your phone?" "I turned it off," she said. "Why would you leave me a message like that and then turn off your phone?" "Because," she said, blowing her nose, "I left a lot of messages, and you ignored them all. I just couldn't take it anymore, waiting for the phone to ring. It was agony. What's the point in giving me all your phone numbers if you weren't going to take my calls?" He sat down beside her on the couch, but he didn't get too close. "We had lunch last week," he said. "Everything was okay. Are you having problems with the pregnancy?" "Yeah, I'm having problems. As in, I have no one to talk to and it gets damn lonely." "I was out of town," he said. "I didn't call in for messages." "And your cell phone was turned off?" she asked hotly. "There's no signal where I went. I didn't even carry it with me. I left it in the truck all weekend. I was in Virgin River in the mountains. I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd need me. And I still don't know why you thought you needed me." "I was upset. Didn't you say you were in this with me? I needed someone who was on my side to talk to. What if something worse was wrong? How long would it take you to notice? Maybe I should just get rid of it. It would be less trouble for you." He reached over and touched her knee. He gave it a squeeze. "Don't do that," he said. "You want me to have it?" she asked him. "Because you don't exactly act like it." Paul felt an angry heat rise up his neck to his face. "If you had wanted an abortion, you would have done that already. I'd never have known. Don't threaten it now to keep me in line." "God, I just felt so abandoned." Her face melted into a pathetic, contorted mess of wrinkles. She buried her face in her tissue and let it go for a minute. Resigned, he scooted closer and pulled her against him, holding her while she cried on his chest. "So, what's in Virgin River that keeps you from even thinking about us up here?" "Get a grip now," he said, not answering the question. "I'm not letting you go through this alone. I didn't know you needed anything. And what if I do? I'll do my best. But we'd better establish some boundaries. I'm not going to let you do this to me. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I'm in this with you. I'll co-parent and pay support. I'm grateful you're willing to have the baby, but I'm not going to be manipulated. What if I give it away? If you give it away, you'll be giving it to me. To take to her? Who? He asked, startled. There has to be a woman. Otherwise, you'd give us a chance. He sighed. It couldn't really be that simple, could it? Listen to me, he said. He grabbed her chin and turned her face so he could look into those swollen, wet eyes. This has to do with me and you, and the fact that even though we're not a couple, we're having a child together. We have to figure out how to make that work. So there is, she said. There is, he admitted. But even if there weren't, but there is, she said. He took a breath. There might not be, after she hears about this, but that won't change anything between us, Terry. I'm sorry. I'm fond of you. I care about you. I swear I'll do my best by you, but I don't love you. There are 3 people involved here. You, me, a baby. It wouldn't be good for any of us to try to make a marriage where there isn't real, bone-deep, passionate love. I wouldn't give us a year, and that would be worse than what we have. He ran a knuckle down her cheek. Believe me. She was quiet a moment. You said there was no one, she whispered. When we met, you said there was no one in your life. It's real complicated, he said. But you cheated on her. When she finds out you cheated, she's going to... Terry, I didn't cheat on her, all right? I told you the truth. I wasn't with anyone. I don't understand. Did you just meet her after we... Okay, listen to me. We weren't together. I knew I had real strong feelings for her, but we weren't together when I met you, and I had no reason to hope we ever would be. She had no idea how I felt. I told you the truth. I wasn't with a woman, and I didn't want a serious relationship. You said the same thing. You were unattached and liked it that way. She was quiet for a long moment. And now? He glanced away. Things changed. Lots of things changed. Oh, God, she said, falling into a fresh round of tears. Oh, God, your friend's wife, the one who just died. Oh, he thought, this is going to be so much worse than I ever imagined. I swear to God, I am never having sex again. Don't come unglued on me like this, he said softly. Listen, there will be times I can't be there for you, times we're not in touch. There has to be someone you can talk to when you're upset and you can't find me. What about your mother? Is she someone you can talk to about this? Not really, she said with a sniff. She thinks I'm crazy to go through with this. She doesn't believe for 1 second you'll be a part of it. He took a breath. I'll go with you to meet her. Help explain what I'm able to do to help. That might put her mind at ease a little bit. She lifted her head and looked up at him. Would you? Sure. After we've seen the doctor together. Why do we have to do that? She asked. I have some questions for the doctor. I want to make sure everything is going well. You know. What do you mean? We'll ask a few questions about your health, the baby's health, insurance, that sort of thing. Once you get through the early months, we'll see your mother, and I'll reassure her that I'm gonna support you. Who's your doctor? Why? We should make sure you have the best, he shrugged. Who? Charlene Weir. When's your next appointment? Not for a while, I just went. Just before I told you.
So when?
A couple of weeks, she said. 3, I think.
Okay. You be sure to give me the date of the next appointment, okay?
Why don't you just tell me your questions and I'll get the answers?
No,
He said, brushing her hair back from her face.
I want to go. I want to be a part of this.
Okay, she said, a sentimental look in her eyes. Will you stay with me tonight?
I can't, Terry. It's about those boundaries.
Well, it's not as if I'm going to get pregnant.
Terry, you want me in this with you or not? I told you, I'll be an involved father and I'll support you the best I can. I hope we can cooperate, work together, be friends. I'd like us to do a good job with this, but we're not a couple, and we're not going to be intimate anymore.
Jesus,
she whispered, leaning against him to cry some more.
I have myself so upset. I can't eat. I can't sleep. It's like you feel completely different about me because I got pregnant, and it's not my fault.
Shh. Since we were both taking precautions, it's not really anyone's fault. But it's still a responsibility we both have. You're gonna have to settle down and be more rational. This isn't good for you or the baby. Try to calm down a little, okay?
It's just so hard,
she said.
We might not have been together that much, but when we were, it was wonderful. We got along, we liked each other. I thought when you knew we'd made a baby, you'd at least give us a try. But man, you won't even think about it.
Yeah, honey. We liked each other fine, got along great, had fun. 4 whole times in a year. I think it takes a lot more than that to make a successful marriage. Besides, if there was potential for it to be any more serious than it is, we'd have known a long time ago. But you know what I'd like?
What?
She said, turning her face up to look at him. We're going to be parents together. Not under the same roof, but still. We have to do this as a team. I'd like it if we could do that as friends. 2 people who might not have what it takes to be a couple, but have everything we need to be good parents. That's going to take some practice, I think.
You think?
She whispered. Yeah, he said with a weary sigh. Lots.
That woman,
she said with a sniff.
Did you know you loved her right away?
She asked. Right away, he said, his arm around her. Terry was quiet for a moment. Then she said,
I guess you probably know exactly how I feel.
He thought it made as much sense for Terry to think herself in love with him after a couple of one-night stands as it did for him to be in love with Vanni the second he laid eyes on her. And Vanni had been as unavailable to him as he was to Terry. Come on, he said to Terry. Let's lay down on the bed. See if you can calm down enough to rest. I can't stay the night, though. You understand?
I think so. Yes,
she said.
I don't like it, but I get it. I'm not usually this crazy.
It's okay. Let's quiet you and the baby down. Then I'm gonna leave and go home. You feeling a little better yet?
There's just no way for us, is there, Paul?
There's a way for us to have this baby and be good parents, Terry. In my mind, that's a lot. First thing Monday morning, the phone rang at the Booth household, and Vanessa lunged for it. It was Cameron, and she let out a disappointed sigh that she hoped he wouldn't interpret. The man she'd been thinking about was Paul. She'd been worrying about him. Frantically, in fact. He hadn't called as promised, and by 10 o'clock the night before, she'd left messages for him at his home and office, getting no response.
She'd hardly slept, afraid he'd been hurt or killed on the drive home. It didn't feel good to have something between them yet to be resolved. She collected herself. "Well, hello, Cameron." "Vanny, how are you?" "Very well, thanks. And you?" She chewed her lip a little bit. Why couldn't this just be Paul? "I'm good. Listen, I know Virgin River is perfection, but I was wondering if you'd like to get out of town for a weekend." "A weekend?" she asked, completely unprepared for such a question. "There's a great seaside hotel in Mendocino, on the ocean. Lots to do around there. Very relaxing and entertaining." "Cameron, I have a baby." He chuckled. "I thought maybe I could bring along a pediatrician." "But, Cameron, I'm really not ready for—" "Easy, Vanny. We'll get 2 rooms. Think of it as a chance to get to know each other better, that's all. And no, I have not mentioned my plans to Carol." "Oh, listen, I appreciate the invitation, but I'm not sure I'm ready for something like a weekend date. That's moving a little fast for me." "I'll be a Boy Scout," he laughed. 2 rooms, good views, great food. A little relaxation, conversation. No pressure." "I appreciate the thought, really. It's very nice of you, but—" "All right," he said. "It was worth a try. Well, then, can I wrangle another run down to Virgin River? I have Jack's phone number. I could make a reservation at that little cabin." "You're welcome any time," she said. "Maybe this weekend, since I scheduled it off?" "Sure," she said without enthusiasm. "Let me know if you decide to come down." It was another tense hour before the phone rang, and this time it was Paul. She nearly bit his head off. "Where have you been?" "Annie, I'm sorry. I didn't get your message until this morning." "Forget the message. I didn't ask you to call. You said you were going to. I was afraid something terrible might have happened. I worried half the night." "Something unexpected came up. I had to, just help out a friend with something. I was home too late to call you. I didn't even check the messages until this morning." She sighed heavily. It wasn't like her to panic, but she had far too many losses over the past few years, and Paul felt like one more. "If you hadn't said, Vanny, I'm sorry. That will never happen again." Taking care of the widow again, she thought. He got home, got sidetracked by the woman in Grants Pass, and she was the last thing on his mind. How could he be any more clear? Still, she heard herself ask, "What was the problem that sidetracked you until so late?" It wasn't anything. Not as serious as it sounded at first. I'll tell you all about it, Vanny, but I'd rather do it in person. I'm so sorry I didn't call." "I'm not your keeper," she said. "You have a private life, as you tried to explain. Vanny, I don't want you to get the wrong idea here. I doubt I have the wrong idea," she said. "Don't worry about it, Paul. I'm glad everything is okay. We'll catch up later." "I'll talk to you this week," he said. "I'll see you on the weekend." "Sure," she said. She hung up the phone and went to her bedroom. She sat on the edge of her bed. She could tell by the nervous sound in his voice he hadn't been home too late to call. He hadn't been home at all. He spent the night with the woman who had complicated his life. "We have things to talk about." Those were his parting words, along with the promise to call. That thing he wanted to talk about, it would be an explanation about his relationship in Grants Pass, as if she needed more of his lame attempts. What did she expect, really? He had a life before Matt was killed, before Vanessa needed him, and that life went on. She had to find a way to let go of this, of him. If she didn't, it was going to tear her apart. Worse, it would tear Paul apart because more than anything, he was faithful to Matt. The best thing she could do for herself, for Paul, was attempt to get on with her life. She remembered back to those old flying days when she and Nicky got each other through a dozen bad boyfriends. The pain and disappointment. "Raise your right hand and repeat after me," Nicky would say. "I will not be pitiful. I will not be pathetic." She checked little Matt to find he was still sleeping. She wiped at her eyes. It was so ridiculous to cry. It had been very clear for a long time. Paul was devoted to her, bonded with her in some special ways. Probably her best friend. He was loving and affectionate and genuinely cared about her. But it wasn't romantic. It never had been. She'd better get over it. One thing she absolutely couldn't take: Cameron and Paul both in Virgin River for the weekend. Cameron trying to seduce her, Paul shyly and clumsily trying to find a way to tell her he had a girlfriend. Chinese water torture would be sweeter. She went back to the great room and sat beside the phone for a few minutes, thinking. She picked up the receiver and dialed. "Cameron? Yes. I've been thinking about it, and a little trip to the coast might be just what I need. Maddie and I would love to go, but it'll have to be 2 rooms, and only if you're sure you want to do this with no expectations. I don't want to disappoint you." "I understand your position, Vanessa," he said. "Let's just have a good time." "That sounds so nice. Can we make it early on Saturday and home Sunday?" "Perfect." "Good. I'll be ready." And she hung up. She looked at Walt, whose newspaper was folded into his lap. He stared at her over the top of his reading glasses. "Vanessa, just what the hell's going on?" I'm going on a little weekend trip with Cameron. I'll be taking the baby, of course." He had heard her side of all 3 conversations, and she knew it. "There seems to be a lot more to the story here," he said. "Fighting with Paul? Making a date with this doctor?" "It's really nothing, Dad," she answered. "You don't have a problem with me going away for a weekend, do you?" "You're a grown woman," he said. "Paul will be coming down for the weekend." "And you're not going to be here to see him?" She stood up. "He's not coming to see me. I think I'll just go for a quick ride, if you don't mind listening for the baby." "Not at all," he said. "Don't hurt the horse." If Cameron had hoped to impress and charm Vanessa, he certainly was on the right track. First of all, he borrowed his brother's SUV so that the car seat and stroller would fit. She had some misgivings about going away with him for the weekend, especially when her motivation was mostly to avoid Paul. But he entertained her with stories on their drive to the coast. Growing up with a brother and sister close to his age, fraternity pranks, med school horror stories that made her laugh in spite of herself. She was immediately comfortable, enjoying herself, and decided there were some perks involved in avoiding Paul. He took her to a motel that resembled a country inn. They entered rooms on the parking lot side, while the back of each room opened up onto a quaint, sheltered, and private patio with table and chairs that faced the ocean cliffs. Lush pots full of geraniums sat around full green ferns and daisy beds that bordered the patios. In Vanessa's room, which was joined to Cam's, were fresh flowers and fruit. After lunch at a sweet little seaside restaurant, they put the baby in the stroller and walked along the cliffs above the ocean, finally spreading a blanket under a full leafy tree. They talked about their youth, their pasts, their experiences, their likes and dislikes. "You have a real way about you," Vanni said. "I bet the mothers who bring their children to you fall in love with you all the time." "I'm just waiting for the right one to fall in love with me," he said. "You were never even tempted to get married?" she asked. "There were a couple of close calls." "I bet you've had a million girlfriends," she said. He laughed. "That might be giving me too much credit," he said. "Or not enough. I don't know which. I've had some girlfriends, and many more attempts that didn't work out. Ah, you're picky. He lifted an amused eyebrow. Maybe they were. Come on. Haven't you been in love 100 times? Not quite. Not counting high school and college when I was in love with a different girl every week. The first one hit me in med school. I had it bad for another med student. It was very hot, very intense, very brief. Very painful. Took me off the market for a while. Really? I'd take you for the heartbreaker. No, sir, he said, shaking his head. I realized that, up to that point, I'd been attracted, but not in love. I had my share of flings, but this woman I went to pieces over. I was all of 24 and I could have made the promises, all of them. She was with another guy before I knew what hit me. Then, another, and another. I lost track of her during internship when I heard she was with the senior resident in her program. My pride suffered a major blow, not to mention my perspective. There were more? She asked. Oh, yeah, he admitted. I lived with a woman once, but not for long. I don't think we made it 3 months. That was my only attempt at that. He shrugged. I was 29, and it seemed like I ought to at least make an effort to have a stable, monogamous relationship. It was awful. Awful? What went wrong? First of all, it wasn't stable. She turned out to be crazy. Then he smiled. Really? I mean, really? You just wouldn't believe it. A total loose cannon. She threw things at me and everything. I almost went deaf from her screaming. You moved in with her without knowing that? His cheeks took on a rosy stain. I probably should have guessed, but I was in denial. He laughed. Because she was really, he swallowed. Because she was very sexy. I thought I could handle anything if I could just... His voice dwindled away. What men will do, Vanni said, shaking her head. Yeah, guilty. Did you ever live with anyone? He asked. Never. The closest I came was when I was going with my husband. I traveled from San Francisco to Camp Pendleton to spend every weekend with him while he was still stateside. In college, he said. Who were you in love with in college? She laughed. Brett McDougal, captain of the football team, president of the debate club. I really expected him to be a senator by now. What is he doing? He sells used cars in Virginia. He makes sleazy late-night commercials and wears his hair in some kind of weird pompadour. In college, he looked like he was going to take over the world. I was nuts about him. How'd he let you get away? A lot of girls were nuts about him. He had a very short attention span. What a dope, Cameron said. Yeah? Well, I think I made a very slim escape there, she said, laughing. He reached out and covered her hand with his. Can you tell me about Matt? Is that too hard for you to do? It's okay. I like to talk about him, she said, and resisted the memory that made one of the things about her relationship with Paul so comfortable. They could share memories. Matt was a wonderful man, a great friend. He was so funny, so full of energy. What snagged me immediately was his sense of humor. He made me laugh till I cried. And there were other things about him, like his commitment to the Marine Corps, his commitment to his buddies, his boys, as he called them. That filled me with admiration. His commitment to me, she added somewhat quietly. He was single-minded when it came to the things he cared about, and he was strong, not just physically, emotionally strong, too. But you should have seen his arms and shoulders. He could do pull-ups and push-ups all day long. Big, like all those Virgin River men, Cameron said. Not really, she said. Broad-shouldered, but not even 6 feet. When I wore heels, we were the same height. Dark-haired like you. Blue eyes like yours. Tender and sensitive and easy to talk to. She got a little misty. Sometimes I really miss him. I'm sorry." He leaned toward her, sneaking up on her, and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. "Never be sorry. It sounds like you had something special. You wouldn't want to not have had that, especially with the little guy." "You're right, yes. I'm getting to the point where I can appreciate that I had him in my life, that I have his son. I'm grateful I had at least that much rather than never having known him." She inhaled sharply and looked out at the ocean. "It's nice of you, not avoiding that subject, not pretending he isn't a part of my life." "Vanessa, he's going to be a part of your life forever." "Yeah. I don't know if I take comfort in that or not." She looked back at him and smiled. "But I'm grateful, understand. For Matt, the baby, everything but the end." "Let's go back," he said. "I'd like a shower before dinner, and you could probably use a little time alone with your baby. Maybe a nap." She took a breath. "That might be in order. What time is dinner?" "Drinks at 6:30, dinner at 7. "Where?" "We're eating in. It's going to be special." "In?" she asked. "Special?" "Once you get Maddie settled, we'll have a catered dinner on the patio so you'll be able to hear him if he wakes." "Don't panic," he said, laughing. "I don't have ulterior motives. There's going to be a waiter present most of the time. I'm not trying to trap you. Impress you, yes. Trap you, no." Paul didn't see Terry at all that week, but he called her twice to ask her how she was, and he kept the conversation short. He'd been planning to go to Virgin River, but then he got a call from Joe explaining about Jack and Preacher's add-on and the need for a builder's opinion. This was perfect because it gave a professional purpose to the trip, but he knew Terry would realize there was more to Virgin River than a construction job. He promised to call her during the weekend to make sure she was doing all right, but he didn't give her the general's number where he could be reached. This time, he would call for messages. But she surprised him by saying, "Have a nice weekend, Paul." And he was so grateful that he suggested he might try to see her the following week, maybe for lunch. And she said, "That would be nice, Paul." When he got to the general's house on Saturday, Vanni was not there, and Walt was wearing a very annoyed expression. "She didn't mention she'd be away this weekend," Paul said. "No, she didn't, did she?" the general said. "Yet I'm not sure why. You have any intel on that, son?" He shook his head. "I told her I was coming. I think she was angry with me for forgetting to call her." "She's gone away for the weekend with the pediatrician," Walt announced. "God damn, sir," Paul said. I mean, I know exactly what you mean." Walt turned away from him. "Sir, maybe I can explain this misunderstanding," Paul attempted. The general waved him off. "I don't want to hear it," he said. "I've heard way too much already, and I don't want to be any more confused. Seems about time you explained whatever it is to Vanessa, however." "Yeah. Yes, sir. I have to go into town, see Jack and Preacher about building onto that bar. How'd you like to come along?" He turned back. "As a matter of fact, I'd like to do just that." By the time Paul and Walt got to the bar, the lunch crowd was finishing up. Both of them needed a beer, both for the same reason, though they didn't discuss it. Walt had no idea what was going on with his daughter, but he'd been real close to her for 30 years, and he smelled a broken heart. Yet she'd gone away with the doctor. As for Paul, he was sure his complete ineptness was causing him to lose her. Again. After Jack served them up a couple of cold drafts, Paul said, "Joe tells me you're planning some building." "That's a fact," Jack said. "We have to make room for Preacher's family. Now that he's figured out how to make the babies, he wants a house big enough to fill up with kids." Jack took a sip from his coffee mug. They like it here. They like working together, living right on the property, running things their way. Makes sense to me, and Joe says it's easily done. He left some sketches, but doesn't have plans yet. He needs a builder to check out beams and foundation, etc. I can do that, Paul said. You have someone in mind for building? That's a problem around here. Until recently, there's not been too much demand, so our general contractors are few and far between. Remember, I couldn't find one who could go to work within a year. But we sure have plenty of crew looking for construction jobs. And there's been a development. What's that? Mike and Bree. They've been looking for a house for months. Nothing that works for them has come on the market. My plot's big. I can give them a parcel and they can build their own place. They'll be talking to Joe soon about a design. But they're sitting in that RV trying to start their own family, needing space. And they have the same problem. A serious lack of builders. He shook his head. This is one of those times I wish you lived in Virgin River, Paul. Let me see the sketches, Paul said, changing the subject. Jack reached under the bar and pulled out a large sheaf of rolled papers, clipped together at one corner. They're pretty rough sketches. No problem, Paul said. I'm used to his scrawls and squiggles. He does manage to invent new abbreviations regularly, though. To challenge me, I think. Preacher in back? Yeah, he's cleaning up after lunch. Paul grinned. Maybe I'll get started. Take care of the general, will ya? Who says I need taking care of? Walt asked. I'm as happy right now as I've been all week. Paul drank about half of his beer, flipping through the sketches, then dragged himself off the stool and wandered into the kitchen. Paul knew the bar like the back of his hand, but to do the architect justice, he looked at it with a builder's eyes. He scribbled over Joe's notes. He walked through the apartment and upstairs, then stopped in the middle of the small living quarters on the ground floor. He thought, with the second floor and loft added, it could handle an open beam ceiling over their new great room, with a fireplace. Then he walked around outside. Before Paul could escape back to the bar, Mike saw him prowling around the yard right outside Preacher's quarters where the extension would be anchored. He walked across the yard from the RV. Hey, Paul! Did Jack tell you we're looking at building? He did, Paul said with a nod. Probably a good idea, if you're not finding anything you like. It sure would be great if I already knew the builder and his work, Mike said. Yeah, but I work in Grants Pass now, Paul said. There must be at least one incentive to taking a job around here, Mike said, grinning. I love this place, you know that, but I have commitments in Grants Pass. I left my dad and brothers for a long time while I was here last autumn. And thought those commitments included a pregnancy. Maybe, just maybe, Virgin River would be a more strategic place to sit it out. He could keep in touch with Terry by phone rather than having her expect him to be available to her. It would help with the matter of not giving her false hope. Tell you what, I'll definitely think about it. But there are a lot of factors. Not the least of which was Vanessa Rutledge. Chapter 6. At only 2.5 months, little Matt had become a very cooperative travel companion. After his stroll along the cliffs, he had a nice catnap with his mother, then a bath and a little playtime, then a long, leisurely nursing, and back to sleep. Vanni had a shower, put on a lightweight sundress, primped, and waited until she heard a soft tapping at the door that separated her from Cameron. Is he asleep? Cameron asked. He is. Cameron crept near the portable crib and looked at him. He saw Vanessa's shawl on the bed and picked it up, draping it over her bare shoulders. I was prepared for him to join us for dinner. He laughed. We'll keep an ear turned his way. Come here, he said, taking her hand. I have drinks on the patio. He led her through his room onto his patio where a table had been set with china. He lifted a drink and put it into her hand. The sun was just beginning its downward path. He touched her glass with his. to a weekend away from it all. Thank you, Cameron. I didn't realize how much I needed something like this. He pulled out a chair for her, turning it slightly to face the beautiful sunset. Sit down and enjoy the sunset. Are you warm enough? She pulled the wrap around her and nodded. Do you miss the flying, Vanni? He asked her. I miss the girlfriends, she said. We're in touch and we visit a lot, but there were 4 of us who bid our schedules together. So every trip was like a 4-day pajama party. 2 of us lived in LA, 2 in San Francisco. We're still close. Will you go back to flying? No. That part of my life is over. I can't imagine leaving little Matt for days at a time. Half of my problem is not having any idea what's coming next for me. Sitting in my father's house, a single mother? She shook her head. I don't know about that. He laughed at her. Vanni, you're not going to do that. Carol said something about you joining her in real estate. It was her turn to laugh. She felt an overwhelming temptation to tell Cameron she'd rather have all her teeth pulled than work with Carol every day. But knowing their friendship preceded hers with him, she just said, No, I already told her I wasn't interested in real estate. But in her usual fashion, she wasn't listening and is probably getting a desk ready for me at her brokerage firm. A formidable woman, he said, giving his head a shake. Being her daughter-in-law probably has its challenges. But I have to hand it to her. She got me my house at an irresistible price. She got the seller to bring the price way down without me even making an offer. She probably wore them down. She's worn me down a time or 2. I can only imagine. There was a knock at the door, and Cameron rose to admit a man dressed in waiter livery carrying a large tray. He was a friendly man in his 50s, delighted to be serving them. He chatted about the food as he prepared their plates, poured them wine and large glasses of water. He had a van backed right up to Cameron's hotel room door and went back and forth to bring in the meal. And once their plates had been served, he stood silent by the hotel room door, allowing them to talk and enjoy the meal, watching in case it was time to refill water or wine glasses. They were served salad, pasta, chicken marsala, crisp green beans with almonds, Chardonnay. Then came creme brulee. This must have cost a fortune, she whispered across the table to him. It was worth every penny, Cameron said, taking a last bite of creme brulee. The hotel manager hooked me up with a local restaurant, and I talked to the chef. He recommended the menu, said he'd have it sent over and served. I thought it made so much more sense to be here where we could hear the baby than trying to go to a good restaurant. And subjecting the other diners to a crying baby? She laughed. I'm sure they're all very grateful. Crying babies are pretty much a part of daily life for me, he said. And for me, she added. This was so thoughtful. I can't think of another thing you could have done to create a perfect getaway. Good. You've enjoyed it? Immensely. And on top of it all, you've been a real Boy Scout. I had my instructions, he said with a chuckle. The waiter returned to the table and offered them coffee. I'm not a nursing mother, Cameron said, and I'm not driving. I'm having another drink. How about you, Vanni? What would you like? Decaf? She asked, and it was provided. The dishes were cleared away, a carafe of decaf left on the table. Cameron sipped his drink slowly, and then the door softly click-closed for the last time, leaving them alone. Leaving them to talk. And talk. They went over families, friends, places they'd lived, terrible apartments they'd rented, bad cars they'd purchased, trips they'd taken. They laughed and asked each other questions and became friends, something Vanni had said she wanted. But when she said it, she was only trying to keep him from pursuing her romantically. She was a bit surprised to realize how much she liked him and hoped he could be her friend. She glanced at her watch. Over 3 hours had passed. The day had been nearly perfect. It had taken her mind off all sorts of things and had proven an ideal escape with a wonderful gentleman. It's almost time for little Matt to make himself heard, she said. Does he still wake in the night? Cameron asked. A couple of times, but he eats and goes back to sleep. People keep telling me he's an easy baby. Thank God. It's the only thing that's been easy lately. I'm glad you didn't draw the fussy card. You just never know. She pushed her chair back and stood. I'm gonna turn in. I know it's still early for you, but after Maddie's next meal, I'll go to bed. He stood as well. I'm right here if you need anything. And then he walked her to their adjoining door. She turned and faced him. Really, I don't know how to thank you. The day was wonderful. The evening was perfect. And you're exceptionally well behaved. She grinned at him. Don't give me too much credit. It's all part of a devious plan. Oh? Absolutely. If I can show you a good time, make you feel safe and comfortable, then maybe, when you're ready, I'll have a chance. He smiled at her. She tilted her head and looked at him with a sweet smile and glowing eyes. You're absolutely wonderful. He shied a bit at the compliment and dropped his gaze, laughing softly. Well, I've never had an interest in a widow with a baby before, and I'm finding it has its difficult points. Oh? He threaded a hand under her hair and around her neck. Oh, yeah. For one thing, you just smell so damn good. If your situation was different, you might have to beat me off with a club. I have a giant crush on you. Maybe I shouldn't have done this, she said. But she didn't pull away from his hand. I'd hate to lead you on. Come on. It's not your fault if I have a crush and a desperate need to try to impress you. Don't you have enough baggage without taking on mine? Well, I'm impressed, she said softly. She leaned toward him and put a gentle kiss on his cheek. I just don't want to let you down. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, they were suspended there. And then he slowly pulled her toward him. He was going to kiss her, and she was going to let him. But then the baby started to snuffle in the crib and whimper. She pulled back with a smile. That's my call, she said quietly. Thank you for a lovely day, and for being such a dear man for understanding so much. Sure, he said, removing his hand. I wouldn't want it any other way. Good night, Cameron. Of course, Vanni couldn't sleep. It stung. She wanted hands on her. She wanted a man's hot and eager body pressing her down in the bed, filling her, making her tremble and cry out. She hadn't been touched or physically loved in so long. After Matt's death, after the baby, when her body began to come back to life, there was only one man whose touch could tempt her, really tempt her. Matt's best friend. Her best friend. Oh, it made her so furious, tears came to her eyes. That damn Paul. He wasn't nearly as smooth, as romantic as Cameron. He wasn't as pretty, and Lord knew he didn't want her like Cameron did. Then she remembered the way he laid his head on her shoulder and wept right after the baby was born. The way he slipped his arms around her waist when she cried at Matt's grave. The way he held her and the baby close for a few long moments before saying goodbye. And the tears came. How had she let this happen? Why can't I just want the man who wants me, instead of the man who has no room in his life for me? Sometime in the dark of night, Cameron was awakened by odd faint sounds. He opened his eyes and listened. The baby? He thought. He sat up. But that wasn't a baby crying, he realized. He got out of bed and crept closer to the door that separated him from Vanni. She was weeping, crying soft, muffled, sad tears. He pushed gently on the door and it opened. She hadn't locked it. Maybe she did trust him, he thought. He pulled on his pants and went to her room. "Vanessa?" he whispered. She moved in her bed. She sniffed. "Cameron?" she asked. "What is it?" he whispered. "Nothing. It's nothing," she whispered back. He went to her bed and sat on the edge. He looked down at eyes that, even in the darkness of her room, were filled and overflowing, her nose pink. "God, Vanessa, if I made you cry, I'll hate myself." "It's not your fault. You're completely innocent. You've been wonderful. I think too much sometimes. I have to learn to let some things go." "Oh, honey," he said, pulling her close. "It's all right. These things take time." "I'm sorry," she said. "You don't have to be sorry. I knew. We both knew. You've had so much to deal with, to try to put into perspective. It's okay." He crawled onto the bed and, on top of the coverlet, slipped an arm around her head to hold her. "You take your time, Vanni. There's lots of time." She turned in his arms and cried against his bare chest, and he held her, understanding the pain. He ached for her. The woman had buried the husband of her heart right before delivering his child. Moving on to the next part of her life wasn't going to be that easy. He didn't care. He was willing to go through this with her because this was exactly the kind of woman he wanted in his life. A woman who could show commitment this powerful, emotion this deep, love this enduring. When he woke hours later, still on her bed, he saw her across the room, her nightgown slipped down to nurse her baby. As she looked down at her son while she fed him, a tear glistened on her cheek. She was having trouble leaving her spouse behind, and every time she looked at her son, it would serve as a reminder. It was not the morning after he had imagined or hoped for. He went to his room to shower. Then he had a nice breakfast delivered to the room, but he excused the waiter so they could be alone. He held the baby against him as Vanni picked at her food and sipped her coffee. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked her. "A little bit," she said. "God, Cameron, you don't deserve this." "I told you. I understand. But I think we should go home. I think maybe you could use some time alone. I don't think being with me right now is helping much." She reached across the table to touch his hand. "I don't want you to think it wasn't a wonderful weekend. For a while there, I really was far away. I needed that. It came with a little pain. That's the last thing I wanted for you. I know. I'm the one who should have known better. I have to believe it'll just keep getting easier." "Probably," she said. But she didn't say it with much confidence. The ride back from the coast was pretty quiet in Cameron's car. He attempted conversation a few times, but Vanni didn't have much to say. They had to pull into a rest stop for a while for Vanni to nurse and change the baby, so he walked around outside giving her privacy. He stayed close, feeling protective. He reached across the console to hold her hand a few times as they drove, and she squeezed his hand affectionately, but she smiled at him with regret and sadness in her eyes, and it filled him with a foreboding. He had wanted their weekend together to be just the beginning, but he had a feeling it was going the other way. It was about 2 p.m. when they came up to the general's house. Cameron stopped short of the drive. Parked outside the circular driveway in a nice, neat row were the general's SUV, Tommy's little truck, Paul's big truck. Vanessa stared at the vehicles, gazing out the window, her mouth set in a serious line. Waiting on the front stoop was Paul. He stood as Cameron's car came into view, and Vanessa's eyes were locked on him. He had something in his hand, like a pebble or sliver of wood that he tossed. He hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his jeans and looked anxiously at Vanessa. "Damn," Cameron said. "I'm such an idiot." Vanessa turned to look at Cameron. She lifted her chin. There it was, in her eyes, all of it. "It wasn't your husband's memory that made you cry," he said, suddenly understanding so much more than he wanted to. "Why didn't you just tell me?" "Because," she said, tears threatening to fill her eyes, "there's nothing to tell." "Oh, yeah? What's that?" he asked, indicating Paul. "I have no idea why he's here. He has someone. I'm not so sure about that. I'm pretty sure. But you love him." She gave a hiccup of emotion. "I'm just very confused. We were so close. Matt, the baby, everything." "Vanessa," he said sincerely, "you were never honest about that." "I didn't know what to be honest about. I'm trying to move on, really." "All right," he said, shaking his head. "All right, don't cry, please." "I told you I didn't want to mislead you," she said. But then she lifted her chin, sniffed back her tears, and said, "I mean nothing to him. We're just good friends." "Well, that's obviously not true." He glanced at Paul, who was waiting for them to stop talking and pull up. "He's here. He's waiting for me to bring you back. You might have told me you had feelings for him. I've been straight with you. You know I'd like to get something started between us. You should have been clear. You're not available." "Cameron, please. I tried to warn you about expectations. Please don't make this worse. I don't want you to think I just used you." "You certainly didn't do that. You could have. I would have welcomed that, but no, you weren't ready. Now I understand why." He laughed without humor. "God, I've made a classic fool of myself." He took a breath. "Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to check back with you later, much later. See where you are. Maybe you'll be free, maybe not. But I'm out of this triangle." "It's not." "It is," he said. "I could handle what I thought I was up against. I didn't know you were in love with someone else." He took his foot off the brake and coasted forward. When he stopped in front of Paul, he jumped out, went to the passenger side of the SUV, and opened the door for Vanni. He then went into the back, pulled out her small suitcase and the stroller, taking them to Paul. "Hey, buddy," he said. "Make yourself useful." "Sure," Paul said, taking them to the front door. Cameron got Maddie out of the car seat and before passing him to Vanessa, took a long, slow moment to put a little kiss on his head. Then, as he passed the baby to Vanni, he placed a soft kiss on her lips. Against them, he said, "I'm sorry it didn't work out better." "It wasn't your fault," she whispered back. "Here's your good boy," Cameron said, passing the baby. "I had a lovely time," she said softly. "Thank you for everything." He couldn't resist. He touched her hair, gazed into her eyes. Out of Paul's earshot, he said, "I hope I get a chance to show you I'm a better deal. I can be there for you through all this crap. I'd never let you down, never leave you to wonder how I felt. Never." He took a breath. "I hope the son of a bitch disappoints you." She laughed hollowly. "I'm sure that's exactly what's going to happen." She held her son against her chest and put her palm against his cheek. "Thank you for being so understanding. You've been very decent." He laughed. "That wasn't my original idea." He became serious. "You know my number, in case you're ever ready to move on. I mean, really move on." Paul stood near the front door with Vanessa's suitcase in one hand and the stroller in the other, watching as they said goodbye. It was sheer torture. The soft kiss, the whispers, the hand against his face. It was all so sweet, so tender. Oh, God, he thought. I've lost her forever. Again. When Cameron got back in his car and drove away, Vanessa walked briskly up to the front door. Paul stood there wearing a hangdog look, and rather than making her long for him, it set her on edge. Everything in her life would be different right now if he'd leveled with her from the start, if he'd made himself clear. He was committed elsewhere, and she was merely a good friend. He opened the door for her, and she walked right past him. "Hello, Paul. Have a nice weekend?" "Not so much. You?" "Lovely, thanks. I need to talk to you. It's important." "What can be so important?" she asked, breezing through the foyer. "Hi, Dad," she called as she passed by him en route to her bedroom. Paul followed her with her luggage and the stroller. "If you could just give me a few minutes. I've been waiting for you." "Well, you shouldn't have waited," she said, laying little Matt in the crib, busying herself with his diaper. "You could have just as easily returned my calls, or maybe made a few calls of your own." She looked at him and said, "You keep saying we have things to talk about, then I don't hear from you." "That's what I have to talk about. I want to explain, Vanni, please." She looked at him and saw that he was miserable, and she didn't care. She hoped he was in agony. "All right, go ahead." He looked nervously over both shoulders. "Can we go someplace?" "Why?" He leaned toward her. "Because it's tremendously personal. How's that?" "Would you like to close the door?" she asked, lifting one mocking eyebrow. "No, I wouldn't like to close the door." He took a breath. Don't get mad at her, he told himself. She was just acting on instinct, just trying to have a life after all that death. He couldn't get mad about that. He, of all people. "Maybe we could go for a ride?" "I don't think so. I'm just back from a long ride. Let me change the baby, then if you want to, we can walk outside. Will that do?" "I guess it'll have to," he said in a definite pout. And then he slowly got sucked into touching the baby's head, smiling into his face and making him smile back. The diaper came off, and Maddie sent up a stream of urine that appeared 4 feet high, which Paul ducked and Vanessa covered quickly, making them both laugh. "All right," Paul said. "We'll just take a walk outside." "Is he good? Not hungry?" "He's been fed," she said. "I'll just put him in his bouncy seat out by Dad, if it's okay with him." "Okay. Thanks." He backed away a little, slipping his fingers into his back pockets. He had to keep doing that because he wanted to touch her so much, and this would be a bad, bad time. The look on her face indicated she was maybe inches from wanting to belt him. A little while later, the baby settled in his seat beside Walt's chair. Vanessa and Paul walked out on the deck behind the house and down the stairs toward the stable. "Is this something you'd like to share with Matt?" she asked. "Or is this just for me?" He sighed in frustration. "Just for you," he said miserably. He tried to grab her hand, but she pulled it away. "Listen, I'm not sure you know how I feel about you." "Sure I do. You've made it clear. You have a situation in Grants Pass, a woman, and you're not in touch much. It's obvious how you feel." "Are you kidding me?" "Because—" He stopped walking. She stopped walking. "I care about you a lot." "Yes, I know. I appreciate all your concern. You've been very good to me, and Maddie. You've been a very good friend to Matt." "This is not just about Matt. I thought we were close." "I guess we are," she said with a shrug. "Like brother and sister?" "Vanni, I have some things to explain. So you keep saying. Think you'll get it out this time? He ground his teeth in frustration. There's a reason I've been hanging back a little bit. Why I've been so distracted. I wanted to wait until I figured some things out and until I knew it wasn't too soon after Matt for you. But it's starting to look like I might already be too late. I got as far as the corral and she leaned her back against the fence, her elbows on the top rail, heel on the bottom rail, facing him. Can I start at the beginning? Will you listen? By all means. Take your time. She invited with a wave of her hand. Way before you came to Virgin River, way before I ran into you at Jack's, long before anything happened to Matt, I was seeing this woman sometimes. She averted her eyes in spite of herself. They'd gotten this far before. He'd found a woman. Still, it just wasn't easy hearing that he had a woman in his life, though it was completely reasonable. I met her a long time ago. We had one night together, he said. He shrugged. Not even a whole night. I called her a couple more times because, he finished. It was casual, not my finest hour. You did something wrong? She asked. At the time, I sure didn't think so. Vanny, I slept with her a few times, all right? We had an understanding. You know how it is. I don't, as a matter of fact. I've actually never had that kind of understanding. But you men, oh, come on. You probably had more sex over the weekend than I had last year. Is that right? She asked, lifting her chin defiantly. In fact, at that precise moment, Vanny regretted that she couldn't allow herself to do that. Men seem to be able to do it so easily. Make love when there isn't love. See it for what it was. I don't even care, he said in frustration. That's not even the point. What I have to explain is not that I had sex last year when you were married, pregnant, and my best friend was alive, but that I had sex a couple of months ago. After I went home. After the baby, I was pretty screwed up. Losing Matt was killing me. I didn't want to leave you. Staying with you was eating me alive, and... He looked down, took a breath, and continued. I tried blowing off some steam with my brothers and the construction crews, but where I made my fatal mistake was... I called this woman who I never had anything with but sex and asked if we could talk. Have dinner and talk. I was messed up, Vanny. I needed to tell someone what it was like. Burying my best friend. Helping his baby get born. I was in a lot of pain. Guilty. Needy. I shouldn't have called her. I guess it wasn't just talk. Course not, he said. She tells me she's pregnant. From that. She felt that icy cold wave of dread pass through her gut. Just when she thought it couldn't get worse. Well, my God, she said in a breath. At least I finally have your attention, he said. I wasn't kidding when I said it was important. And personal. She pushed herself off the fence. Anger shook her inside, but she tried to keep her expression passive. You have some issues. Tell me, Paul, what does a woman have to do to get that much of you? He hung his head and shook it. You won't be impressed, he said. She was seductive, available. I didn't care. I'm not proud of that. And I apologized, but my apology isn't going to change anything. So you'll be getting married, I suppose. No, we won't. When I left here last week and told you I'd call, I got home to this hysterical message from her and I went to her. Well, I guess you had to. It's not as though there are consequences now. Vanny, I didn't sleep with her. I'll never sleep with her again. I went to make sure she didn't do anything to herself, to the baby. I went to talk her down. That's what tied me up, the reason I didn't call. This woman and we don't have anything together except this. I didn't even talk to her last year from October to February. But if she is having a baby, and if it is my baby, I have to take care of her. Them. I have to. You understand that, don't you?
If? Vanni asked.
She said she was on the pill. I wore a condom. Seems like there's still an outside chance this could be a mistake. Probably not, but who knows? It's early. I wanted to wait until I knew for sure before...
God, you men just can't keep it in your pants, can you? She said in disgust.
Well, you could damn sure believe it's behind locked doors now. You think I didn't learn an important lesson there? Now, I want you to tell me something, Vanni. You and the doctor, is that a done deal? Do you love him?
Not that it's your business, Paul, she said indignantly. He cares for me very much.
And you care for him very much?
What's the difference? You're having a baby.
Yeah, it sort of looks that way, but I'm not having a wife. I'm not having a girlfriend or a lover.
This baby will be your priority.
Wouldn't little Maddie? Because, Vanni, if you make a baby, whether you meant to or not, you raise a child. That's how it is.
This woman, Paul, she must want you to marry her.
I'm not going to marry her, Vanessa. That would be cruel. She deserves a husband who loves her, not a man who's in love with another woman.
She frowned slightly. Her mouth stood open. He took a step toward her, and she took a step back. The fence of the corral came up against her back. What are you saying?
Here I've been treating you with these kid gloves, he said. Afraid you couldn't be approached because of your grief. Afraid I'd spoil my chances with you by moving too fast. And it turns out, I wasn't fast enough. But Vanni, everything I saw told me you weren't ready. Being annoyed with Carol for her fix-up, crying at the grave.
He took another step toward her, and she looked up, way up into his warm brown eyes. He lowered his face closer to hers, gripping her chin in his thumb and forefinger, lifting her chin. When he spoke, she could feel his breath.
Vanessa, I've been in love with you forever.
How was I supposed to know that? She asked in a shocked whisper.
You weren't supposed to know it.
His other hand was on her waist, his lips close to hers.
You were married to my best friend. You know I'd never hurt Matt like that. Never. It would have been a betrayal for you to even guess how I felt. But that first night, I pointed you out to Matt. You were so beautiful, so full of life and energy. I couldn't even get up the nerve to talk to you. I've never really loved a woman before. I haven't since, and I tried. I wanted to be over you because I could never have you. I should have told you how I felt before I left right after the baby was born, but I was afraid you'd be, I don't know, shocked, horrified, that you would think the worst of me loving my best friend's wife, that you'd never trust me again. I was afraid you'd hate me. And then the general would shoot me.
A tear escaped and ran down her cheek. And now you're going to be a father, she said in a breath.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. And if I'm going to be a father, I'll be the best one I know how to be.
He wiped the tear away.
I'd love to be a father to Maddie, too. You know I love him. Vanni, you have to believe me. I never wanted anything bad to happen to Matt. He was my brother.
Paul, there's a woman in Grants Pass who's counting on you. She needs you.
Look, I don't know if you can understand this, but it was only sex. It wasn't even my idea, the sex. It was just... God, he said, backing away a little bit, hanging his head. I'll do everything I can for her, but we're not going to be a couple. Send him away, Vanni. Send the doctor away. What if I'm involved with him? This isn't Matt we're talking about, Paul said. I'm not going to bow out quietly. I'll do whatever I have to do. I'll fight for you. And if we made love all weekend, me and Cameron, I don't care. I don't care about anything but that you have to know the truth. I'm in love with you. I've always been in love with you. And being in love with my best friend's wife was torture. What if I asked you to walk away from that situation in Grants Pass if you want a chance with me? What if I said I couldn't deal with that? He hung his head. Vanessa, you know I can't. I'd never abandon a child like that. If there's a price to pay, I'll pay it. But not an innocent child. This isn't happening, she said, shaking her head. Here's what's happening, Paul said. I love you. I think you must have feelings for me or you wouldn't be so angry. There's at least one child between us, maybe two. What we have to do is... Vanni! They jumped apart at the sound of Walt's voice yelling from the deck. Just the tone of her father's shout sent a chill up her spine. She pushed Paul out of her way, thinking something might have happened to the baby. She ran across the yard and up the small hill to the deck, Paul close on her heels. But Walt stayed on the deck, and if anything had been wrong with the baby, he'd have been inside. When Vanessa got up to her father, he said, It's Aunt Midge. She passed. We have to go. You'll have to pack up the baby again. Tom's getting his things together, then he can help you. And with that, Walt turned and went back into the house. Vanni was frozen for a moment. She shot a look at Paul, and he reached for her hand. Vanni, I'm sorry, he said. What can I do? She just shook her head. There's nothing you can do, Paul, except go quickly so we can get on the road. Vanni, tell me you understand what I told you. I can't leave anything in doubt now. She looked down for a moment. Then she raised her eyes and locked onto his. Paul, listen to me. There's a woman in Grants Pass who's having your baby. I want you to go home. Go home to her. Try, Paul. If there was something about her that appealed to you enough to make a baby with her, maybe you can make a life with her. No, Vanni, that's not try, Paul. Try to fall in love with your child's mother. If you don't at least try, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You don't understand. You didn't hear what I said. My aunt just died, and I have to go, she said. Do what you have to do, Paul. Chapter 7. Walt was 62, but his only sibling, his sister Midge, was all of 44. She'd gotten pregnant at 18, had a 6-month marriage to the father of her child, and then lived her entire adult life as a single mother with her daughter. Shelby had just barely turned 25. When Shelby was still in high school, Midge had been diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. It had been Shelby and Midge all along, so it was no surprise that Shelby ended up as a caregiver when the disease progressed. For the first couple of years of Midge's illness, Shelby was able to either go to school or work part-time in addition to helping her mother. But it wasn't long before Midge was a full-time job. The disease had been in its final stages for a couple of years, and while Midge had been ready to go, Shelby hung on. She told her Uncle Walt many times she couldn't say goodbye to her mother unless she believed she'd done everything she could to make every day count. The tragedy or blessing of Lou Gehrig's is that the body withers and fails while the mind remains alert and functional. Shelby and Midge chose to see this as a great blessing, for their time together had rich, sentimental moments. Midge had gone into a wheelchair 4 years ago, finally into a hospital bed 2 years ago, and soon after, she was completely paralyzed. Shelby got a little help from her uncle, who visited almost every week once he had retired. There was a home nursing service, and then hospice. They were in Bodega Bay, and Walt had been prepared to move there after his retirement from the Army, but it was Midge who urged him to look further. She knew she wouldn't last long, and she didn't want her brother to establish a retirement home based on her location. In fact, Walt had retired less than a year before her death, and even that had been longer than any of them had predicted for Midge. The drive from Virgin River to Bodega Bay was about 4 hours. Tom was dozing in the back seat of the SUV with the baby, while Vanni sat up front with Walt. They'd made many such visits. Most often, Walt went alone, sometimes with Tom, sometimes with a pregnant Vanni. But now they were all going to say a final goodbye. Mike Valenzuela had offered to take care of the horses for them while they were gone. Vanni said nothing as they drove, but stared out the window.
"I never even had a chance to ask you how your getaway with the doctor went," Walt said. "With Paul waiting so apprehensively for the same reason. And all—"
"It was fine," she said. "I was just thinking I never got down there with the baby to see her. And I should have made that trip the first one, before Carol and Lance. Midge was on borrowed time."
"Don't kick yourself about that," Walt said. "The household of an invalid is complicated. We talked about it. It would have been hard on Midge and Maddie, not to mention Shelby. Midge understood, believe me. And Matt's parents had a priority there. They lost their son. It was good that we went."
"Instead of going to Mendocino, I should have gone to Bodega," Vanni said.
"Vanni, Midge would rather you have had a nice weekend. She was at peace with her destiny. That's the one thing that gives me comfort. She was ready. She wasn't holding out for anything."
"Shelby will need help now, won't she?" Vanni asked.
"Shelby has her own ideas. We've been over this many times. She wants to sit tight for a while, continue with her ALS support group, and get her bearings. Caregivers have huge adjustments after the end. She wants to figure things out before she makes a big change. I think that's smart. After all, she was only a young girl when this all started. She hasn't had an adult life at all. At least, not the usual kind. The house is hers now, and she'll either sell it or keep it, but it needs a lot of work, and I'll help with that. At 25, it's finally time for her to start her life."
Vanni took a deep breath.
Midge wasn't in pain. Emotional pain, yes. She felt she was a burden. My little Midge. She didn't have it easy.
"Daddy, are you okay?" Vanni asked.
"Honey, I'm relieved. She was leaving us so slowly. At last, she has her reward. At last, she can walk and laugh again."
Shelby had been born in the small house that had been her widowed grandmother's, and she had lived there all her life. Her father had never showed his face during her entire childhood, and there were no support payments of any kind. But her Uncle Walt had always been there for them. When her grandmother died, Walt refused any of the insurance benefit and took over the house payments. In addition to that, since Shelby had no male role model in her life, she spent summers with her uncle's family, where she learned to ride, shoot skeet, and had what passed for siblings with her cousins, even during Walt's army tours abroad. Shelby had lived summers in Germany and Denmark with the Booths. Because of the Booth family, Shelby's childhood had been rich with family. The life of a caregiver is a hard one, emotionally draining and physically exhausting. Shelby couldn't have done otherwise. Her mother was her best friend. So when the Lou Gehrig's began to get bad, although Shelby was very young, her life went on hold to care for her. But hers was not a lonely life by any means. The support system for families with life-limited members was a strong one. They helped each other in every possible way and formed incredibly strong friendships. The evidence of this was obvious at Midge's memorial. Nearly 100 people turned out for a woman who hadn't left her bed in over 2 years. They were clearly there for Shelby. Midge had been cremated. She had not wanted to take that wasted body into eternity. The house had become run down during her illness, and neither an open house nor a reception was possible. The living room had held the hospital bed and support equipment needed for her care, all of which had been quickly swept away within a day of her passing. Midge's wishes had been spelled out very clearly. No fuss, just kind words and friendship. But Walt and Shelby had made arrangements with a funeral parlor months preceding her departure and secured a room that was bright and spacious, and refreshments were catered in. There were a few tasteful arrangements of flowers and one large, gorgeous spray sent by Paul Haggerty. Walt and his family arrived Sunday night, and by Wednesday all the farewells had been said to Midge. He wanted Shelby to pack up and come home to Virgin River with them, but she wouldn't. "I have things to do," she said. "Important things. Not only does this house need a lot of work, most of which I can do myself, but I have a big transition to make. I'm staying with my support group until I've had a chance to adjust to the change. And," she said, "I'm not sure I want to leave Bodega Bay. I've been here all my life." "What would you like to do now?" Vanni asked her. "That's part of the transition," Shelby said. "I don't know yet. People in my group have talked about trying to make changes too fast. It can be devastating. I'm not going to let myself fall into that trap." So Walt went about the business of helping Shelby make a list of repairs and renovations that should be done to make the house presentable again. It was paid off now, so Shelby could do with it as she pleased. Shelby's list contained mostly cosmetic items, from cleaning and painting to tearing out old window coverings to replace with new ones. Walt's list was a little more industrial. He thought it was time for new doors and frames, windows and baseboards, not to mention new plumbing fixtures and updated appliances. After all, this had been his mother's home. He felt a responsibility to it. He always had. He would personally contract most of this work to be done for Shelby. Shelby herself needed some remodeling. Even though her caregiving job had been very physical, she hadn't been getting the right kind of exercise and had gained weight. Her complexion was pale and blemished, and she hadn't bothered with makeup in years. Her hair had grown long, she'd never had it cut, and she wound a single honey-colored braid around her head to keep it out of the way. Shelby had plans for some personal changes, but she didn't discuss any of that with her family because she wasn't sure where to begin. And she wasn't sure it was even possible. The Booths left on Friday to make the drive back to Virgin River, though leaving Shelby was hard. But she was adamant. She needed the time to grieve, to be alone, to figure out how to have a life that wasn't consumed by a loved one's illness. They were about halfway home, Tom nodding off beside the baby in the back seat, while Vanni sat up front, staring out the window. "It was a sad week in many ways," Walt said. "But it's also the end of a sad time. I'd worry more about Shelby being on her own if she hadn't shouldered so much responsibility by herself for the past few years." "She has many wonderful friends," Vanni added. "Are you all right, Vanni?" he asked. Just a little melancholy, that's all." "It's hard to tell what's bothering you most. Midge's passing or some problem you're having with Paul." She turned to look at him, and he said, "Anything you want to talk about?" She shrugged. There's not too much to talk about, Dad.
You could help me understand a couple of things, you know.
For instance?
Oh, don't be coy. You stood Paul up to go away with the doctor, and if I know anything about you, you're not that interested in the doctor. Hell, you've been in a strange mood since Paul left after Maddie was born. You knew Paul was coming for the weekend, and despite his best efforts to be circumspect, you knew he was coming for you.
I wasn't so sure about that.
I heard you fight with him, Vanny. Did you and Paul have some kind of falling out?
Not exactly, Dad.
Walt took a breath. Vanessa, I don't mean to pry, but it's pretty apparent to me how you feel about Paul, and how Paul feels about you. And yet,
Dad, while Paul was here last autumn, we got a lot closer. We were good friends before, but, of course, with all we went through together... Dad, before all that happened, Paul had a life in Grants Pass. One that's not so easily left behind.
Vanny, Paul loves you, but something happened between you recently.
He let me know there are complications in Grants Pass. Something he's been struggling with. It's kept him from being honest about his feelings, she said. He has commitments, Dad.
A woman?
Walt asked.
Vanny laughed softly.
We shouldn't be so surprised that Paul actually had women in his life, should we? Yes, apparently there was a woman. Is a woman.
Jesus,
Walt said under his breath.
He's not married, is he?
Of course not. He wouldn't keep something like that from us.
Engaged?
He says there's enough of an entanglement there to make his position difficult. That's why he wasn't around after Maddie was born. Walt drove in silence for a while, and Vanny resumed gazing out the window. After a few moments of silence, Walt asked,
What about you, Vanny? I know you care about him.
Dad, Matt's only been gone a few months. Should I even have such feelings? Should I be completely embarrassed? I'll miss him forever, but
Please don't do that to yourself, honey,
he said.
Haven't we learned by now? Life is too short to suffer needlessly.
Will people say
I don't give a good goddamn what people say, he growled. Everyone is entitled to a little happiness, wherever that is. And I think for you, it's with Paul.
She sighed and said, I'm asking myself why I thought I had some claim on him. He was very good to us all. I'm so grateful, but why didn't I realize that a man like Paul wouldn't have any trouble attracting the attention, the love, of a woman? I've been so angry with him for not telling me, but why didn't I ask?
Now what, Vanny? Is he trying to make a choice? Is that it?
We were having a discussion, not a very pleasant one, right when the call came from Shelby. It left his intentions up in the air a bit. But there's one thing I won't do. I can't do. I can't ask Paul to choose me over a woman he has an obligation to. I tried to make it very clear his duty to me as his best friend's widow has expired. He doesn't have to take care of me anymore.
I have a feeling it's more than duty, Walt said. I have a feeling it always has been.
He has to do the right thing, she said. I'm not getting in the way of that. A man like Paul, he could regret the wrong decision for the rest of his life. And frankly, I don't want to be the one left to linger with his regret.
Oh boy. You two have some talking to do.
No. Paul has business to take care of. I have nothing more to say about this. Paul arrived in Virgin River about mid-afternoon on Saturday. He left his duffel in the truck, allowing for the possibility he wasn't welcome at the booths. He hadn't talked to Vanni since the Sunday before. She'd been busy with the family in Bodega Bay. Besides, the conversation they needed to have wasn't for the telephone. But the way things had ended between them caused him to hit a wall. He couldn't let her get away again, or he'd never be the same. She could push him back, be angry about his screw-up, but he was going to keep coming at her until he had her attention. She was going to have to tell him, convincingly, that she didn't love him and didn't want him in her life. That was the only way he'd let go. And he was done tiptoeing around the issue. He was greatly relieved to note the doctor's car was not parked outside the general's house. Tom opened the door for him. "Is Vanni here?" "She just went for a ride. She'll be back in about an hour, 2 at the outside." "Mind if I wait around?" Paul asked. "Of course not," Tom said. "You look all stirred up." "I just need to talk to her, that's all." "Yeah, I know. Good luck with that. She hasn't been in a real talkative mood." "Coffee?" "Thanks," Paul said. "I'll get it." So they knew, he thought. No surprise there. She was all worked up and angry when they parted a week ago. And she was close to her brother and father. She wouldn't hesitate to talk with them about her problems. Their problems. As he moved toward the kitchen, he saw the general out on the deck, leaning on the railing, looking out at his view. The other thing Paul dreaded was facing Walt before he faced Vanni. But he wasn't going to blow it this time. He'd lay it out there and face it like a man. Then he was going to beg Vanni to forgive him. It could take time, but he'd gladly wait her out. He took his coffee out to the deck, and as he stepped onto the planks, Walt turned. "You did show up here. I predicted you would." "Well, I'm fearless, sir," he said. Then he swallowed nervously. "You must be. She's really got her back up this time. Vanni's down at the stable, but I'd like a word with you before you go after her, if you don't mind." I mind, Paul thought. Do I have a choice? "Certainly," he said. "You know I'll forgive a man a lot of things. But toying with my daughter's feelings, hurting her after all she's been through, that's a tough one. That would be hard, even though we owe you for all you did. Sir, I'm not toying with her. I'll make it up to her somehow. I just wasn't thinking real clear after we buried Matt, and after little Matt was born. My judgment wasn't keen. I'm afraid I made a mess of things. Well, I can't say much about that. I don't know that anyone's judgment was as good as it could have been. It's been a painful, difficult year." "Thanks for saying that, sir. I appreciate it. I guess you could be a lot less understanding. Right now, my only concern is Vanessa. Mind if I ask what your intentions are?" "Not at all, sir. You have every right under the circumstances. I'm in love with your daughter." "That couldn't escape my notice," Walt said, leaning his elbows back on the railing. "Yet it doesn't appear the two of you are on the same page there." With that full head of silver hair, tan skin, and bushy black eyebrows, Walt could look downright menacing. Paul gulped. "She mentioned the situation in Grants Pass?" "She did. She has some concerns about you doing the right thing." "Oh, I'll do the right thing. There's no reason to worry about that. I tried to explain the relationship wasn't serious. I'm not very proud of that, sir. I didn't see the woman very often, a few times in a year, that's all. But it is what it is. I can't deny I was involved." "And now?" Walt asked. "Well, sir, even if Vanessa tells me I don't stand a chance in hell, I'm still not inclined to go any further with the other woman. It just wouldn't work." Walt frowned. "Maybe Vanessa misunderstood you," he said. I thought there was some kind of commitment. Absolutely, sir. I'll take care of her and my child. I'll support them, and it's my intention to be an involved father, but as for the mother, I hope for her sake she can find a man who's right for her. A man who isn't in love with another woman. Regardless of that, I plan to help raise my child. It's the only way. It's the right thing to do. It's what I want to do. Walt was speechless for a moment. Finally, in a stunned breath, he said, "My God, you have a complicated life." "Surreal, sir." "And when were you planning to drop this little bomb?" "Frankly, sir, I wanted to wait until I was sure of a couple of things before I admitted to what an idiot I am. I don't know the woman a tenth as well as I know Vanni, and I have to be sure there really is a child, that it's my child, that sort of thing. Since I did what I could to protect her from pregnancy, there leaves a little doubt, but I can't deny the possibility. And I wanted to be sure Vanni knew I feel as committed to little Matt as my own child. If she'll have me with all these complications, that is." Walt crossed his arms over his chest. "Sounds like you'll have women and children all over the place. That could be an expensive proposition. Spreading yourself a little thin, aren't you? Money isn't going to be the biggest problem. I have a successful company, a supportive family. Shared custody, a situation that wouldn't appeal to any man. That'll be tough. But I'm not going to ignore my responsibilities." "I give you credit for that," Walt said wearily, shaking his head. "I suppose you'll verify all this quickly?" "Of course. I'm going to the next doctor's appointment, and then I just want to be sensitive. The woman is understandably upset, and I don't want to suggest she's lying, but we have to be sure. Too many people are going to be hurt by my actions as it is. Once the facts are indisputable, I just hope Vanni can forgive me. Accept me with my baggage." Walt looked over his shoulder at a sound, and both men watched as Vanni opened the corral gate, mounted Chico, and rode away from the ranch, down along the riverbank. "Well, she's getting away from you. If you have a case to plead and don't want to do it in front of her father and brother, I guess you'll have to go after her." Paul put his still full cup of coffee on the patio table. "Can I borrow a horse, sir?" "Knock yourself out," the general said. "Thank you, sir," he said, clambering down the deck stairs and taking off for the stable. Walt watched him run. Then he shook his head and said, "Holy Jesus." Paul saddled up Liberty, the general's stallion, the feistiest horse in the stable, but also the fastest. It took a while to get him ready, though he hurried. He'd been on this horse once before and remembered him to be difficult, hard to handle. Tom, the more experienced rider, didn't mind taking Liberty and leaving Chico for Paul. But today, Paul wanted to catch up with Vanni, and he really hoped Liberty didn't throw him and break his stupid neck before he found her. He took the stallion at a fast trot along the riverbank for a good 20 minutes before he saw her up ahead. He urged the horse a little faster, and when he was within her hearing, he whistled. The piercing sound cut through the air, and Vanni turned her mount toward him. She took one look at him, turned, and kicked Chico's flank, taking off. "God damn it," he swore. So this was how it would be. Not easy. He was going to have to take off the gloves. He risked being thrown by giving Liberty a snap with the end of his rein. The stallion reared. Paul hung on, then leaned low in the saddle while Liberty closed the space between them. By God, he was going to catch her, make her listen, get through to her. There was no one within shouting distance to distract them. For once in his life, he was going to finish, even if he had to cover Vanessa's mouth with his hand. It only took him a few minutes to catch up to her, thanks to Liberty, the champion of the stable. Pulling alongside Vanni, he reached out over her hands and grabbed her reins, pulling Chico to a stop. The expression she turned on him was fierce. "What?" she demanded. "Listen to me," he retorted. "Make it quick." "Fine. Here's quick. I love you. I've always loved you. I loved you before Matt saw you, but I didn't have his guts and I hung back. I've regretted that forever. Now I have a baby coming," she interrupted, lifting her chin. "Listen, I don't know much about being a father, just what I watched when I was growing up. And you know what I saw? I saw my parents with their arms around each other all the time. I saw them look at each other with all kinds of emotions, love and trust and commitment and... Vanny, here's the ugly truth. If I made a baby, I'm not angry about that. It wasn't on purpose, but I'm not angry. I'll do my damn best, and I'm real sorry that I'm not in love with the baby's mother. I'll still take care of them, and not just by writing a check. I'll be involved, take care of the child like a real father. Support the mother the best I can. What that child is not going to see is his parents looking at each other like they've made a terrible mistake. I want him to see his dad with his arms around his wife and... Did you try? She asked. Did you give the woman who's got your baby in her a chance? Is that what you want for her? She's a decent person, Vanessa. She didn't get pregnant on purpose. You want her stuck with a man who's got another woman on his mind? I didn't want this to happen to her. I'm not sticking her with half a husband. She deserves a chance to find someone who can give her the real thing. But she loves you. She does, doesn't she? She wanted to get married. Vanessa, she's scared and alone. It's what comes to mind. She'll be all right when she realizes I'm not going to let her down. And I'm not going to. All this because you couldn't open your mouth and say how you felt, what you wanted, she said hotly. I wanted so little from you. Just a word or gesture, some hint that you had feelings for me. Instead, you took your wounded little heart to another woman and... She stopped her tirade as she saw his eyes narrow and his frown deepen. He glared at her for a long moment. Then he jumped off the stallion, her mount's reins still in his hands. He led the horses the short distance to the river's edge, to a bank of trees. What are you doing? She asked, hanging on to the pommel. He secured the horses at a fallen tree, then reached up to her, grabbed her around the waist, and pulled her none too gently out of the saddle. He whirled her around and pressed her up against a tree, holding her wrists over her head and pinioning her there with the whole length of his body. His face was close to hers. You never opened your mouth either, he said. She was stunned, speechless. She couldn't remember a time Paul had ever behaved like this. Aggressive, commanding. He leaned closer. Open it now, he demanded of her just before he covered her mouth with his. Her lips opened under his and he moved over her mouth with passion, with heat, and she responded with her own. Her gentle, shy Paul, not only filled with all this desire, but clearly aroused. He let go of her wrists and circled her waist to pull her harder against him. And with a sigh and a shiver of lust, her arms went around him, yielding. Not just yielding, inviting. Feeling her response, he couldn't bring himself to end the kiss, but only deepened it, invading her velvety mouth with his tongue, letting his breath out slowly as her tongue came into his mouth. It was with a great deal of regret that he reminded himself they had to talk it through, get all their issues in the light and dealt with. But when he left her mouth, he stayed so close to her he was whispering into her parted lips. Vanessa, you have the worst goddamn temper. And you're the bossiest woman I've ever known. I want you to listen to me. I can't change what I feel, what I felt for years. I tried, because I never thought I'd have any kind of chance. I never imagined that we'd lose Matt. And even with you in my arms, finally, I'd give anything to have him back. But we can't, Vanni. It's going to be you and me now. That's all it can be. Now stop all this fucking around because I want you so bad my head is pounding. I never knew how you felt. I know that, Vanni, he said quietly. You weren't supposed to. I loved Matt, you know. I know. And he loved you. He took a breath. And I loved you both. But you were the guy who caught my eye the night we all met. You. Yet, you never even talked to me. Maybe if you'd talked to me, he beat me to it. And once that happens... What did she do, Paul? The woman in Grants Pass. How'd she manage to get your attention? I told you. She was pretty, seductive, he said. And I was lonely. I let it happen, Vanni, because there was no reason for me not to. You belonged to someone else. Not just anyone else, but Matt. And later, when I didn't belong to anyone, I thought you still belonged to Matt. To a memory, he said. And I was pretty much out of my mind. It was stupid. I told you, I'm not good with women. I never have been. Or you'd have belonged to me, not my best friend. I don't have any regrets, you know. Matt was good for me, good to me. He made me happy. He gave me a beautiful son. I'll never regret a day, Vanni, he whispered, brushing that thick copper hair away from her face. Vanni, as much as I love you, as much as I wish I'd had the guts to pursue you before he got to you, in the end, I wanted you happy. I wanted him happy. But now, he gave her a kiss. It is what it is. I want us to go forward. I want to take care of you and Maddie, and probably one more. You're still not certain? She asked him. He shook his head. Vanni, be prepared. I don't think I'm getting out of that one. If I'm responsible for a child, I'll see it through. I know, she sighed. Could be a large family in the end. You'll stand by me through that? She shrugged. You'd stand by little Matt, wouldn't you? That's how it is. We don't leave babies out there alone, without parents who love them. He smiled into her eyes. You're wonderful, you know, but very hard to shut up. He pressed himself against her, kissing her deeply. God, he said in a whisper, going after her again, so desperately she laughed against his lips. Do you have any idea how long I've wanted to kiss you? If you're telling me the truth, I know exactly how long. Paul, I want you to know something. While I was Matt's wife, I didn't have 1 second of doubt or temptation. Not one split second. I loved him completely. Vanni, I know. It wasn't until later, after the baby, months after Matt was gone. And I didn't think you'd ever see me as anything more than your friend's wife. I used to talk to Matt about you. I'd stand out at that grave and tell him that I'd always love him, but I was going to love again, and if he approved, he should give you a nudge. You were so much more than a friend, but you didn't seem to see me as a woman. I thought you couldn't separate me from your best friend in his death. He ran his hand down her hair. Oh, I saw you as a woman. Too much woman for me. I was fighting for my life. I was so guilty about the way I'd felt for years. I didn't know what to do except give you time, watch you come out of mourning and plan my approach. And trust me, I wasn't planning this one. He shook his head. The goddamn doctor got there ahead of me. The fact that you were a recent widow sure didn't slow him down. Does she know about me? Vanni asked. She does, he said. God, I hope she and I can work together on this. Most of all,
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now? Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
I hope you're not making a big sacrifice because of my screw-up. I couldn't let a child of yours go any more than you could. Vanni, I want to marry you, take care of you and Maddie. She frowned slightly. Wait a minute. Is there anything else you should tell me before you propose? Any other little secret stuffed in the back of your closet? Honest to God, that's it. Until very recently, I had the most boring life in Grants Pass. You're sure about that? Because until last week, I thought I knew everything about you. I mean, I've known you for years, lived with you for months. We spent so many hours just talking. That's it. Jesus, isn't that enough? I want to marry you and Maddie. In fact, once we get the lay of the land, I'd like to have more children. Maybe at least one that we actually make together. I'd give anything for that, Vanni. She smiled. Let's see how many you have so far before we make those kind of plans, huh? And you'll marry me? He asked, brushing the hair away from her brow. You're a very interesting guy, Paul. It takes you years to tell me you love me and minutes to ask me to marry you. I'll wait till you're ready. But I want us to be together forever. The corner of her mouth lifted along with one reddish brow, teasing. Don't you think we should see how we work out sexually? See if we're good together? She asked, grinning playfully. Vanessa, we'll be good together. Well, you'll be perfect, and I'm sure I'll catch on eventually. He kissed her again. Are you going to say yes or make me beg? Do you think I want to live with my father and have a weekend boyfriend forever? Yes, she said. I'm probably going to marry you. Oh, God, thank you, he said, grabbing her to him again. Is tomorrow too soon? A little bit. We're waiting on the Grants Pass baby, remember? It won't make a difference, but I think we should know how many people we're bringing into this family. We'll do that, right away. That's perfectly reasonable, he said, grinning. Then he shook his head in sheer wonder. You've been wonderful about this. I didn't really expect you to come around so quickly. I thought you were going to drive me crazy. Well, I've turned it over in my mind for a while now. When it happened, we didn't know where we stood with each other. It's not as if we said the I love yous and you went to bed with another woman. Yet you insisted I try to see if I could love her. I had to be sure. I don't want another woman's man, even if it's you. You're remarkable, you know that? In fact, your whole family is remarkable. Your dad was pretty civil about it, too. She was quiet for a moment, a startled look on her face. My dad? She asked. Yeah. He just wanted to be sure I wasn't playing with your feelings. and he seemed kind of interested in how I was going to manage financially. I told him the company's doing well. That's not going to be a... You told my dad? She asked, cutting him off. Paul was frozen, staring at her for a second. No, he finally said. You told your dad. Because he asked me if I planned... Oh, shit. What did he ask me? Something about whether I had commitments and grants... He leaned over her shoulder and let his forehead bang against the tree. And I said, absolutely, sir. I'll support the woman and my child. Oh, God. Vanni, laughing, pushed him away slightly. You told my dad? She exclaimed, laughter shaking her. Paul grimaced. You didn't tell him, huh? Of course not, she said, her eyes alight and her smile huge. That's a little personal, don't you think? Plus, you said you still had to be sure if it was for real. Oh, God. Paul, she said. What did you do? I thought you'd told him. What did you tell him? She looped her arms around his neck, but she was laughing too hard to speak for a while. I told him we shouldn't be surprised to learn you'd actually had women in your life before you came to Virgin River. That there was a woman. And she dissolved into laughter again. He leaned against her once more, pressing her back to the tree. It isn't that funny. Are you kidding? It's hilarious. She laughed a little more and finally said, Paul, he's a trained interrogator. You walked right into it. I don't see the humor. Well, if you don't have a sense of humor, I don't know if I can... She was cut off by his mouth finding hers. In fact, he kept her from laughing for a long time, covering her with his body. They kissed and held on to each other. Finally, he released her lips and asked, You done laughing? I am. I think you worked it out of me. He touched her swollen lips with tender fingers. Do you think your father will shoot me? Probably not, she said, smiling. But if you hear a rifle cock, you might want to duck. Funny, he said, kissing her again. I think I have whisker burn, she told him. Yeah, he grinned. Looks good on you, too. We have to go back. I have a baby to take care of. I don't want to go back. He's going to be waiting for me. You might as well just face it, she said, and laughed again. We've been out here a long time. Not quite long enough, he said, and kept her just a few more minutes, afraid to let her go. She wiggled her hips against his. Paul, it's pretty obvious pinning me against a big old tree turns you on. I know, he said. We need to get alone. Uh-huh. I need that too. Probably more than you do. And the sooner, the better. Vanni left Paul to tend to the horses while she rushed back to the house to check on the baby. It took him the better part of an hour to get them brushed down and stabled, the tack put away. He might have been dragging his feet a little when he went back to the house. By the time he got there, Walt was standing at the dining room buffet fixing himself a short drink. Paul had lived with the man for months. Even given the untimely death of his son-in-law, he hadn't been a daytime drinker. If tragedy or depression didn't drive him to the bottle, this had to be celebratory. Walt turned, regarded Paul, and lifted one bushy black eyebrow. Fix you a little something to take the edge off, son? He asked. Thank you, sir. And mentally he added, You dog. Bourbon? Scotch? Canadian? Crown? Paul answered in question. My pleasure, Walt said, selecting the bottle from the cabinet and pouring a short shot on ice. He passed it to Paul and said, You didn't do much undercover work in the Marine Corps, I guess. No, sir. Obviously. He raised his glass. Here's to me winning the game I didn't even know I was playing. To you, Paul said grudgingly. After having a sip, Walt said, I know you pretty well, Paul. Before today, I never had a doubt about you. So I'll only ask once. You plan to treat my daughter well? Like solid gold, sir. Despite everything. If you're her choice, that's good enough for me. And he raised the glass again. Thank you, sir. But really, he said, chuckling, you walked right into it. Vanni and her father were so alike, it was scary. In addition, she had a fiery temper. And he asked himself, do I want a general for a wife? The answer came quickly. Oh, yes. Oh, my God, yes. Chapter 8. The general, knowing things had been resolved and were now heating up between Vanni and Paul, made himself scarce after dinner, leaving the reconciled lovebirds to the kitchen cleanup alone. But Tom didn't have the facts and caught them in a serious lip lock while they were supposed to be washing and drying dishes. Paul had Vanni pressed up against the sink, devouring her with yet another passionate kiss. To Paul's back, Tom said, I guess this means you two have things worked out? Paul whispered in Vanni's ear, Get rid of him, will ya? Please? Go away, Tom, she said a little breathlessly. About time, Paul. Really, I was beginning to think you were a little slow or something. I'm going to Brenda's. No curfew tonight, Paul said, though his voice was muffled against Vanni's neck. Stay away all night if you want. There was the sound of laughter, then the closing of the front door, and Paul's lips were on Vanni's again. Vanni, honey, Paul whispered, will you pack a bag for yourself and Maddie and come with me in the morning? Come back to Oregon with me for a few days. Good idea. We'll leave very early, he said, like in an hour. She laughed at him. We'll leave at 9. I don't want to rush the baby. She gave him a little kiss, then wiggled away from him, putting away the last plate. I have to go give Maddie his bath, then get him settled for the night. Paul spent what seemed to be an interminable 2.5 hours in front of CNN, unable to concentrate on a word of it. After an hour, he got up and fixed himself a drink, asking the general if he could get him anything. But the general declined, probably because he didn't have what was best described as bridegroom nerves. Paul was asking himself 100 questions. He had no idea if he was a good lover. How does a man know? He'd been pretty successful at getting the job done, satisfying the woman he was with before thinking of himself. He couldn't remember any complaints, but he wasn't a man who'd been with a lot of women. Not by comparison to some of his friends, for sure, and never with a woman like Vanni. And with Vanni, he didn't want to merely satisfy her. He wanted to bond her to him forever with the greatest pleasure of her life. He wanted their coming together to be sweet for her, sweet and powerful. Paul wanted her to know he could be an adequate husband. He heard the baby crying, then making sweet little noises while he enjoyed his bath. A while later, he heard the tub fill again. Vanni was treating herself to a soak. Would she cry over Matt when they finally made love? Would she remember him, long for him, miss him all over again? And how does a man handle that? Paul asked himself. He wished he'd thought to ask Jack. Jack had married a widow. There must have been special challenges. I've held her through 1,000,000 tears, Paul thought. I can hold her through as many more as it takes. He took a shower, mostly to distract himself, and when he came out of the bathroom, only one light was left on in the great room, probably for Tom. There was a light under the general's door, and the sound of the TV in his room could be heard. Paul stepped out onto the deck and stood under a cool, dark sky that was riddled with 1,000,000 stars. The sky was so deep and clear, It was as if one could see into the next universe. He was barefoot and bare-chested with his towel slung around his neck. He looked toward Matt's grave, then toward the sky, holding on to the ends of the towel. "I swear," he promised. "I'll do my best, buddy. I'll do my best by both of them." He'd give the world to hear Matt snap back some smart-ass response. Paul went to his room, dug around in his shaving kit, then went to Vanni's bedroom door. He quietly turned the knob until it opened a crack. "Can I come in?" he whispered. "What are you doing?" she whispered back, sitting up in her bed and flicking on the lamp. "Are you completely crazy?" "Suicidal," he said. He entered her room, softly closing the door behind him. The first thing he did was glance at the baby to make sure he was asleep. "I have to spend more time with you." "With my father right down the hall? With me in bed? I don't care if the whole army is down the hall. If you won't come away with me tonight, I just couldn't stop myself. Are you naked?" She rolled her eyes and grinned at him. She was wearing a gray t-shirt with Army printed on it. Yet on her, it sure looked sexy. And God, that grin. It was everything. It was his world. She was so strong, so sure of herself. He should have known she was ready for him, for them. Or she'd have told him she wasn't, because that was Vanessa. She didn't play around, didn't make mistakes with her feelings. She knew where she was headed. She had a will as powerful as the general's. He grinned back at her. "You should try to be quiet," he said, and she giggled. "Vanessa, for once in your life, can you be quiet this once?" "I don't know, Paul. What are you going to do to me?" He smiled and knew his eyes grew hot. "I'm going to get under that army t-shirt, unless you ask me not to." "Don't be ridiculous. I want you under the t-shirt. But really, this is way more bold than you usually are. I'm turning over a new leaf. No more waiting for an invitation. No more waiting for just the right moment. I need you. God, do I need you." His mouth covered hers. His hands slipped under the t-shirt, finding her breasts, and he groaned. "Oh, Vanni, your bottom half is totally naked." She grinned against his lips. "Yours isn't." "I'm trying really hard to talk sense into myself," he whispered against her lips. "I don't think he'll break down the door and shoot you in the back of the head," she said. "He's much more direct, and he hates dealing with me when I'm depressed. But you might want to listen for that rifle cock." "I tried like hell not to do this," he said, lifting her t-shirt, his lips finding her nipples. "Turn that light off." "Not until you take off your jeans," she said. He raised his head. "You're crazier than I am," he whispered. "Are you going to be quiet?" "I'll try, really. But if he comes knocking?" Paul gave her an evil grin. "Anyone who touches that door is really going to have his hands full." He tossed the towel that had been around his neck over the back of a chair in her room. Before unsnapping his jeans, he pulled some condoms out of his pocket and put them on the nightside table. There were several. She glanced at them and lifted one tawny brow. "That's very optimistic, Paul," she said with a smile. "It's probably delusional," he answered, pulling the t-shirt over her head and tossing it away. His breath caught at the sight of her. She was breathtaking, and not the least shy. Then he stood. His hands went to the snap and zipper, and he shed his jeans quickly, kicking them away. Her eyes grew round. Oh, my. Dear God. He was simply beautiful. A soft mat of brown hair covered his chest. His hips were narrow, legs long, and he was huge. Huge and erect, He sat down on the bed, and his expression took on an earnest look. "Are you all right since the baby? Are you worried about having sex?" Her eyes were glued to his male parts. "I'm a little more worried about being quiet," she said, thoughtfully. Paul turned off the light, claimed her lips, and slipped down into the bed with her. His hands were all over her, caressing her back, her breasts, her firm round bottom, her lush hips. And her hands were on him immediately, examining every part of him with her fingers and palms, stroking, rubbing. "I want you," he whispered. "I want you so bad." And his fingers slipped down to that damp place where her legs were joined. "Open for me, baby." He didn't have to ask twice. Her legs came apart. He slipped a finger through her silky, slick softness and inside. He whispered against her parted lips. "Oh, man, that didn't take long." "Look who's talking," she whispered back. "You came out of your jeans ready." "Vanny, I've been ready for hours. I tried a shower, a walk outside, a drink." She reached over to the bedside table for a condom, began taking it out of the foil, but she didn't quite get the job done. His fingers on her, in her, his mouth on her neck and breast. It was almost more than she could take. She began to tremble and grabbed his wrist to pull his hand away. "Stop," she whispered. "I'm already too close. Wait." "No," he whispered back. "No waiting. Let go," he told her. "It's okay. Come for me, hard and fast." And he kept touching her, stroking her, moving against her while he kissed her. She spiraled up and over the top instantly, climaxing before she could even help with the condom. It was crunched in her clenched fist, and she made a rather loud, growling moan, and Paul covered her mouth as fast as he could, trying to muffle the sound under his lips. But he didn't let her fall alone. He carried on with his rough caresses, taking her beyond pleasure. He continued until the storm was past, and she collapsed, breathless beneath him, soft in his arms. The only fear he'd had was that for some reason he wouldn't be able to do it for her. But he hadn't even gotten started, and she was gone, off like a rocket. It thrilled him. "Ah, baby," he said. "That was special. You do that very well." "Whew," she answered, weak. "I meant to wait for you." He took the package out of her hand and applied the condom. "I should have known. You're a fireball. Let's have some more of that, huh? Let me in, baby. We're not done." With a passionate sigh, she lifted her knees and he worked his way inside. Slowly, easily, until she took all of him. "Paul," she whispered, clutching him. "Paul." He rose above her and began to move slowly, evenly, deeply. He had to cover her mouth with his because the sound she made would give them away. He grinned down at her. "You're a screamer, aren't you, sweetheart?" He moved some more, and his voice was hoarse, strained. "Do it again, Vanny. Give it up." Then he covered her mouth again and pumped, and she went out of her mind, over the moon, beyond the stars, and an explosion of pulsing pleasure that left her totally limp and completely spent. "That's my girl. You are very good at that. I am the luckiest man alive." "Paul," she whispered weakly, "I can't keep doing that without you. What are you waiting for?" He pecked at her lips and she could feel his smile. She could feel his teeth. "Just once more, sweetheart. Come on. It's so good." "I can't," she said, exhausted. "I just can't." "We'll see." He slipped down, kissing and licking his way down past her breast, over her tummy, and pulling her thighs apart, gave her a few hearty strokes with his tongue, right in her center. She threw her head back and moaned loudly. Paul's hand came up to cover her mouth firmly, which only made her squirm more wildly. He didn't torture her long. He rose, entered her again, and shifted his hips slightly, creating a perfect friction. In the darkness of the room, he could see her eyes were wide, her lips apart slightly as she gasped in anticipation. "One more," he whispered. "One more for us." She arched her pelvis against him, digging her heels into the mattress, and again he had to cover her gasping mouth to quiet her. "I love you, baby," he whispered against her parted lips. "I love you so much." And then she exploded, drowning him in pulsing heat. Paul was done holding back. He'd never had a feeling like this before. He let it go with a powerful blast and believed in his heart he was making Vanessa his till the end of time. His woman, the head of his family, the love of his life. And he was hers. He released himself at her exact moment and emptied himself into her, giving her his heart, his life, his soul. And then he held her, soft against him, stroking her hair and pressing soft kisses into her temple. "I've never had an experience like that in my life," he whispered. "You are an amazing woman. I think I might be the luckiest man in the world to have this with you." "Phew," she whispered, letting out her breath. "I think you're catching on." She was answered by a deep, low chuckle. "You make it so easy." "Come on, Paul," she said, laughing softly. "Don't pretend you don't know. You're an incredible lover. And I know there have been women—" "Not very many," he said. "There are things about this that are brand new." He rose up on an elbow and looked down at her. "It's the first time I've ever made love with someone I want to spend the rest of my life with. Someone I want to be my partner, my best friend, my lover until the end. The mother of our children. It's what's been missing from my life." She was quiet for a long moment. Her eyes might have glistened. "That's very sweet." "It's very true." He gave her a kiss on the cheek, chin, lips. "Should I get out of here?" "No, stay with me," she whispered. "Please." "Okay, baby. As long as you want me here," he whispered back. "Forever," she said. "Is forever too long?" He kissed her cheek and pulled her against him. "Might not be long enough. Give me a second in the bathroom. I'll be back." He grabbed the towel and wrapped it around his waist. He was lucky. No traffic in the hall. He made it a quick, quiet trip and was back in bed beside Vanessa, pulling her close. Paul lay awake for a long time, just listening to her breathe, drinking in her scent. Holding her like this, naked against him, it was like a miracle. You don't just go to sleep on miracles. You savor them. Give thanks for them. It wasn't until Paul looked out Vanni's bedroom window at dawn and caught sight of the general trudging down to the stable to feed the horses that he finally made the short journey back to his own bedroom. Vanessa was in the kitchen in the morning with a cup of coffee, Maddie in his bouncy chair on the table beside her, when Walt came back from the stable. "Good morning, Daddy," she said brightly. She looked at her watch. "You must have had a very early start." "About the regular time," he said, going for a mug of coffee. "I'm going to miss the hell out of Tom. I'm just starting to realize what it must have been like for him. Up so early, getting all that stable work out of the way before school." He took a sip. "I'm going to miss more than that, of course." "But you wouldn't have it any other way," she said. "We're all so proud of Tom. He's going to do well." "That's the hard part. Sending him off like this. Knowing it's the best thing, even while it feels like the worst thing. And I'm losing you too," he said. Vanessa had no trouble imagining how the general could look scary as hell to his troops. But this morning, at the kitchen table with just his daughter and grandson, he was soft as a puppy. She reached across the table and patted his hand. He played with the baby's foot with his other. "You're not losing me, Daddy. Not ever." "It's okay, Vanny. You're a young woman in your prime. Paul's a fine young man, despite the fact that he's fathering the nation." "Daddy." "Nah, he's a good man. His incident aside." She leaned toward him. "You're not losing me," she said again. "But I packed a bag this morning. I'm going home with him, Dad. Just for a few days. We'll be back before the weekend." "That doesn't surprise me a bit. I'm surprised you didn't take off in the dark of night." Then she asked softly, "Did I disturb your sleep last night?" He shook his head. "I suppose we're an odd family," he said. "Not quite the stiff and upright family I had always thought we were. But the facts of our lives have changed all that. Relaxed our expectations. At least mine." He looked down. "I heard you, yes. It wasn't too disturbing. In fact, those are happy sounds." He lifted his eyes. "There were other nights I heard you, and your brother. Nights of crying over loved ones lost. Your mother, your husband. And I don't doubt there were nights young Tom, at only 14, wondered what to do about a tough old 3-star crying in his bed over his wife's death." "Oh, Daddy." "Vanny, life is rough. It can't help but be, especially for military families like ours. But we have to soldier on, be strong, do the best we can. If you tell me you're happy with Paul..." "Oh, Dad, I love him so much. I loved him before I fell in love with him, if that makes sense. He loves me. And he loves you." "Any man who would do all he did after his best friend's death, this is a man who deserves my respect." "Thank you, Daddy. We still have plenty of time before Tom's graduation and his exit to basic training, even if I spend a little time in Grants Pass." She laughed. "Tom may have trouble fitting us in anyway. I know Brenda is on high priority right now." "Leaving is hard for him, too, but he'll be swept up in it in no time. There's something about being with those boys, competing, trying to prove yourself. He won't have time to miss anyone." He laughed a little. "The girl. He'll miss the girl. He's not a eunuch, after all." She smiled, but didn't say anything. Her father. They looked at so many young faces over his career. His read was solid. "Paul's hoping to do some building here. We'll live down here as much as work provides." Walt's eyes widened. "Did you insist on that?" "No," she said. "He loves this place. He has good friends here. He loves coming to meet the boys. He'd like to build us a house here." "Vanny," he said, touched. "That would be wonderful. I can let you go if it's what you want, but selfishly, I'd be so happy to have you nearby." "He'll have details to work out, and there's that other matter." Before she could continue, Paul walked into the kitchen. "Good morning, sir," he said, heading to the coffee pot. Walt stood. "Vanny tells me you're considering working here." "Yes, sir. But don't get ahead of me. I have to talk to the family. When we get up to Oregon for a few days, Vanny can do some grandparent time with Carol and Lance, meet my family, and I can run this proposition by my dad and brothers. I hope you're okay about me taking Vanny home with me for a few days. We'll be back before the weekend." "Good. That's good." Walt stuck out his hand to Paul. "You should go away together for a while," he said, "so I can get some sleep." And then he walked out of the kitchen. Paul could feel subtle changes in himself after just 24 hours. A confrontation with Vanessa, followed by one night in her arms, had taught him a few things about her. And himself. She was a strong woman. She needed a man of equal or greater strength. One who was sturdy, determined, not someone who would defer or shy away. She liked power, and she didn't crave it for herself, but rather wanted to align herself with it. She was a formidable partner and required a man who wasn't the least bit nervous about that. If Vanessa felt overpowered, she wouldn't cower, she'd fight. But if she felt considerably stronger than her man, she'd fight even harder. She could only team up with confidence, passion, and conviction. All that brought out the best in him, his self-assurance and competence. She was raised by a general. She appreciated brawn and nerve, courage. She liked his gentle side, but only in contrast. She'd been forced to shoulder so much pain and loss, and it had to be tough. She couldn't partner with a man who would take her strength for granted. She needed a man she could lean on sometimes. She had a temper. She was feisty and bossy, sometimes difficult. But she was fair and just, with a love that was deep and enduring. She had both a growl and a purr. Paul was committed to bringing out and adoring both. She was perfect for him, and he realized with some surprise that he was her match. It was an incomparable feeling. The pride it fed in him honed his strength, deepened his love. While Paul drove them to his home, to Oregon, with the baby tucked into his car seat in the back of the extended cab truck, Vanni slept as much as Maddie did. The trepidation that had kept him from speaking up earlier, that had once kept him from approaching her from across a crowded bar and sitting down beside her a few years ago, was gone. He was possessive, sure of himself, serene. He couldn't keep his hands off her, constantly reaching for her, touching her knee, circling her shoulders with his arm. He'd been inside her body, made her tremble with pleasure and beg for more, branded her, made her his. She didn't scare him anymore. When they were nearly to Grants Pass, Vanni asked when they should see Paul's family or the Rutledges. "We're not even going to call them until tomorrow afternoon," he said. "We'll stop off at the grocery, get what we need, and have a night alone. Just the three of us. Monday is soon enough to get in touch with them." When Vanni started making noises of cooking him an elaborate dinner to show off some of her skills, he stopped her. "We're not spending all our time in the kitchen tonight. There's plenty of time for that," he said. Into the cart went diapers, formula for the baby, cereal, eggs, milk, sandwich, and salad makings, and an already roasted chicken and vegetables. Vanessa had seen some of Paul's work before. Mel and Jack's house, which was Joe's design and Paul's construction expertise. But he showed her his house in Grants Pass with pride. It was a masterpiece. Large oak double doors led into a spacious foyer with white marble floors. There were a few steps down into a sunken great room with thick light beige carpet and a large fireplace of beautiful slate. A long row of windows with French panes looked out onto a manicured lawn, and the ceilings were high and beamed. There were 2 bedrooms, spacious, and throughout the house were stunning built-in bookcases and cabinets, and even a gorgeous built-in break front in the dining room, so large it took up most of one wall. Off the kitchen and dining room was a long deck with a barbecue and redwood furniture. Paul had done most of the interior work himself. He had a complete workshop in the 3rd bay of his 3-car garage. He was a master carpenter. The kitchen was a showplace. Hardwood floors, white granite countertops flecked with gold, cupboards with glass doors, and it was immaculate to the point of being sterile. "This is magnificent," she said in a breath. "I would give anything for such a house," she said. "I'll build you whatever you want," he said. Paul set up the baby's porta-crib in the 2nd bedroom while Vanni nursed him in the great room. He made a tray of snacks, poured Vanni a glass of wine and himself a beer. Then there was a little playtime before Maddie started to yawn. Paul took the baby to his bed to put him down for a nap, and when he got back, he found Vanni in the kitchen, rinsing off their dishes. He wanted to tell her things about how his life had changed in a day, but the words eluded him. It would be nice to explain that he'd been with women before, but never like this. He'd had sex, good sex. In fact, the worst sex he'd ever had was pretty damn good. But no woman before her had taken him in with the kind of intimacy and intensity that Vanni had. He was sure he'd never been able to draw the kind of response from anyone that Vanessa had given back to him. The second his lips touched her neck, or his hand glided over her soft body, she was in motion, hotter than fire. The passion she unleashed was unbelievable, unimaginable. The way her hips moved against him, it made him weak to even think about it. It gave him a kind of power and mastery he didn't know he had. When she was in his arms, he became the world's greatest lover. There was nothing in the universe that could stroke a man's pride more than lighting up a woman with such ease, to bring her complete, exhausting satisfaction like that, over and over. She was amazing, and he felt as if his heart would explode. And clearly, the most remarkable and wondrous part was that she left him without a shred of doubt. She was his. Completely his. But instead of trying to explain how she made him feel, he came up behind her, put his arms around her, and kissed her neck. He shut off the running water and turned her around. He lifted her into his arms and whispered against her parted lips, "I can't believe I can take you to my bed and love every piece of you." She trembled and answered, "I can't believe you're not getting me there faster." And then it began again. Muriel St. Clair figured Sunday afternoon was a good time to check out the town of Virgin River. Everything was very quiet, and she knew she could poke around without creating a huge stir. The house she'd recently bought was just outside of town, and she'd never had time to do more than drive down the main street. The place was small and compact with what looked to be one very low-key restaurant and no other businesses on the main street. The open sign was on in the window of the restaurant, so she parked her truck and went inside. Muriel looked around appreciatively. This was a perfect little country bar and grill. Everything polished to a high sheen, embers glittering in the hearth, two little old ladies sharing a table near the fire, fishing and hunting trophies on the walls. Behind the bar was a good-looking, grinning bartender polishing glasses. She felt a little overdressed in her tailored pants, ostrich boots, and fitted leather blazer over a cream-colored silk blouse. But no worries. She'd know for next time. The elderly women immediately started to whisper and twitter, glancing at her, then whispering some more. Well, that was quick. They might be senior citizens, but they knew who she was. The bartender tilted his head and gave her a welcoming smile. She walked up to the bar. "Nice little place," she said. "Thanks. We're kind of proud of it. What can I get you?" "How about a cola? Diet?" "You got it." He fixed her up with a drink and asked, "Passing through?" "No, actually. I just moved here." "Well," she laughed. "I was born not far from here and always intended to come back." "You look kind of familiar," Jack said. He shook his head. "I had a little déjà vu. You kind of reminded me of my wife for a second there. First time she walked in this place, I figured she was lost. Classy blonde in my bar? Couldn't be happening." "I guess you did the right thing and married her." "What was I gonna do?" Jack asked with a laugh. He put out his hand. "Jack Sheridan." "Muriel," she said, accepting the hand. "You been around lately?" he asked. "Not lately, no. I used to visit when my folks were still alive. But over the past few years, I've just been up here on very quick trips to look at property. I've never been in this bar before. I take it something worked out in terms of property. A ranch out on Silverton Road. Jack frowned. The old Weatherby place? He didn't die, did he? No, Muriel said. Finally decided to give it up and go live near the kids. I didn't know it was even available, Jack observed. I don't think it was. I've been working with a realtor for a few years now, looking for property. I think she went visiting, telling people she might have a buyer if it was the right place. And this was the right place. Did you know him? Nah, Jack said, giving the counter a wipe. He was an old-timer when I got here a few years ago. He'd already sold off most of his stock, kept a couple of horses, couple of dogs, and a nice garden. He was already retired. I met him a couple of times in the bar. Had a slew of kids, and none of them stayed around. He laughed. You know, you make it your life's dream to get your kids a big education, and in the end, no one wants the ranch. He glanced at the tittering women. Madge and Beatrice, he explained. They're all stirred up. Newcomers rate some attention around here. I suppose that's the case, she said. Doesn't that Weatherby place need some work? He asked. Some serious restoration, she said, sipping her soda. But it's solid, has a good barn and corral. And there's a guest house. What was Weatherby doing with the guest house? As I understand it, his late wife used to like to paint, so she built herself a studio. After she died, a long while back, he turned it into a little apartment he could rent out to ranch hands or loggers. Sort of a bunkhouse. Oh, that explains it, she said. Explains what, if you don't mind my asking? It's a good little room with a lot of windows, but it was filthy. Like it was rented to men and not cleaned in between. She sipped her cola. The realtor got a crew to clean it up real nice. I gave it a coat of paint, decorated it in a small way, bought a big area rug, and can live in it while I work on the bigger house. You looking for a contractor? He asked. Not yet. I'm sure I'll need some help, but I've been looking forward to this for a long time, and I want to do most of the work myself. I mean, I'm not crazy. I'll need help if I ever have to wire, plumb, or lay flooring or put on a roof. But I'm hell with a paintbrush. And believe it or not, I've mastered seamless wallpaper. What about cabinets, countertops, tile, wallboard, etc.? I'm very handy. I plan to restore it, not upgrade it. It's got a lot of spirit. Some women do needlepoint, some sand and varnish. That got a big laugh out of Jack. Right at that moment, Mel came in with David on her hip and her big belly preceding her through the door. He lifted his chin in greeting, but before Mel could make it to the bar, she was summoned over to Madge and Beatrice, who leaned their heads together and spoke intently, glancing at Jack and the woman, eyes round. Muriel glanced at the woman and baby. No doubt about it, that would be the classy blonde who married Jack. She smiled. Mel passed the baby over the bar to her husband, gave him a little kiss, and then grinned at Muriel. She put out her hand. Muriel St. Clair, she said. Hi, I'm Mel Sheridan. How exciting. Muriel took her hand. How do you do? I guess you know this guy. Know him real well, actually, Mel laughed. You have those women over there in a fluster. They can't believe it's really you. Oh, it's really me. I just moved here. Summer place? Mel asked. Muriel shook her head. Retirement place. Permanent. Really? Mel asked, lifting a brow. An early retirement? Hardly, Muriel laughed. I'm so ready for a change of pace. Jesus, I've been making movies for 40 years. Okay, wait a second here, Jack said. I'm totally lost. Of course you are, Jack. Muriel St. Clair is an actress, very famous, and has been since she was about 15, Muriel supplied. Jack did the math. You're 55? He asked, his eyebrows shooting up. Wow. Good maintenance, she said, brushing off the compliment. I'm 56 and sick of acting. Well, not acting so much as the lifestyle that goes with it. I've been shopping for a ranch for a few years now. My parents lived in these mountains many, many years ago. I have a couple of horses and can't wait for delivery on a couple of dogs. I have a chocolate lab being trained in Kentucky. She's a beauty. And a lab puppy coming in a couple of weeks. Both hunters, I hope. You hunt? Mel asked, trying to keep the shock from her voice. You hunt? Jack asked, grinning. Waterfowl, duck, and geese. Jack shoots deer. I could try that, she said. But you can't use dogs for that, and I love working the dogs. I've always had a dog. She squinted at Mel. You look familiar. We met once. I don't expect you would remember me. First of all, it was years ago. But I lived in LA before moving up here, and we went to the same day spa for a while. I saw you there a couple of times. I think we might have had the same esthetician. Jack was frowning in total confusion again. Facials, she told him. Fantastic, Muriel said. Who do you use around here? Well, there are some decent beauty shops in Fortuna and Eureka, but probably not what you're used to. Nothing here in Virgin River. Mel glanced at Muriel's perfect nails. You're going to go a long way for a good manicure. Muriel followed her eyes. I can kiss these goodbye. I'm going to be busy redecorating. Really? You're planning to do some of it yourself? Most of it, she said rather proudly, lifting her chin. What brought you up here? Long story. I was looking for a change. I was a nurse practitioner and midwife in LA and took a job here. Population just over 600. It was supposed to be for a year, but Jack got me knocked up. We are married, he said, shaking his head at her. Tell the woman you're happy about that, Melinda. Perfectly happy. Jack worked out. She grinned. Muriel has the ranch just across the pasture from the Booth place. About 6 miles by car, or 1.5 miles down the river on a horse. Oh, fantastic. You're going to love that family, Mel said. Walt's a retired general with a couple of grown kids and a new grandson. Great people. In fact, Virgin River is a whole town of really nice people. I'll look forward to introducing you around. That's real nice of you. Mind you, Mel continued, once Madge and Beatrice over there get on the phone, formal introductions won't be necessary. Maybe we should put them out of their misery. Would you like to go over and say hi before they go into shock? Lovely, Muriel said. Wait a second, Jack said. Are we going to have a lot of those reporters and photographers around here? Paparazzi? Muriel asked. I highly doubt it. I'm old news. The wild, half-dressed young girls are keeping them very busy these days. And then she flashed him a dazzling smile. With Tom at Brenda's and Vanni gone to Grant's Pass with Paul for a few days, Walt faced 2 choices for dinner. Throw a piece of meat on the grill or get something at Jack's. He got in the car. There were about 10 people in the bar when Walt arrived, all of them sitting at tables except Doc, who was up at the bar. Walt joined him there, leaving one stool to separate them. Doc and Walt merely nodded at each other. Doc wasn't usually given to deep conversation. Jack grinned at Walt and slapped down a napkin. Well now, what can I do for you, sir? Walt peered at the empty baby pack Jack was wearing. Lose a rider, son? David's off being refreshed, Jack said with a laugh. How about a beer while you tell me what Preacher's got cooking tonight? Jack drew the draft and put it in front of him. Sunday special, pot roast. I don't know what the man uses for seasoning, but it's so damn good. And the gravy's almost like tar. It's so dark. He cooked it with vegetables, but he's serving whipped potatoes on the side. They're like silk. Perfect, Walt said, lifting his beer. You want takeout for the family? Just me tonight. Vanny's gone up to Oregon with Paul for a few days, and I don't rate much time with Tom while he's on Brenda's dance card. Oregon, Jack said with a lift of his brow. You don't say. What do you suppose they'll find to do in Oregon? Walt smiled at him. Funny. Jack chuckled. Sounds like maybe some things got sorted out. This means we won't be seeing too much of that nice Dr. Michaels around here. I think maybe that nice Dr. Michaels hanging around lit a fire under Paul, Walt said. Good man, Haggerty, if a little slow. Jack laughed. Don't go too hard on him, General. I think Vanessa scared him to death. She's awful pretty. Wicked smart, too. Walt appreciated the compliment and smiled. Hell, sometimes she scares me. I'll go give Preach your order. Be right back. Walt had enjoyed about half his brew when Mel came from the back and took the stool beside him. Hey there, she said brightly. Jack said you were here. How you feeling, girl? Ready to pop, but I'm hanging in there. Jack came out with the carrier full of baby again, holding 2 steaming plates. He put them in front of Walt and Mel. Mind if I join you for dinner? Mel asked. I'd welcome it. Jack's not eating dinner? I've been helping Preacher all afternoon make sure it's just right. I've probably had 3 dinners already, Jack said. You just missed your new neighbor by about an hour. Oh? Walt said, digging in. Who might that be? Mel leaned an elbow on the bar. Does the name Muriel St. Clair mean anything to you? Can't say that it does, he said. He took a mouthful. By damn that Preacher, he said, savoring the seasoned, tender beef. He's got the gift. She's an actress, Walt, Mel explained. Quite famous, actually. I've seen a lot of her films. Walt hummed in response, more interested in his food. Finally, he said, What's she doing around here? She says she came from these mountains and decided to retire here. Just what we need, Walt said. Another little old lady. Is she rich at least? She looked pretty rich to me, Jack said. And not exactly old. Rich, retired movie star. What's she gonna do with a ranch? Raise exotic chickens? Mel laughed. You might be in for some surprises. She moved into that old Weatherby place on the other side of your pasture. You should bake her a cake or something. Go say hello. I told her you Booths were nice people. I'll put Vanny right on it when she gets back to town, Walt said. Mel perked right up. Vanny's out of town? Gone to Grant's Pass for a few days with Paul, Walt said, hardly missing a mouthful. They'll be back by the weekend. Well, how about that? Mel said, smiling. Were you expecting that? Walt dabbed his lips with his napkin. Girl, the finger's been on that trigger for months. The only thing I didn't expect was how long it would take Haggerty to pull it. When Walt got home, the house was dismally quiet. He turned on the TV for some noise and picked up a book for something to do. He wished Tom would show up with Brenda and take over the TV for a movie or something, but they probably wouldn't. If they could escape Brenda's house, they'd be buried in the woods, parking. He'd like to hear the baby fuss or Vanny cooing to him. Paul would make decent company right about now. He could do that running commentary they had in response to CNN stories. Out of sheer boredom, he went to the computer. He started a search of Muriel St. Clair, his new neighbor. He found several websites, plus a Wikipedia listing. 56 years old, born in Brother Creek, California. He looked it up. Trinity County, right near the Humboldt line. There was a list of movies. Jesus, almost 50 of them, not to mention television credits. When he saw a photo, he recognized her, but only because she'd recently been on Law & Order and CSI. He'd never in a million years have known her name. He ran through a series of publicity photos, none in the recent past. Blonde, sleek, large blue eyes. Too thin, he decided, although she could certainly hold up a strapless black dress. She always appeared to be glancing over her bare shoulder at the camera or leaning into it with those sultry movie star eyes. There was even a shot of her in bed, the only visible fabric being a satin sheet, and pictures of her taken at Academy Awards and the Cannes Film Festival. Lots of big jewelry. His wife had never much liked big jewelry. It was all Hollywood stuff, dedicated to the superficial. She'd obviously be more at home in a marble mansion with a pool. What the hell was she doing with that old Weatherby ranch house? That wouldn't last long. "Exotic chickens, my ass," Walt muttered to himself as he shut down the computer and headed for bed. Chapter 9. In the early morning, Vanni felt the bed dip as Paul brought her a freshly diapered and hungry baby, placing him between them. "Well, good morning, my angel," she murmured, kissing the baby's head. He sent up a loud protest at kisses instead of milk, and she snuggled him close to nurse. Paul stretched out on the bed to watch Vanessa and the baby. His hand wandered affectionately from Maddie's little head to Vanessa's soft mussed hair. The baby made a lot of noise this morning, which made Paul laugh. "Have you been starving him?" "He's always starving," she said. "Time for him to get some solid food." "I thought you said the breast only for 6 months. He's barely over 3. "I did, but look at him. He's ravenous. Maybe he could use a little cereal." "He's awesome, and growing damn fat on the breast," Paul said. "Vanessa, call Carol and Lance about a visit. Find out when they can see you. Then I'll get in touch with my mom about a family thing. I'll try to get more details about Terry's pregnancy while we're here." "I should meet your family right away," she said. "Make sure they're not all as crazy as you are. Are you going to tell them about Terry?" "Not until I know something for sure. But I want to tell them about us, that we're getting married when we can get our plans together. Is that all right? Because I can't look at you without wanting everyone to know." "Sure. I have the same problem," she said with a smile. "This is the part about being married that I like. Lying beside you in bed, baby between us." She laughed. "He has his needs, and if you want more children, you'd better get used to this." "This," he said, stroking the baby's soft head, "is everything I've ever wanted." "So odd that you didn't find someone to marry years ago. You're so good at it. And this thing you have for pregnant women and babies? For a while there, it seemed like everyone had a pregnant wife but me. Between my brothers and my friends, I was surrounded by them. Round bellies, nursing babies. Is there some rule about waiting a respectable length of time between the first "I love you" and the vows?" he asked her. She laughed at him. "What's the difference? We've known each other for years. We've been through things together that even some husbands and wives haven't." "What would your father think if we got married right away?" he asked. She shrugged. "Daddy scares everyone but me," she said. "Anything I want suits him fine." "The person most on my mind is Tom," Paul said. "Tommy? Why?" "We've gotten real close. He's like one of my brothers. And the way he feels about you, he tries to hide it, but he admires you. We can't do it without him. He's leaving right after graduation, but I want him to be there. I want him to be my best man." "How would your family feel about a fast wedding?" He chuckled. Relieved? Believe me. My mother's secret fear is that I'll die a lonely old man. Paul, you can't tell your family that one woman is having your baby and you're marrying another all in the same sentence. I know. I'm going to get the facts as soon as possible. But Vanny, the bottom line will be the same, whether it comes in one sentence or 1 month. I'll take care of them. I'll take care of you. But you're going to be my wife, period. You've been thinking about this, she said. There's something about lying next to you all night that disturbs my sleep. Funny that you didn't disturb mine, she said. I thought I'd give you a break. But your break is almost over. Maddie drew in a deep sigh and fell away from the breast, satisfied and asleep. Paul leaned over the baby's head to place a soft kiss on her lips. He then kissed the baby's head and asked, Would you like to hold him a while longer? No, I'll put him down, she said, beginning to rise. Stay right there. Let me, he said, scooping the baby into his arms. Maddie's head fell right to Paul's shoulder, and before Paul had made it out of the bedroom, a loud, sleepy belch escaped the little boy. Vanny chuckled and snuggled into the bed, happy. She let her eyes close, but not for sleep. For a long time, she had been afraid she'd never get to feel this way again. And then her man was back, pulling her into his arms, covering her mouth in a kiss that was not soft, drawing a deep moan from her as her arms went around him. Later that morning, Vanessa phoned Carol. Hi, I'm going to be in town for a couple of days, and I thought if you had time, I'd bring little Matt over for a visit. You're in town? She asked. Will you stay with us? No, but thanks. I decided to come at the very last minute, and I'm staying with Paul. He was in Virgin River, so I came back up here with him, since he's going right back to Virgin River at the end of the week. My, he's spending a lot of time in Virgin River, Carol said. He is, with more time there in his future. He has a couple of potential building contracts down there, if it doesn't interfere with his company up here. It seemed like a perfect opportunity to bring the baby over to see you and Lance. I see. Make it tonight, she said flatly. We'll have dinner. All right, Vanny agreed. Great. 6 o'clock. Do you need a ride? Carol asked. Of course not. Paul will bring me. Good then. We'll do something on the grill. Vanny spent the whole day alone with Maddie, while Paul went to his office, checked on his crews, saw his brothers, and tried to catch up on business in general. He was home in plenty of time to shower and change to go to the Rutledge's home. When Carol opened the door to them, she actually stepped back in surprise. Paul, she said with a gasp. Hi, Carol, he said. He gently squeezed Vanny's upper arm. How have you been? Great. Come in. Will you be staying for dinner? Of course he'll stay for dinner, Carol, Vanny said, totally confused by this question. When I told you he would bring me, did you think he'd just drop me off? Didn't you expect him to stay? Of course, she said, reaching for the baby. I'll just set another place. Vanny passed her the baby, completely baffled. There was protocol and obligation with grandparents, not to mention the promise she'd made to Matt, and she held that sacred. But Carol never failed to put her under a strain. Most of the time, she didn't understand her. As they walked into the house, Vanny glanced into the dining room and noticed a table set for 4. She was totally perplexed, until they stepped into the living room and Cameron stood up from his chair. It was then she realized that Carol was at it again, and 2 extremely fine men were going to be made uncomfortable. She wore a sad smile as she went toward Cameron and allowed him to kiss her cheek. How are you? She asked softly. Fine, he said. You? Good, she answered, Paul came up behind her and put that hand on her shoulder, that hand that claimed her. She was sorry about how that would make Cameron feel, but not at all unhappy about how it made her feel. After wanting him so much, she loved letting the world know she was his. "Cameron," Paul said, sticking out his other hand from his place behind Vanni. "How you doing?" he asked, shaking the hand. "So, just in town for a couple of days?" Cameron asked. "That's right," Vanni said. "Paul was down for the weekend, and I decided to come back here with him, to meet his family. I'm staying at Paul's, Cameron." "Ah," he said, understanding perfectly. He turned and lifted his drink to his lips. Lance came into the room, saw that Paul was there, and welcomed him heartily. "Hey," he said, reaching out his hand. "My man, Paul. How is everything?" "Great. Never better. How about you?" he asked. "The same," Lance answered. "Where's that baby?" "Carol took him to the kitchen," Vanni said. "Well, I don't mean to seem rude, but I have to have a grandson fix. Be right back," he said, darting off. The three of them stood there, looking at each other. It was Cameron who broke the tension with a laugh. "Well, looks like a serious miscommunication." "I'm sorry," Vanni said. "I don't understand." "I do," Paul said. "Carol has a very specific plan in mind, and she didn't bother to consult anyone." "We can make the best of this, can't we?" Vanni asked hopefully. Cameron smiled at her, but it was a disappointed smile. Carol flew out from the kitchen, headed toward the dining room with a plate, napkin, and utensils in her hands. She had obviously handed off the baby to Lance. "Carol, wait," Cameron said. "I'm gonna have to shove off. My pager." He lied. "Thanks, but I'm not gonna be able to stay." "Oh, no," Carol said. "Are you sure?" He put one hand in his pants pocket. "I'm sure," he said. He leaned forward and gave Vanni a kiss on the cheek. "You look terrific," he said. "It's good to know you're happy." He gave Paul a conciliatory slap on the upper arm as he passed and headed toward the door. Paul squeezed her shoulder. He leaned down to her ear. "I'll be back." And he followed Cameron. Cameron was making fast tracks to his car when Paul called to him. "Hey, Cameron, buddy. A minute, huh?" Cameron turned. "It's okay, Paul. You don't have to say anything. Don't worry about it." "I'm not worried," he said, taking another 2 long strides toward him. The two men were completely different. Paul in his jeans and boots, rough, rugged. Cameron in his linen pants, silk shirt, Italian shoes. Possibly the best-dressed man in Grants Pass. "I think you deserve some kind of explanation. About me. Me and Vanessa. This was a horrible setup." Cameron put his hands in his pockets, rocked back on his heels, and laughed ruefully. "It was pretty ugly," he agreed. "Maybe more terrible for you and Vanni than for me. I don't know what Carol told you, and I don't know why she brought you out to dinner, but I've been in love with Vanni forever. I couldn't tell her that, of course. She married my best friend. God, I'd never have done anything that wrong to Matt. But since, well, we've been through so much together and it just got stronger. It took a long time to iron it out. Man, I'm really sorry if you were misled. I've only known her a few weeks, Paul. We're not exactly confidants." "We're getting married," Paul said. Cameron stiffened slightly, but he smiled. He nodded. "Congratulations. I'm sure you'll be very happy." "Look," Paul said, "it isn't hard for me to understand you have a thing for her. What man wouldn't? I want you to know something. This is my fault, Cameron. I should have spoken up sooner, before Carol set up that first meeting with you. There's no excuse. I knew how I felt. But Matt hadn't been gone long, and He hung his head, shaking it briefly. I just didn't want to upset her. She could have spoken up, Cameron said. Well, it turns out there's an explanation for that, too. I was real scarce for a while after the baby was born, trying to give her time and to get my head together. It was real hard for me to get into Matt's territory, even after he was gone. I gave her the impression I wasn't interested in her in that way. He shook his head. I'm not good with women. I'm real clumsy, in fact. But at least it's finally out. How we feel about each other. Now we move ahead. I'm sorry, man, he said, sticking out his hand. You're a good guy. You have everything. There's no reason I should win this one. Cameron gave a huff of laughter. He took the hand. Maybe there's lots of reasons. No hard feelings. Thanks. This, between us, it shouldn't be hard for her. She's so sensitive. She'd hate for anyone to be hurt. I happen to know she thinks highly of you. I know, Cameron said. Don't worry about it, okay? I don't deserve her, I know that. But I'm going to do everything I can to make her happy. I hope you're going to be okay. You could gloat, you know, Cameron said. You got the girl. Yeah, he said. Crazy woman. He laughed. A guy like you won't have any trouble. The right one will come along. Paul, I didn't close the deal, all right? It barely got going. I might be a little disappointed, but that's all. Vanni and we were just friends. In case you think I'm going to be a problem for you. Nah, I know better than that. Didn't take me long to figure you for a class act. Cameron smiled. Yeah? Well, maybe I'm not the only one. Vanessa sat in the chair that had recently been Cameron's. The baby was out of sight with Lance, and so was Carol for the moment. Vanni was seething. Beyond furious. She picked up Cameron's drink and took a long, deep swallow of liquid courage and grimaced at the taste of scotch. It was another minute before Carol showed herself. Well, Carol said, that was a bit uncomfortable. I didn't realize you'd invited Paul. You didn't? And why didn't you insist he be invited? He was Matt's best friend. And you know how much he means to me. Carol stiffened indignantly. I'm not sure I do, she said. Vanni stood to meet Carol at eye level. Then let me be very clear about this. He means the absolute world to me. Paul was in Virgin River when Matt was killed, and I asked him to stay on until the baby was born. I asked him to be with me for the birth. I've known him for years. I've always felt comfortable with him. I trust him. He's wonderful. We've always been close, closer still when we lost Matt. For God's sake, Matt asked him to take care of us if anything happened to him. How can it be so impossible for you to understand that I would come to love him? I couldn't imagine it, Carol said. Anger barely reined in. Matt's hardly gone. He's gone enough for you to try to set me up with a doctor. Carol lifted her chin. Her mouth took on a strained line. That's uncalled for. How dare you treat Paul as if he's inferior? Shame on you. I never meant that. I never meant to... Carol swallowed. I thought Cameron was perfect for you. Cameron knew about me and Paul. What in the world did you tell him to get him here for dinner? I I told him Paul was dropping you off and you'd love to see him. I didn't think I was making it up. You said Paul coming back here from Virgin River was a perfect opportunity to visit us, and Vanni was shaking her head. Why don't you just ask if I'd like Cameron to join us for dinner? More to the point, why don't you listen? I do listen, she said, insulted. No, you don't listen. When I say I don't want coral bridesmaids' dresses, you buy them and dress up my girls in them. When I say I don't want to be set up, you invite the man to dinner not once, but twice. When I say I'm staying with Paul and he'll bring me to dinner, you plan your own party without asking, without listening. For heaven's sake, Cameron is a wonderful man who didn't deserve what just happened to him. And that you would humiliate Paul after knowing him for so many years, after knowing how he loved your only son. Treating him like he's my chauffeur? Offering to set another place like he's some last-minute addition to your private little dinner party? I just couldn't imagine it. Not Paul, she said. Lance appeared, coming out of the kitchen with his grandson cuddled against his chest, and the expression on his face was not a happy one. Carol said, I was trying to help. Maybe Maddie could benefit by